notice the win conditions of each team. So now it's time to place your bet, to have your predictions on how the teams are going to execute their win conditions and who is going to win. So now, guys, come up in the front. We have 2 raffle boxes. I know some of you can't wait to show support for your favorite team. So let's get up here and place your raffle tickets in which team you think is going to win. And if your team actually does win, at the very end, you get mystery prizes. We have 5 mystery winners for the teams that actually made it. So guys, come up in the front and let me hear your support for your team. Come on up, guys. Ooh, special guest. What are you doing here?
All right, let's turn up this energy. Vote for your favorite teams. Shout them out. Let me get a GG from everybody in the audience who's supporting GG. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, I don't think that was loud enough. Y'all didn't sound confident. I heard people thinking it was going to be a sweep, but that doesn't sound like a sweep. Are they bringing out the brooms? Let's do it one more time. 1, 2, 3.
All right, guys. Now, for the king of the kings, BTK. One more time. All right, guys. I mean, man, I saw people walking up there, placing their raffle. I really want to join too, but my ticket has got to go to Steph Weezy here with this stunner suit. Looking fresh today.
Appreciate
You guys
it.
actually kind of match.
We do. It's the new Mobile Legends hero coming soon. We can't leak it yet, okay?
All right.
And man, we are here again, Trex, an electrifying HyperX arena.
Yeah, we've been here a few times, but there's someone that we always see, and she's looking kind of good over there.
Looking beautiful, looking dazzling, looking elegant as ever, Trex.
Maybe you should go say something to her.
You know what? You're
Just
absolutely
nothing
right.
too big, all right?
Nothing. You know what? You're absolutely right. It should be big.
No,
it should be huge.
No, nothing too big.
It should be loud.
Nothing too loud.
Lights.
Lights.
Music.
There's no music.
Oh.
There's no music. Oh, God. Not again.
Yeah.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary. E is even more than anyone that you adore. And love is all that I can give to you. And love is, more than just a game for two. Two in love can make it. Take my heart and please don't break it. Love was made for me and you.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. Get out of here. Go, go, go. Nobody touched this trophy but me. All right, now that's a slight wrap for the opening of our show, guys. All of you who are in the live audience, make sure to play some games in the back. Enjoy the carnival because the show is going to start at 4 p.m. Central Time. Let's go, guys.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome. Hey, keep it together. Do you really want to die here?
If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Do it! Now! Lightning! Shield! You should have killed me.
Well, guess it's your lucky day.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think we sometimes we get very caught up in the you know, Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
But no, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome. Hey, keep it together. Do you really want to die here?
If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
You should have killed me.
Well, guess it's your lucky day.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his hand like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think we sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
This will sting. You have my word.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
맥시가 지가 응다요. 헤이! Okay. Power Gazer.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome. Hey, keep it together. Do you really want to die here?
If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Do it! Now! Blinding shield! You should have killed me.
Well, guess it's your lucky day.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think we sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA. But
no, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
This will sting. You have my word.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? welcome.
Hey, keep it together. Do you really want to die here? If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Do it! Now! Cursed lightning! Seal! You should have killed me.
Well, guess it's your lucky day.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think we sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA. But
no, don't put it that way.
my bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
They're in, and that is it. North America! Kingdom is born.
In the heart of the arena, where dreams descend.
GG, well played. But the Valley are here to upset the world stage.
Through the trials endured, they stand tall.
Another kill. Basic will find best players. Zia will find Milo for the double. Zia for the triple. Finds Moba Zane and Basic for the Maniac. A full wipe out of Savage.
Challenging the fates to answer destiny's call.
Multiple members, ISO falls down.
Coming out from basic, that divine judgment combo, and now BTK
That's a
puts
full
it
man
to the
right.
win.
They're looking at Vegas. They're looking for revenge with nods to GG.
To the world, they stake their claim on a trophy, daring to etch their name.
To the world, 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 to the world.
Tonight, let the arena ignite. Tonight, let the legends rise.
It's time for the biggest night of the NACT spring season. Live in Las Vegas in the faded HyperX Arena, a place where legends were formed last year, and today the story continues. It's gonna be one heck of a night. We got a best of 7 coming forward. Join with me today on the desk is Steph Wheezy, private dancer, and my name's Trex. How are we doing today, boys?
I'm doing great. Electrifying in the HyperX Arena in the middle of a pyramid yet again with what was our best grand finals we ever had in North America. Do we get the repeat?
Yeah, I mean, it smells of electricity in here. The amount of history here. It's gonna be fire.
It's definitely going to be quite the night. And we got 7 games. Hopefully we get all the way to 7. It's GG up against BTK once again. But first we have to talk about the journey here. What we started at, how many teams there were, and we had 200 plus teams signing up, 3 unique qualifying stages.
That's right, switching up the format. Only 8 teams proceeded in the NACT spring season. Bloodhounds, BTK, Area 77, Devious Activity, Fiends, Gaming Gladiators, and so many others. You see Legacy over there with Assassin Riles and Night Horde. Man, it's been an amazing journey.
Yeah, and we can see here all the teams here and with their records, the final standings before we moved on to the grand finals. At the top of that board, Gaming Gladiators and Bloodthirsty Kings. But this season speaks for itself. So many teams stepped it up, and we're coming in here unlike any other season for the players on Gaming Gladiators. Every team here has a loss. Every team here has been proven mortal.
Yeah, I mean, and so many teams made it. I mean, all 8 teams actually make it to the playoffs, but this is where they were seeded. These were the final stories told by these 8 teams, some of them not even able to make it out of that first rounds, and some of them who were lower in that season standing were able to continue on. Devious Activity, Fiends, pushing into that lower, but not able to make it any farther. GG BTK with their epic best of 5 in the upper bracket. BTK gets dropped down and just makes it to the grand finals.
That's right, makes it and ready to take it head-to-head up against GG. One victor able to move forward to MSC. Who will it be? The spring season winner gets to go there. Biggest prize pool we have ever seen on the MLBB scene.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about MSC, we talk about the honor of that, but here tonight, these 2 teams, there's something else on the line, and that's a lot of pride.
Yeah, a lot of pride, a lot of glory, a lot of talk on Discord channels. This will go down for at least 6 more months until the next NACT for sure. And as you said, another big thing, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. First time MSC Mid-Season Cup is outside of the Southeast Asia region, and it's $3 million USD. Players are coming out of the woodworks for this.
That's right, we're at the top of the ladder finally for the NACT spring season. The moment you guys have been waiting for. Will it be GG? Will it be BTK? Who will represent North America in MSC 2024?
Yeah, so many questions on people's mind. These people, these teams, the players, they are no strangers to each other. They've been here before. Will it be a different result?
Yeah, but before we get any farther, I think we got something the players recorded for us, a little bit of something for the fans, what all this means to them.
MSC and EWC means a lot to me. We want to represent NA to do better than the last couple internationals.
For me, it means a lot because I never went to MSC despite winning last time.
Probably one of the biggest tournaments globally, so I think it's pretty exciting to go to and, you know, fight for the best spot we can get.
It's the biggest tournament in terms of prize pool so far.
I mean, it's the biggest prize pool tournament in the history of Mobile Legends.
A lot of money.
3 million. Give me.
I think BTK will win because we're confident to go out there and we're actually ready this time.
BTK was here last time for MSC and we won that, and I feel like the odds are a little bit better with the team I currently have.
I think it's pretty exciting to go to and, you know, fight for the best spot we can get. Complete dedication and focus, no distractions.
Just beat BTK. That's it.
So we have to win it.
We've been pretty dedicated and I think we'll be able to pull it out again.
For the fans and to make the North America scene proud.
That is right, guys. Players are ready to win. Players are eyeing for that prize, the biggest prize pool ever in Mobile Legends history, and they're eyeing for this trophy. I mean, how cool would it be to have your team tagged onto this trophy? We have the Valley, we have BTK last year in the exact same place at the same time. This time, will history be made again? And we have the Ohio Brothers. Can the Ohio Brothers continue their victories as their new name, GG? Will they triumph over the Kings? Now, prize pool for the NACT is pretty cool as well. It's $26,000 as usual. And most importantly, as the players have mentioned, they are all hungry for that $3 million prize pool, as well as the chance to represent their region, North America, the team that's the best NNA in MSC, and we just cannot wait. Now, before we begin the ultimate showdown of the season, we have another giveaway for all of you fans tuning in. On the screen, let's have the QR code. You guys better be prepared with your phone out because we have Emerald Dragon for Yujon. I mean, I bet we're gonna see Yujon today in a lot of these matches. Redeem the code for permanent skin 30 Codes, first come, first serve. Now, back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Liz. We all love a good giveaway. We all love a good story, and I think that is what we are here to see today. That is what are we ready to see unfold, because I think we're definitely going to have some intense matches between these two teams.
Hey, I always say it every single time we see these teams face it out. I want to see it go all the way to a Game 7, and it actually happened before, and yet may happen again. That's right, same arena on Mother's Day, mind you. So happy Mother's Day to everybody out there. Make sure you give them your support. And speaking of support, they're going to need a lot of it. Both of these teams bringing their A game.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen the clash when it came to the upper bracket of the playoffs. We saw how matched these teams were. And I think in the back of a lot of people's minds, they knew that this was going to be the fated match. This was going to be the fated location, the same as last year. But man, here we are, ready to take on.
I didn't even think that it was on Mother's Day, but I can hear the boys. I can hear them. They're ready to go right now. We're going to be having them come up on stage very shortly. I'm ready for the entrance now. These guys are familiar with this arena, familiar with that trophy. It's been a year since they've taken it all, but they are here, hyping it up in that same hall. Love them, hate them, but you can't debate them. Give it up for the blood-thirsty Kings!
That's right, BTK ready to repeat history from the last spring season, trying to claim the throne. Up against GG as you have Basic in the gold lane, Cold World in the roam position, Mova Zayn in the jungle, Milo, the GOAT himself, ready to take it to the land of Dawn. Man, definitely a spicy team, but one additional member in the roster, Marcutie, stepping into the scene for the mid lane.
I mean, and that's the question, right? He comes in. We're wondering, is Marcutie going to be able to perform with the rest of the team? Is the rest of the team going to be able to pull this off? They've had some changes, and they're definitely up against some monsters. And speaking of those monsters, they are also ready to approach the stage. The opponents are here with an upper bracket run to bring them straight to this monumental moment. Their eyes set on the trophy, ready to hold it. No silver medals, only golden. Let's hear it. The team slogan, against all odds. It's the Gaming Gladiators!
GG looking strong, looking poised, looking ready to take on all odds. It was just a year ago. You know they're looking to succeed where TOB fell short last year. And that matters how high they can pick themselves back up. Looking at the roster, Zia in the gold lane. Shark gonna be picking up that iconic roam roll. Hoon in the mid lane, best player as the jungler and the newest addition to these behemoths, Fried Chicken in the XP.
Yeah, this is a team that jumped into the season full of synergy. A team that jumped into the season feeling just ready. Everyone already had their eyes thinking that they would make it to this spot. Now, they are up against BTK, though. They take a loss from them in the season. They beat them in the upper bracket. How's it gonna go next?
Well, you just named it, right? The 50-50. We had to trademark that after that amazing electrifying series in that best of 5 for the upper bracket. But BTK, they were the reigning champs last time in Las Vegas. Gaming Gladiators, ready to take it away from them, but do they have what it takes? Is the additional roster with Marcutie gonna be the make or break for BTK?
Now, speaking of who's going to win, the big moment comes that all of us casters dread. The predictions, the things we are judged for centuries. Well, here they are, Private.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start this off just like last year. It's been something I've been honing in on and I've been stressing over. Just like Mama's tuna casserole, you don't mess with the recipe. You don't mess with the formula. Last year, it was TOB had a player out, and it did prove to have some issues with the synergy. This year, BTK made some switches that have yet to be proven against a strong team who have worked their way through the playoffs. So this is going to have to go to GG for me.
I'm gonna keep it a lot simpler than that. I just voted for GG because UA voted for BTK. I mean, I can't be on the same side as my scientists.
That's very, very fair. For me, it was just, I mean, every hour of the past 3 days, I've been GG, I've been BTK, I've been GG, I've been BTK, but this time, for the first time in NACT history in the grand finals, I'm going with GG.
Man, it's definitely going to be one for the books. It's going to be a challenge, but only one team will be able to go to MSC 2024 for that $3 million cash prize.
Now let's start breaking down some of these players. And first and foremost, one of the most well-known names is Hoon Private.
Yeah, bringing up that mid lane, a lot of people know he has so much history in this sport, even predating MLBB, an esports player, in the mid. And you can see their favorite brought up from Gosu General, Team Gosu, and even a local boy here in Las Vegas, Nevada.
I mean, he's comfortable in Las Vegas. He's at his home. He's been here before. And this time, I think he really wants this, you know? And there's a lot of pressure on Hoon. And I've been wondering, like, how is he dealing with that right now?
Yeah, I mean, I got to speak with Hoon a little bit, and he's one of the most calm guys here today fighting it out. I think he's very confident in GG's performance and is looking to take it to the international scene. So we got to see where they go from here. But GG, ready to take it into the land of Dawn.
And if we're gonna talk about confidence, we gotta talk about someone that some people may say is overconfident, some people may say has too much ego, but it's definitely taken him very, very far places in MLB. We gotta talk about Mobazane.
That's right, Mobazane, the king of the jungle. Everybody knows him running around with those frontline compositions. Did a really good job inside of the NACT spring season, but the fall season fell short to Avalon, and now ready to make a statement again, playing on Veratis' favorite player. But I always say Fredrin, when he walks around with his hand in his pocket, he's got to have a picture of Mobazane.
Not only is it his favorite player, it's his favorite hobby. He just loves playing Barats. And yeah, favorite player, Mobazane. This is the epitome of Mobazane right here, Private.
Yeah, I mean, he is basically the face of North America. There is a reason for that. There is so much skill in just one player. It's amazing, and especially with what he's been able to do coming each year in and out with a different BTK, a different successful recipe against even my better judgment of all these different changes, and he's still successful with it.
I mean, 3 seasons in a row, he's essentially had a different roster. 3 seasons in a row, he has been able to make it to at least top 3, 2 of those making it to the grand finals, one of those winning it in this same exact spot. So you can't count him out at all. He is here, he is hungry. Last time it was Mother's Day, today it's Mother's Day. This time, he wants that MSC.
That's right, it is the 3rd time the charm. Both of these teams gonna take it into the land of the Dawn. Like I said, when the Mobile Legends coin is flipped, will it land on the side of Hoon? Will it land on the side of Mobazane? BTK, GG, ready to fight it out.
Yeah, it's all about calm, cool, and collected. We've seen the energy from both of these teams as they came into the arena, now getting prepared for the final battle. It's been through the playoffs, been through the season, been through the qualifiers, but here is the final stand for both GG and BTK.
Okay, so we have a second until this draft comes up, guys. We've laid down the story. Let's get technical. Let's get nitty-gritty. We talked about some win guns, but what are we really looking at between these two teams, Weezy?
Yeah, well, number one, the GOAT, Mr. Milo, up against Fried Chicken. He's got a nickname out there as well, a lot of nicknames. Fried Chicken definitely excels with his IQ. He's played in the international scene. Same thing with Milo, but Fried Chicken previously on BTK. Now on the side of GG, Milo flipping to the other side as well. It's definitely going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, the crazy thing is just how well both of these teams know each other. They've swapped players, swapped teams, and now we are getting in it. This is the moment we've been waiting for, coming into the first draft.
Yeah, draft number 1, best of 7. We haven't had a best of 7 in a while, boys, and I'm ready for it. GG, already starting it off, taking out the Barats. We talked about win cons being target, Mobazane. Is that the plan already?
Man, I think they were looking at his bio, right? Barats right off the rip. I mean, they're just taking notes as they're going along. But something to kind of point out between these two teams, the difference. BTK, they have a coach and they have an analyst, but on the side of Gaming Gladiators, they've been winging it this whole time by themselves.
Yeah, BTK is literally all the King's horses and all the King's men to try to succeed up here against Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, but it just goes to show for GG, I think it really, what comes down to them drafting so well without a huge team behind them, is that these 5 guys have been playing for a while now. They're probably one of the most consistent teams in NACT history. Yes, old BTK was together for a while, but GG essentially with the add-on of fried chicken, they've been playing now for over a year practically. I mean, these guys have been drafting together for a very long time.
Yeah, the trio core synergy, right? Best player Hoon and fried chicken. A majority of the teams that made it to the international scene for North America. But now, the new trio core synergy from BTK with Mark Cutie replacing Nicolette for the grand finals. As you are seeing some of the bands on the board, though, the Ling gets taken off of the board from BTK. Looks like a response back from taking away the Barats from Mobazane.
That is an interesting ban. I'm wondering if, have we got some inside intel, or is it just like a, hey, I got something for you. I want to keep things open a little bit here. We're going to ban out the Ling just as a little sleight of hand.
Yeah, and that gives up the Lu Yi for Hoon, who has been magnificent, especially toward the later end of the playoffs. He has been in and out, especially with that diversion and the yin-yang passive from her.
But wait a minute, Fredrin is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Mobazane logging his comfort pick. We talked about the win cons. Looks like GG's not worried about it though, but where do we go from here? We talked about crowd control. Lu Yi up against the Fredrin could be dangerous.
I would call you a legend for calling that Fredrin, but we all knew it was coming. No, the Fredrin solid, but the Edith, this is a pick that we saw later on in the playoffs become pretty hot. Like, we didn't see it at all in the beginning of playoffs, but then last 3 days, like, we were just seeing it all over the place, especially between these two teams.
Yeah, and you can see the next pickups there, the Gwen and the Arlot. But speaking on that Edith, it was because of that last little buff that came out onto her kit, making tank players a little bit more tanky. That just swept Edith to the front of the meta.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally the deciding factor in the upper brackets. BTK is it gonna go ahead and slot that up, which could profit them, but you know who else is on the table? The Roger.
The Roger's still open, and it's funny how we haven't seen it as prioed. We did see the Claude band out because that is a basic signature right there. But the Guinevere, man, no one's really playing it, but Best Player has used it so well against the Fredrin. It has been the answer to Mobazane's Fredrin in the past.
Yeah, and it's one of his favorite things to play there. On the other side, now BTK picking up that massive amount of damage in the form of Natan.
Now, looking at some of the conditions on the board, right, we're not really seeing any late game from Gaming Gladiators. We've seen a lot of crowd control, and I like it. On the side of BTK, the Natan. It's a little interesting seeing this slotted in. It hasn't been favored inside of the NACT spring season as much, but it definitely can profit. Now, late game for BTK is there with the Natan, but how do we see GG respond?
All right, so, well, they got to respond with some bans, right? They got to respond with something up front, and there's that Roger you were talking about earlier from the side of BTK. On the side of GG, they need to take out some mages here, right? So what are some of the options that they could go for? They do take out the Kaja, because that's been a cool world signature, though.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Harith gets taken off the board, or it's going to be picked up here. He has been so strong in the later end of this meta. With Roger off the board, you might not have much contention in that gold lane for the amount of damage, the amount of mobility that Harith can provide.
Yeah, and looking at GG, right, they have the Arlot, still can be slotted as a roam position if needed, that three-dimensional drafting. Even the Guinevere, technically, can be slotted around. There is a Minotaur on the table. Still got to look at the roam positions that could be slotted for the side of GG. I mean, technically, even the Edith could be put in the XP lane.
And I'm still, now with the Ixion, I'm like, what does he pick up here, right? Does he go back to, you know, we have the Bruno, we have the Brody. We could see, like, the Beatrix signature from Zia. I know it's not super meta, but it would be exciting. I'm really wondering how he's going to be able to match up against Hassan. Yes, you said the Harith. It is definitely a fallback, but that is a lot of magic damage for GG.
For me, that Kaja ban is sticking out to me. I think we're looking at a Minotaur pickup here for Shark. The setting up potential that provides the CC that we've already gone over here. CC wins game, wins objectives, wins towers, and we will see what the next pick kind of comes up here.
Yeah, and kind of dabbling on the
Oh.
marksman's being picked up. There goes the Minotaur.
Yeah, right.
Gonna go ahead and limit that off the
Support.
table. Carry, still a late game marksman, could profit, especially with Mobazane running on the Fredrin, up against the Edith as well. Can definitely shine, but does lack the mobility and something to watch out for. Now, I'm liking the way this goes. Let's talk about the neutral objectives. How do we see this playing out on the Turtles, right? You know GG is one of those teams that likes to close it out nice and early with that 10-minute finish, but BTK has proven to be able to do the same thing.
Well, I do feel like in previous matches, GG has kind of owned the laning phase a little bit, and sometimes BTK won't even contest first turtle. And the way best player plays so well against the Fred run, once he hits that level 4 for first turtle, it may be tough for BTK. And with the Natan pickup, it makes me think maybe their goal is late game. They get the Lilia, they have good ground coverage here, they have good protection if they're not able to secure first Lord now, and I think it could definitely be a, we just need to last it out here.
Yeah, on the side of BTK, they do pick up that Lilia. So what I'm looking at BTK is we're looking at 3 players with magic damage. I'm assuming that this last EXP lane probably maybe some burst type of XP, burst type of physical damage, possibly the Paquito, who has not been banned out. You can have those people who can close the distance, the Yuzong, possibly the Lapu Lapu, but we're gonna see what the answer is for these last 2 picks for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, and speaking of which, they need a marksman, right? Are they gonna go in for that Brody? Are they gonna go in for that carry? You already seen the Ixie off the table.
Ooh.
Martis slotted
up?
in, and only one way he's gonna go. There goes the Irithel as well to finalize the draft for GG.
Ooh, that's a nice little dupe there. That means best player is possibly not going to be on this Gwen. You're going to have Martis in the jungle and a tank or a roam Gwen out there.
Definitely, I mean, I definitely believe it's Roam Gwyn, maybe EXP Gwyn, Roam Arlot, but I highly doubt that's gonna happen. But yeah, definitely a good dupe. An interesting dupe. I'm wondering if it was the right choice. They do need something a little bit bulkier. The Lilia can bully in early game, can invade, can exert a lot of pressure in the mid, especially paired up with an Edith. So I think maybe that was the idea. Okay, we don't want our Guinevere to get bullied too hard. Let's swap it around here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how Milo responds. There goes the Yuzong. We saw this in the upper brackets. Yuzong was slotted on both sides. Didn't really profit as much. A lot of early initiation costing some early deaths for both Milo and Fried Chicken, but back on the board again isn't the answer.
We were talking about it before. Gaming Gladiators right now, looking at the draft, BTK is going to have a heck of an early game that they are going to need to withstand. Barring that, if they can reach into that mid, if they can reach into that late game, they could be successful. It's going to be the win conditions for both of these teams.
Both teams definitely bringing an interesting approach to this. BTK, you mentioned early game. With the Lilia and the Edith, yes. They also have their late game coverage. I think they just have a steady route overall, but you gotta remember that Louis pick on the side of GG because it just adds this depth that GG can catch them off guard at any moment.
But we also gotta remember Mobazane with the Fredrin, live in effect, both.
That's
of
all
the
he ever
legendary
was.
faces for North America. Comfortable, ready to jump into the land of dawn for game number 1 of the NACT Spring Season Championship.
Is this really happening here? Game 1 starting between these 2 titans.
Yeah, that's right. Both of them ready to fight it out. It looks like best player is going to be running Martis in the jungle, which you can assume this is going to be that Guinevere in that roam position.
All right, so let's lay it down. Look at actually best player already making his way up to the top side here. Maybe or Shark making his way up to the top side. I forgot there was the dupe, there was the switch, and he is going to keep that pressure down. And BTK has to make a choice. Do we defend? Do we get him away from us, or do we just let him do this?
Yeah, and this is just what Shark has been like, just a constant pain to Mobazane, letting him know he's there. Nothing he can do. He's making sure that GG has vision at all times on the BTK jungler.
Yeah, and then when you're looking at Irithel, right, having the Purify, having the Quantum Charge, very mobile, especially on the dive composition. You have Milo with that Yuzong who's going to try and get to the back line on the neutral objectives, and a great plan from Zia to try and stop him. I mean, Zia, we saw him get the Savage. You heard it in the intro.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen Savages from Zia. We've seen. Has anyone on BTK side gotten a Savage?
Mobazane, the
Mobazane
Alpha.
actually on the Alpha got the Savage. So we've seen amazing things from both teams here. And I mean, it's 0-0. Nobody pushing their boundaries too far. But it does look like BTK with Cold World and Milo kind of hovering in this bush. They want to maybe contest this turtle.
Yeah, they definitely want to contest the turtle. Zane, comfortable on this Fredrin, definitely going to be something they can use to their advantage. But keep in mind, there's a Martis, best player. He's going to look for the early kills. He's going to try and pave the bridge for the side of GG to take this with a fancy finish. But I would say both sides are comfortable. You've got Hoon on his comfort pick. He's running on this Lu Yi. Has some great crowd control. One of the win cons that we stated in the beginning of this series. And there it goes. First turtle on the board. Zane, ready to start at that objective.
Oh, they're already going to go ahead and head off a little here. They knew that they were hiding in the bush, knew that they were waiting. Turtle just a little bit late, down at half health. Mobizane's already started on it. Fly Chicken comes out. Black Dragon is out trying to make mincemeat. And Mobizane captures the red tree, and Fly Chicken in trouble, trying to make his escape. Gonna get taken out. Mark Hudi finds himself a kill.
One objective for the side of BTK. Mobizane with the steal.
Here already, starting off in the beginning, the insanity with a smooth slide back in to grab that turtle.
And this is why a lot of people have talked about that Fredrin on Mobizane. GG was looking to make a point here that even on the strongest hero, but a little bit of an engagement down here. And Violet Requiem comes in. Hoon finds a kill onto Cold World.
And now they respond. It's 1-1. We're 3 minutes in.
That's right, 3 minutes in. Both sides having a kill. Basic, need to get out of there.
Looking for the decimation, and best player finds his mark.
And now it's on. I said it started slow, but they're already picking things up. And look at Shark. Looking for something. Mark Hudi should be able to get away from this.
Oh, man, they're tackling it out there. Mark Hudi does find an escape, secured with Cold World.
That's right. I mean, look at the gold so far. You're looking at Zia a little bit ahead over Basic, right? Basic playing on this Natan, gonna wait for the late game. I would say Irithel can definitely do decent in the late game as well. Both sides are gonna need to take these neutral objectives or find some trade-offs to start this advantage, as you are gonna see the gold plating, though, on the bot side, already stripped down for BTK.
Yeah, it seems like overall in the gold lane, Natan's been having a little bit of trouble almost. Like, he has been losing out. We have seen some pressure down there a bit more, but it kind of worries me because Zia on this Aerithal needs some time to go, and he's already getting there.
Yeah, and speaking of getting there, I mean, we talked about best player running on the Martis, right? His goal is to take advantage of the early game, get the kills with the decimation, take the neutral objectives, but Mobizane with the first turtle. That's a huge step for BTK.
Yeah, and right now Mobizane's gonna come in onto Shark. He does find another pop-up. Shark's gonna go ahead, bounce himself back. You see Hoon putting on the damage, a little bit of security for Shark. None the wiser, nobody comes away with a kill.
So still nothing too major. 500 goal lead for GG, that's nothing, forget about it. BTK though, we can start to see the pressure coming towards them, and they gotta find a way to respond.
Yeah, and speaking of responding, you're gonna see the battle over the second turtle for this game. The first one going to Mobizane with a quick steal, but can he do it again? You're looking at GG in position for the denial.
Yeah, and we do have a nice little diversion from the side. Hoon comes in, is he gonna be able to find the mark onto Mobizane? Fly Chicken, best player, takes this turtle, finds a kill onto Mobizane. The rest of BTK in retreat. Cold World is able to answer back with 2 kills of his own. Basic, not long for this world as Shark finds his kill, and Mielo looking for a retreat to a Violet Requiem and is down.
All right, so we get some trades there. Ends up being 5-3. I want to see it again. Take us through this replay.
That's right, best player. Able to get some kills on that Martis. Picked up 1. Cold World got the double, but best player able to take down Mobizane. Trying to get that neutral objective. Worked in their favor, but then the response back, both sides catching some bodies. 3-3 right there, and then not able to get away. Basic falling to Shark. Both of these teams, like you said, the 50-50 maybe back in effect.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Basic there stayed a little too far back, a little nervous. Maybe it's because he doesn't feel comfortable with the kit yet, but it just feels like he's having, he didn't know. He kind of questioned himself. He tried to get that last hit in, couldn't, and then was just too late, too sorry.
Yeah, GG able to take the first turret, now gonna go in for the second.
Oh, Mielo should have just let this go. Now he has a final slash and a Violet Requiem. Zia finding the killing blow. Mobizane coming in, trying to make them pay for it. Fly Chicken getting popped up, and an Appraiser's Wrath, followed by Mark Hudi for the kill.
So some good defense from BTK to hold off that tier 2 turret, but look at the mid lane, look at best player.
Yeah, and best player is going to be able to get this tower. They are putting the pressure on. Up at the top, we have a diversion. Basic gets caught.
Ooh, caught in a mousetrap.
Basic. He gets caught off. That's 2 deaths for him. Zia eating good right now, 2-0-4.
Ooh, another pop-up Shark looking for an escape, and he flickers away, and BTK leave with empty pockets.
The Flicker Spatial Migration Shark, showcasing why he's one of the top roamers in North America. But let's just talk about the diversion from Hoon and how pivotal it could be in this match if BTK is not careful.
Most definitely. I mean, There's a lot we could see from Hoon, and he's already showing some of the huge plays that he can make. Wait.
Oh yeah, Final Slash comes out. Cold World, little bit of shield on there. Fly Chicken dove too deep. Out comes a Black Dragon. Appraiser's Wrath goes wide, and they're forced to retreat. Mielo very low, gets away with a hair of health.
I thought we were going to keep it chill in game one. We talked about this, guys, but it's already getting hype here.
It's the Vegas buff.
It's the Vegas buff.
It's the Vegas buff. It's the Mother's Day buff.
It's the Mother's Day
there
buff.
There you go. But GG, able to hold off BTK from taking that neutral objective. So far, that's 2 turtles in their hands compared to the one that Mobazane got in the beginning. Now slowly climbing ahead in this game, up 2,700 gold.
Yeah, right now, Gaming Gladiators, that diversion is just helping Gaming Gladiators to find these crazy angles when it comes to objectives, when it comes to finding those players that we talked about. Shark comes in, special migration onto Cold World, and they're able to get away.
Yeah, they're hungry for the objectives. Gonna go ahead and take the bottom turret. The tier 2 will fall, which is gonna give map advantage over to Gaming Gladiators and the neutral objectives as well. BTK now forced on the defense, needs to kind of think through their next few plays before they find themselves in a hole that they can't climb out of, but they definitely are resilient. They're one of the teams who we saw go all the way to a best of 7 and were able to take it through there. But right now, GG in the lead.
I mean, we do have to remember, we called it in the draft. BTK brought some early game comp, but they did bring some late game security. The Lilia continues to scale. She's strong and early, she's good and late, and then you have the Natan as well, so there are possibilities.
Yeah, speaking of possibilities, let's just give credit to best player so far. He took the tier 1 turret in the mid, then he goes to the top side and takes a tier 2 as well on the jungle. He's just knocking them out. BTK needing to kind of match up on these lanes they're falling short on, but keep in mind they have basic. He's running on this Natan, so technically in the late game he will profit if GG can't close this out.
How do you rotate against the diversion of Hoon on this Lu Yi? You have the massive group of Gaming Gladiators at mid. You're worried about best player up at top, and then just like that, they're teleported down to the bottom lane to help clear.
Yeah, look at Zia so far, right? 2-0-4 compared to Basic, who's 0-3-2 on the Natam. It's going to be a little bit later in the game when he's going to come online, and this is where you're going to start to see GG profit. Diversion play, though, trying to catch BTK off guard.
They were so close. Mielo smelled something foul in the air, found himself an escape.
They are hunting the Gladiators, always on the chase, but here comes another concealed play from the side of BTK.
Yeah, big flicker with a pop-up. Black Dragon is out. He's hunting, he's searching, he's looking for a meal. Unfortunately, not able to find it.
Yeah, a little bit of wasted utility right there. Milo gonna use the Black Dragon, the concealed play from BTK 2. Major utilities off the table for this neutral objective. You're looking at GG already ready to take it if they're not careful.
Oh, diversion coming up. Cold World has eyes on it, looking for the pop-up. Fly Chicken comes up. Mobazane in trouble. Popped up. Violent Requiem. Best player finds a decimation. The rest of BTK needs to get out of there. Oh, we do have the black shoes from Mark Cutie. Cold World very low. Hoon with the damage. Not enough.
So much damage from BTK, but not enough to take a single player down. Shark's been overextending, but every time gets away. So can you even call it an overextension?
Yeah, I mean, and taking down Mobazane denies them the retribution, which pretty much guarantees a free objective again. To Gaming Gladiators, there goes the diversion play. They're just ready to take the fight to BTK.
I got a feeling Lu Yi might be banned after this game. Again, though, you asked it probably, like, how do you even deal with that? And I don't think you do in the early game. I don't think you do in the mid game. You wait till they come to your tower. You wait till you can get them all in one spot and you see them, and then you try to fight it out.
You know, I got a way to deal with it, right? Don't ban the Ling. Ban the Lu Yi.
Yeah, we can see now they're pushing their way through. Ooh, Mobazane gets caught. You can see Fly Chicken closing the distance. Final Slash out there. Appraiser's Wrath. Violent Requiem bursting Mobazane down. Best player finds the kill. Black Dragon unable to help. Mark Cutie with the black shoes in the back. And best player on the back. Zia finds a kill. Hoon gets taken out by Mark Cutie. That is a 10-5 lead for Gaming Gladiators.
GG just splitting them up so well right now. Best player 4-1 on a Martis, not what you want to see at 11 minutes in, and he can just manhandle 2 people in the back while the rest of his team handles the rest.
That's right. You're looking at BTK now forced back into the base with the Lord quickly getting bursted down, but they're stripped down to their inhibitors now. Need to kind of rethink the situation. They need to play for the late game. They need basic to step up to the table and get those core items to really have an effect up against GG, but you named it. Best player on the Martis, getting the decimations, frontlining all of the damage, and still able to get out of there alive. And beside him, you have Zia, 3-0-6, just dominating so far in today's game.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing such a good job making sure that these kills get onto best player. These kills get on to Zia as well. So now, as these clashes come in, not only are they ahead, but the gold is in the right hands for Gaming Gladiators.
And now BTK has to look for the defense. GG, like we said earlier, has to close this out. I think they still could push it a bit farther, maybe still keep the lead pretty late into this game.
Ooh, we did waste the final slash out there. Colwell comes in, looking for an opportunity. Violent Requiem onto 2 members of BTK. Looking for an angle right now. They're going to have to escape. Yellow finds a kill onto Hoon, but Zia pays it back in the face of Colwell. And Mielo into the deep of the back line. Too far for help from his players as Mobazane finds a kill onto Zia, and that is 2 apiece.
Yeah, we talked about it WinCons, right? Primitive urges. And that's what you saw right there. They threw a hook out for BTK, and they grabbed it. A little bit of a punish for Gaming Gladiators to push them back on the back end. Even Milo overextending with the Black Dragon with Yuzong. Not really anybody there to help him out. And again, BTK forced back into the base up against GG, who's looking for that early finish. And this is typical Gaming Gladiators. This is what we've seen all season compared to the other teams they fought against.
Yeah, BTK keeps on looking for the play. They keep on using that conceal play, and they keep on missing a little bit. Mobazane might be in some trouble. Should
Yeah,
be
he's
able to
against
get out of
2
here.
players right now. Fly Chicken has eyes on him. Shark pointing it out as well, but hiding in the bush. I want to say good read by GG not to chase.
You know, it's funny. Even when they're behind, they play like they're ahead. That's what we're seeing right now. But it's 12-7 on the board, 2,500 gold for Gaming Gladiators. 5 kills now for Zia. Basic yet to find his first.
BTK just bringing the chaos, as I was saying. Like, they jump into these team fights, and even when it feels like they are losing, they are going to run it until the end. They are going to just butt heads with GG as much as they can.
Yeah, diversion is out. They have a back line to BTK. They know that they're on the lord. They're looking for the bait, and they decide against the conceal play.
Man, they're running some military drills with the conceal play, and now the battle is away.
Oh, Shark finds 2 with the Violent Requiem. Down goes Basic. Fly Chicken finds a kill onto Mark Cutie. Mobazane is down. Yellow as well. 1 player alone. Coworld to tell the story. Diversion is out. They're looking to chase. And Coworld, I mean, he's pretty tanky, and Shark's coming at him with just an immortality.
Yeah, they're not trying to let him recall back a high IQ play from the side of GG. Not gonna let Coworld go back to defend the base crystal.
This is a first game going to Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, GG just came in strong. There was some moments where BTK felt like they could hold a fight out, but in the end, Hoon with that diversion was just too much to handle.
Yeah, just catching them off guard, right? Like I said, military drills trying to catch BTK lacking, and they did it. But you are gonna have to see how do they respond from here. They banned the Ling, let the Liu walk. We know Hoon profits on that hero. Is this something they're going to take off the board for game number 2?
Yeah, 2 things stick out to me. Is that 1, is they gave Mobazane Fredrin, which he is very comfortable on, almost to make a point that even with your best haircut, your best Fredrin, we can still take you down. Number 2, that Liu Yi, even from the very first objective, able to find himself an angle all the way in the back of the fight to turn the tides very early, showing that right as soon as he gets level 4, he's going to be having that diversion. He's going to be able to close the distance on the map, and nowhere is safe.
Not only that, but I was wondering how that Martis was going to work out, and Best Player played it well. It's a hero that sometimes is just not worth the risk, and Best Player just manned it to a T.
That's right, Gaming Gladiators team stats 16, 7, and 44. Rating for the team almost at double digits, 9.10. But overall, it was a great game. We saw BTK kind of prop up the first turtle, but then Gaming Gladiators started to creep up there. We got to see Zia really come online in that game. He didn't really get to see Basic get that Natan off like he was looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, a great game play. You can see versus the team stats here, 16 kills, 16 deaths on a BTK side, just right from the get-go. We were talking about that early game that GG had. Was BTK going to be able to withstand that? Never able to just catch their stride.
Most definitely. I mean, it's going to be a tough road if that's how things are going to continue going for BTK. There's definitely some things to approach here. I don't think the draft was actually that bad. I felt like first draft, it felt like a good match. There was just some things that were lacking, and one of them for me was basic. In that gold lane, he wasn't able to come online, and it just became a problem.
Yeah, another thing to kind of point out, a lot of overextending from the side of BTK. We saw Milo try and rush him with Black Dragon. Again, we haven't really seen them profit on the Yuzong, and maybe you're going to have to look forward to that in game number 2, switching that up. But nonetheless, the new addition, Mark Cutie, 3-1 and 4. I guess he had a little bit of a better performance than the other members of BTK, but it just wasn't enough to take down GG.
I mean, if the question was, is Mark Cutie going to be able to have an effect in the mid lane? He's proving now that he's a great member of it. 3-1-4, not bad, especially for the game that BTK just had. Take a look at these stats here. Rich Guy going to Zia. The carry, Hoon with 67,000. Sandbag, I mean, of course, the Fredrin, Mobazane just does it so well when it comes to tanking, being that front line for his team. Unfortunately, not able to get the win, but Shark, of course, the assists, 12 for him on that Guinevere.
I mean, if there's any player that probably, if we had a number on most assists ever in NACT, it is probably Shark. He's been here so long, and he has proved himself time and time again.
Yeah, you've seen the spatial migration flicker play, right? And when they were trying to take him down, he was out of there. A magician. But you are going to see the damage dealt on the board. Hoon on his comfort pick on the Lu Yi, 67,000.
Yeah, and he wasn't even really getting that many kills. He was just being that suppressive fire, that suppressive CC during these engagements, that it was just taking all of BTK to try to get him down.
Now, we've covered all the stats, but there's some important things we got to look at. Let's take a look at these replays.
That's right. Battling over the neutral objectives. This is the second turtle play. You saw GG lose the first one, Mobazane with the fancy steal, but then this is where GG started to come alive and take advantage of this game. He thought BTK had the early pressure, but then it slipped through their fingers right here at this moment. Milo trying to pick up the falling pieces, but the crowd control, we talked about it in the win cons. Too much to handle. BTK needing to find some answers.
Yeah, and as we progressed into it, you saw like they're just able to zone out. Mobazane getting picked off here as well. And I mean, just look at it's the full animosity of the entire team, able to isolate him down, and not much that Bloodthirsty Kings could do in reply.
Yeah, I kind of said it right. You saw Gaming Gladiators throw out a hook, and often BTK would kind of go in for it a little prematurely, and I think they got to be a little bit more cool, calm, and collective. Right here, right? This is the hook we're talking about. They threw it out. BTK bit it, but not what they expected. A trap set by Gaming Gladiators, a counterplay to keep this game in their favor.
I mean, sometimes in that game, it felt like BTK was even biting invisible hooks. Like, GG didn't even have to really try. BTK just kept on forcing that square peg into that round hole and hitting the same wall.
Yeah, I mean, and they were able to answer back there, but here, I mean, it just shows how focused GG is. As soon as they were able to get 4 members down, you had Shark going to fend off Cold World while the rest of the team pushed towards the mid in a very smooth first victory for GG.
Yeah, look at it. Look at both of them ready to kind of take it into game number 2. I mean, this is 1 match advantage for Gaming Gladiators, and that's huge in a best of 7. But keep in mind, the last time we saw these 2 teams fight it out, it was the 50-50. It was back and forth, so you can't count BTK out yet.
All right, so as we wait on the next draft, it's time to break down another one of our favorite players here. And this time, we're going to be talking about Shark.
Man, when you talk about awards, when you talk about pride of North America, you can't say that without Shark. Every single winning team that has gone to the world, that has gone to the international stage, has had one thing in common. What is that? It's Shark. His favorite player, Assassin Dave there, and then him on the picking up the roam here. And Hobby, more games.
And his favorite character, Fanny. And I don't know if you guys remember, Shark has actually pulled out a vicious roam Fanny in the past, the Petrify Fanny. I mean, it's just something, for a roam player, he's actually got some great mechanics on it.
Yeah, the man can do it all. Shark, very silent, but deadly. Definitely gonna have to watch out for him. A Shark in the water, he's always harassing Mobazane in the jungle, providing that vision for Gaming Gladiators and creating those opportunities for them to take the objectives.
All right, so we talked about GG's roam. Let's take a walk over to the BTK side. It's Cold World.
That's right, Cold World. You've seen him on Avalon, you've seen him on The Simpsons, and now on BTK, his favorite player as well, his favorite hero, the Fannies. This is just like a new trending thing for roamers in North America. His favorite hobby, basketball. We're definitely gonna have to get it in on the court, Cold World. I'm looking out for you over there, but nonetheless, a great roamer.
The one thing that really kind of surprised me is how quickly Coleworld, I mean, he's been on The Simpsons as a marksman. He dabbled with the mid position. He's played a lot of roles. I think he was even a jungler for The Simpsons at one time. And all of these kind of came together to form this Rome that has actually been able to compete here at the top of North America, which is amazing to me how quickly he's picked everything up.
I mean, he's definitely, I feel like, just a underrated player overall. He has been in every NACT, making it to the end, just on the wrong side. Has been here, done that, has worked hard. Is Coleworld finally going to be able to touch that trophy?
That's a good question because in the fall season, he was with Avalon. They took down BTK, and here he is on BTK in a chance to be the grand champion for this NACT.
All right, so let's jump into it, guys. The draft is ready once again. This is going to be game number 2, draft number 2, BTK on first pick.
And oh, how the tables are familiar. We're going to start it off with the Barats and the Angela and a Ling band, BTK.
Yeah, but no Lu Yi band yet. But keep in mind, BTK does have first pick, something they can slot in. Maybe Marcuti goes in for that nice and early to deny Hoon on that comfort pick, which we all agree was one of the main reasons they were able to pull off that fast finish.
What am I missing here? What Twilight Zone have I fallen into? What patch just came out, guys? What is going on with this Ling pick?
There has to be some type of nightmare, some type of dream, something emerged from the smoke that spoke to BTK that they need to ban this Ling. I mean, we do know best player is very gifted, very mechanical with these assassins, but the meta hasn't supported it in a while.
Yeah, but now you got to make a decision. Do you go in for the Fredrin? Do you go in for the Lu Yi for BTK? What does GG ban here? Because I say they let both of them open. That way they can get the Lu Yi if Mobazane picks the Fredrin, or they get the Fredrin if they decide to take the Lu Yi.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see exactly what happens. I like it. BTK, definitely Marcuti's going to be able to play the Lu Yi. I'm just wondering, does GG... They go for the Claude instead, and that's what I'm wondering. Leave it open, right? Like, instead of banning something out, and that's what I thought BTK was doing last time, but it feels like now the Ling may be a prio ban for them. So, which one do they choose?
Yeah, well, Cole are going to make the hardest decision of his life right now.
Yeah, they are going to go ahead. They're going to get a lot of that CC. They don't even pick up the Fredrin. So, and then maybe kind of baiting GG into like that Fredrin pick, that Lu Yi pickup as well. That's going to be very interesting here because the one thing that it changes here is we're not going to have that surprise Gwen. We're not going to be as flexible because now BTK have to be on to that scent.
Yeah, but now you get the Lu Yi and the Fredrin combination for the side of Gaming Gladiators, and BTK had the Edith in the last game. Watch, there's Lu Yi. All right, go ahead. Don't bait us, best player.
Don't you do it, best player.
Go ahead and do it. We know you're ready.
2 for 2 for Wheezy, 2 Fredrin.
2 for 2?
The 2 for 2?
I feel like best player is going to troll us now.
We are in Vegas. We got some odds for us here.
I mean, we'll see exactly what happens, and I think it's definitely a solid pick, and I'm just wondering, what is BTK's plan here? They go for the Harith instead, so 1-0. It's okay. BTK should get their Fredrin now. We'll see what happens after that.
Man, I mean, Harith, this is what I was talking about during the first draft. Harith provides such oppressive ability in that marksman lane. God forbid you let him get farmed up, and he is just going to be a menace for the entire team. The amount of damage that he's able to dish out. In answer to that, BTK going to pick up the Valentina for Marcuti.
Yeah, we got to see Zia profit last game. He was able to dominate over basic in the gold lane, and now going to run this Harith basic, definitely having some options to respond. But something interesting that I'm seeing so far in this draft for game number 2 is Marcuti picking up the Valentina, which means he is going to have the diversion to take away from Hoon, and there it goes.
Yeah, I mean, this is very interesting. I want to say, like, Gaming Gladiators we've talked before about Gaming Gladiators, and they maybe need to kind of hone in on those picks of Mobazane. Here, kind of putting out a new card for us, saying, you know what, we actually will let you have it, and we'll beat you with it anyway.
Yeah, so they still need a jungler, but they've shown that they're very flexible. They can plug something in, switch it out later. Right now, GG feeling a lot of confidence. Arlott not out there, so the question is like, do we lock any XP right now, or do we get that jungle?
You can go for the Guinevere. Yep, there it goes. Guinevere picked up from the side of GG. A little bit of a repeat of what we've seen in game number 1. But the thing that kind of stands out, the only difference in this draft from game number 1 is the Harith pick from Zia.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Guinevere pick here. I mean, like I was saying before, like it's no longer a surprise, but it's still a flex. It's something that you can put in multiple positions, something that BTK are going to have to plan for. It could go on to Shark. It could go on to Best Player. It could go on the Fly Chicken if he wanted to.
I mean, yeah, I'm thinking that's where GG's kind of beating them out right now, is that one pick just completely messes with the way that BTK has to approach the second phase, right? I'm also wondering, in the future, depending on how this game goes, is the Edith maybe something that shouldn't be so proud? Do we need some group CC? Do we need something that can really slow GG down? Because with that Guinevere, they're just able to pounce, attack, and you pair it up with the Lu Yi, and you have so much movement, you have so much aggression.
That's right. I mean, is this going to be a Guinevere yet again in the roam position? Are we going to go ahead and see Best Player going for something else entirely? Because the board is open for him so far. You are going to see that Groth taken out alongside the Kaja, so a couple of the roams have been limited for the side of BTK. Now we are going to be looking at that Valentina, which can take a lot of ultimates, especially the diversion on Hoon. That was one of the main reasons why GG was able to take game number 1, but now they're going to have to be careful on the placement from Arcuti.
Most definitely. So it's one more ban for the side of BTK. I think they just continue to hammer into Fried Chicken here, try to slow him down as much as possible.
I mean, Kaja's been taken off the board now, so I mean, that does open it up to potentially have Gwen in the jungle. Maybe Shark picks up one of those setting potential, like a Minotaur, a Tigreal, something. With Kaja off the board, you have that setting potential, and Shark has been amazing. When it's not just harassing Mobazane or giving them vision, Shark is able to find these openings, find these angles during those objectives.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what base he's going to pick up for this gold lane. He could go in, maybe the Brody, the Natan. Didn't work out. He needs something with survivability, though, because that's a dive composition, right? You have the Lu Yi, you have the Guinevere, both of them able to catch you off guard. He needs something that can keep him alive in the gold lane.
Yeah, something that's not so late game reliant either, because the way that GG plays, especially with the Lu Yi, is they're going to be aggressive in the early game. They're going to be aggressive in the mid game, and that means Basic is going to have trouble laning.
Yeah, the one interesting thing, we do have a CC out here, so I want to say right now we have a little limited setting potential, a little limited initiation on the side of Gaming Gladiator, so we're going to see what that last pick up might be to kind of add that in. Still waiting for BTK to kind of bring it up here, looking for a marksman, looking for potentially a roam as well.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to limit the XP potential from Gaming Gladiators. They went in for the Thomas and the Terizla, but the CC is open, and now Chip now in the building for the side of BTK, and there's the Roger we've been talking about.
All right, so you pick Lu Yi, we're going to get the chip, and we haven't really gotten to see the chip in NACT that much just yet, at least not successfully. BTK really throwing a wild card in here.
I mean, a chip, and especially in a 5-man setting, the familiar Martis getting picked up there for that last pickup for Best Player. But Chip, the one thing that I have seen when it comes to like these group plays is, especially in the mid to late game, especially in the early, if he catches you, you're basically caught by the entire team. You throw down those portals, the entire team comes out, destroys you, gets back in their lane like nothing happened. And this is going to be something that can help max them against the diversion of Hoon on the Lu Yi.
I hope the cameraman can keep up with all this mobility on the board. There's a lot of teleports with the Valentina, with the Lu Yi, but then the Chip to even rotate more around the map for BTK. Something Gaming Gladiator is going to have to watch out for. But keep in mind, GG able to take game number 1, 14-minute finish. Bit on the hook, BTK trapped inside of GG's trap for game number 1, but this is their chance to turn this around and even out the series.
All right, so let's jump into it right now. GG leading this best of 7 by 1. BTK looking for the comeback to even things out.
Yeah, and this is where it matters. You're down 1 game. Can you bring it up to a tie? Can you break that momentum?
Yeah, breaking the momentum is key to the world. They will show a little bit of that slogan for the NACT spring season. But Mobazane, yet again, game number 2, similar to game number 1, ran that Fredrin, has a lot of crowd control he's going to have to watch out for. Best player, again on the Martis, needing to find a way to pave the early game.
Oh, Shark actually may be caught here in the early game. Takes a stun, able to flicker himself to say, I have to stop guessing Shark here if he's going to get caught.
I think there's, with picking up the chip, right? Cold World gets onto that, and we have the Edith down in the EXP lane, and I'm wondering how that's going to favor BTK We know if Fried Chicken gets the advantage, it could be trouble. One thing about the Edith is it can close the distance a bit and maybe stop that kiting, but it's definitely kind of a mechanical matchup and could be troublesome if Milos falls behind.
Well, I feel like both sides are going to pressure the side lanes, especially with having the Valentina for the diversion, having the Lu Yi on the side of Gaming Gladiators. You're going to have to expect the unexpected for today's games. A couple of those emblems on the board. Look at the Quantum Charges. 3 Quantum Charges for BTK so far. We talked about the mobility, not only with the ultimates, but also with the battle spells and emblems.
You know, speaking of offlanes too, it's crazy that they picked the Roger into the Harith, right? And it's like, he must feel confident on, but we already said Basic needs a good matchup. Is this going to be a good matchup for him?
I mean, and that's kind of the thing. In the super early game, Roger can put a lot of pressure, but you need to send somebody there because eventually that Herrick is going to come up. He's going to be able to bully his way back. He's going to be a menace when it comes to these team fights, and this is just one of those win conditions that we were able to talk about earlier.
Yeah, game number 1. Oh, wait a second. The play on the bot side, Chicken making the most out of the mobility from CC, able to get out of there, but Mobazane now going to pull the aggro of this turtle. Game number 1. They were able to claim the first one, but after that, they lost all the objectives. Is this going to be the turnaround?
Yeah, best player does get his purple buff. This turtle might be going over. Mobazane able to secure it before the Gaming Gladiators come in. They do force back Gaming Gladiators. Best player gets caught and taunted. Mark Cutie finds and secures a kill.
A good play from BTK, able to claim the first objective. Mobazane getting off that turtle. Mark Cutie picking up his kill with the Valentina.
All right, so they get a turtle, they get a kill, they get a very good start right now. And just with that first gank down in the EXP lane, I was a little worried because it looked reminiscent of last time, trying to grab the bait and not being able to get it. But now BTK starting off well.
I mean, this is one of the successful points. Oh, we do have a diversion coming in. Mark Cutie able to see it, so they don't go in with it. But one of the pressure points we were talking about, oh, we do have the Zaman Force laid down. Immune onto Zia, putting on a damage. Best player there, finds the decimation. Basic is down. Cold World running for the hill, gets caught on the flank by Shark. Requiem is out there. The Hoon laying down the damage, but not able to secure kill number 2.
Basic walks right into the Zaman's Force and catches a face full of decimation. And then the Violent Requiem just to stop Cold World in his tracks. Gaming Gladiators never lets up.
I would say a little bit of bait from Zia as well. He popped that Purify to be able to get out of there. He kind of expected that, and his team was there to help him get that kill. And now you're looking at it 1-1 on the scoreboard. Both sides still having an even advantage.
Oh man, great read by Fried Chicken here. Just to not even to dodge, but just get just far enough out of reach.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job at it. And, you can tell it's like, I'm trying, but you can just never catch him.
Yeah, you're definitely going to have to expect the unexpected. Like you said, the mobility is key. The Purifies from both sides to be able to get out of the crowd controls. Both of these drafts can definitely take the advantage for these objectives, but it's going to be boiling down to execution. 10 seconds until the next turtle spawns in. So far, BTK able to claim the first one. Diversion play, though, into mid lane.
Basic gets caught with the flicker again. Popped up. Damage is out. Hoon finds a kill there. Zia running away. BTK on the chase. And there goes the damage. Coworld able to pick up that kill there. Hoon getting to the safety of his tower.
Okay, it's still a bloodbath just like last game, but this time BTK getting the better of it, but the gold's still so close.
Yeah, the rotation to the top side. The Zaman Force dropping down the defense from BTK. Hoon, though, able to take down Basic. Koro gets a response back, though. 3-2 on the scoreboard. And look at Mobazane on that Fredrin, not afraid to try and deny some of the farm from Gaming Gladiators. One of the things he kind of profits on as the jungler for BTK. You are going to see Windtalker picked up over there from Basic as well, getting ready to have those enhanced Basic attacks on this Roger. Roger, who we've seen one of the few heroes to get a Savage this NCT spring season.
Most definitely. Now we got to take a look, right? We got to see, again, the gold lead. It's unlike last time where GG, they were getting some extra kills. They were steadily climbing ahead. BTK not really able to push completely forward just yet.
A little bit of a hello there from best player and Mobazane. No kills. I mean, we're a little, I don't want to say slowed down. They're kind of baiting out, looking for an opportunity. See, Shark comes in here, Cold World, he knows.
Yeah, it's neck and neck right now, but something definitely standing out is Zia ahead in the gold lane up against Basic right now, up by a Need to be careful, but look at the top side. A little uncontested. Basic knowing he can't step there to defend, and this is going to be GG, claiming the first turret of the game.
Ooh, from the flank, Coldwell looking for an opportunity here, looking for an angle. Dominant force laid out. Coldwell taking a heap of damage. Here comes the rest of BTK, looking to pay them back. Hoon in trouble, gets taken out by Mielo, and they are unable to return the favor.
All right, they show up, they pull up, they skirt out, they find a kill. They may lose that bottom tower, though. Could be a problem. They're looking for another one. Deleted.
Ooh, able to profit right there. And now, may be able to take this turret. Just needs to proxy those minions. Zia, gonna have to go back. Zane, not gonna check the bush. He's just worried about the objectives. Cool, calm, and collected. BTK, evening out the playing field.
Yeah, I mean, it was an even game right now. We're gonna start. Oh, actually, best player able to kind of force down these minions, so you're not going to be able to get a tower just yet.
Yeah, and we got to see that with best player. Even in game number 1, he was rotating around and taking a lot of the turrets off the board. Another diversion play, though, something that Gaming Gladiators likes to focus on to catch BTK off guard, but not able to find a member.
And even if it's not to catch him off guard, what it does there is it gives them a quick position over this turtle when all.
Oh, the Purify is out. Shark is in chase. He finds the mark. Marcuti down. Novazane able to repay the favor to Shark. Now immune out. Fly Chicken trying to get away. CC just so slippery.
And now BTK gonna take control of the turtle pit. A turnaround against Gaming Gladiators. Marcuti falling short right there, but BTK still working in their favor. A turret does drop as well.
So with gold being so even right now, we're gonna start creeping into the mid game. How do late games match up? How does this really match up? No one's got a huge lead, Wheezy.
Yeah, and that's where it's gonna kind of boil down to the execution from both sides. Who can get that diversion off first?
Ooh, they come in now. Basic does find a kill on the Fly Chicken, but he's getting chased by 4 members of the Gaming Gladiators. He is going to be able to find him escape. And Gaming Gladiators, man, right now this game 7-3, falling a little behind.
Basic finally showing up, putting a kill on the map. He's had a troublesome game and a half. Maybe he can finally start pulling something together here.
Yeah, BTK now trying to put some pressure in the mid lane. Both sides still holding on to their mid turret so far. 1 turtle for BTK, 2 turtles for Gaming Gladiators, 2 turrets for them as well, which means they still have the slightest advantage, but they're down in kills.
Yeah, I mean, but right now when it comes to kind of the macro on the board, you've got 2 towers down on BTK's side. So Gaming Gladiators still comfortable. They're not worried about the kills. They're just worried about the pressure on the map. And this, as you were talking about, that late game, what kind of answers do they have in that late game? Because unlike the first game, they don't have a lot of pressure in the early statures here.
And this is something we see in this matchup all the time between BTK and GG. Even if BTK has that kill lead, they seem to not be able to keep up in overall gold. GG still hunting, looking for something.
And just like that, Fly Chicken gets caught by BTK, but he's going to be able to get away. Basic looking for an opportunity, looking for the angle, finds the kill onto Fly Chicken. The rest of Bloodthirsty Kings turning their tails on to GG, who return some suppressive fire and are going to be able to find themselves an escape.
Unfortunate for Fried Chicken. I really wanted to say the statement, skated out of there, but not able to pull it off. You got to see Basic on his tail to be able to get that kill. Finding his second kill of this game, a little bit better of a start compared to game number 1.
All right, so now the gold lead has finally gotten ahead. It took a little bit. They've been standing on a standstill, but it's still dropping down. GG is just so good at cleaning up the map and keeping the gold in there. First Lord up, and nobody feels extremely ahead.
Yeah, now you have 4 members of BTK. They're a little bit of a bait out for this Lord. GG looking for an opportunity. Interestingly enough, we have Chip on the outside trying to push the flank. So you're not going to have all those portals out ready when it comes to this objective. GG now turning their tail back to this Lord.
Yeah, trying to find the advantage, look for the diversion play, not able to find it, but gathering some information against BTK. And now, look at Milo on the bot side, just giving that vision. Doesn't want to allow them to take this objective with ease. They do have a diversion on their side as well, especially with that Valentina that can profit. But so far, profiting GG slightly with the advantage.
Yeah. Gonna get caught, get stunned out. Here comes the rest of BTK. Immune out. Zia looking for, is not gonna be able to find an escape. Diversion is out. In comes a best player looking for a kill. He's got 3 members of BTK surrounding him. Here come reinforcements, but BTK finds themselves a kill. Shark down to half health. He's gonna have to to flicker himself into the tower. That is 2 down for GG.
Did you see the ultimate from CC stopped Basic in his tracks? He went for the Lycan pounce and got caught right before he could connect. That could have went so much differently, but now BTK still possibly going to be able to take this Lord.
Yeah, going to give him the advantage. Now going to be able to claim this objective, not losing a member in that engagement, but taking some away from Gaming Gladiators. Now in control of this game, 11 minutes in. Last game, number 1, we got to see GG close it out the 14-minute finish, but it doesn't look like this is going to be the same story.
Yeah, I mean, you got about a 3K gold lead for BTK right now. They've tied up the towers. They now are starting to get objectives, and this is where Gaming Gladiators should be worried.
Yeah, definitely should be worried. I would say I'm kind of paying close attention to Fried Chicken 0-2-0, but the mid lane.
I do like to see Shark. He is able to find that pop-up, realizes it's not the target he wants, immediately backs up.
Most definitely now BTK with control over the map, with a nice gold lead. Cold World maybe going to try to pull up on Best Player just like they did Zia earlier.
Oh, Best Player's not able to stop this tower from going down. Cold World comes in, Portal is out. The rest of BTK comes in, but Best Player says, eat my dust. He's looking for an escape, getting caught, comes in for the scissors, and is not able to get away. Another kill for Basic.
Okay, so BTK pulling on the same strings that GG used last game, catching them off one by one, teleporting around the map.
Man, just behind us, the audience is going wild. They're even more hyped than we are in the casters. That's, you gotta love to see it. But yeah, great play from the side of BTK, making the most out of the mobility, but now looking at a possible push through the mid lane.
Yeah, Simon Force laid down. Mobazane in the midst of the fight. Zia's gonna go ahead and gas himself to safety, and down goes another tower. But Gaming Gladiators not looking to let it go in kind.
Yeah, able to take down 2 members of BTK though. Gaming Gladiators still trying to find the resolve. As we do take a little bit of a look at that replay for that push in the tier 2 turret. The Zama Force dropping down, forcing Zia back into the base, but now the counterplay from Gaming Gladiators. BTK, we talked about it, right? Control those primitive urges and maybe a chance for GG to turn this around.
Yeah, one moment brings GG back into the game here, taking down these towers. I don't think they'll be able to finish anything, but they will be able to really bring back that gold.
Oh man, and we were just talking about this. It's just those little mistakes is all that GG needs to kind of almost tie up the towers now. It's 5 towers to 4 right now. BTK was in a very secure lead. Now a little over 2K gold lead for them.
Yeah, you are going to look at the side of Gaming Gladiators. Basic falling behind to Zia. He's still up on this Herald. We wanted to see how it kind of played into the gold lane, especially up against the Roger. But nonetheless, both sides still fighting it out. You are looking at BTK stripped down almost to their inhibitors, but the same story on the other side of the table. So this is, again, a possible another 50-50. But game number 1, we saw BTK get a little too aggressive, and that's when GG started to profit.
You know, with the amount of the diversions, with the amount of the teleports from Chip, the portals, everything, vision is key in this game. Depending on when you want to poke your face into these lanes to take these minions is going to be crucial as we move forward into this, because that's going to be who knows where to make the play happen.
Yeah, you are going to see the Lord spawn in GG. Gonna go ahead and pull the aggro, trying to force out the Bloodthirsty King, spotting out Milo. Shark with the spatial migration, and now the play for the objective.
Yeah, BTK comes here in kind. GG doing a good job baiting out and zoning out the rest of BTK. Lord down to a third of health. Cold World, Fly Chicken. We have a concealed play coming out there. Now forcing their way into BTK's jungle. Mobazane caught between 5 members. Appraiser's Wrath finds Best Player. Zia able to answer back with 2 kills of his own. Basic finds Hoon. Shark is down. Cold World is down. Who's even up? That is a complete wipe on Gaming Gladiators. Bloodthirsty Kings.
We doubted him. I was wondering if he was going to get it together, but Basic has now shaken the stadium, doing it well, possibly going to try to close this out.
Yeah, definitely going to close it out. Base Crystal, only thing to go through with a couple of minions, but can he do it?
Yeah, you can see that the spawning time is coming in here now, trying to put it. Can they attack fast enough? 50%. Nobody else is out there. This is a tie game, folks.
The 50-50.
The 50-50, the coin flip. The story continues in the HyperX Arena. For everybody watching, we know it's not going to be a sweep.
Man, and let's talk about that. Chip able to answer back with what they saw from Hoon on that Lu Yi. Chip just provided Cold World, a great game for him.
Yeah, the Valentina from Marcuti as well, taking the diversion away from Hoon. They let him get his comfort pick, and they made it work against him. The mobility just too much to handle in game number 2 for Gaming Gladiators.
All right, so now BTK catches their stride. They get their win. GG with their loss. I mean, we wonder, right? Because we've seen BTK, we've seen him take losses, we've seen him continue through. And this has been my question on my mind is this going to affect GG? Because BTK does a great job at finding momentum.
Well, I know one thing's for certain. We're definitely not going to see a sweep. We're past that point, but you are going to see the team stats on the board. 16, 8, and 42 for the Bloodthirsty Kings, dominating in game number 2, able to even the playing field.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be a collective sigh of relief for BTK to walk into this halftime with a win under their belt. As we take a look at the matching stats here, I mean, it wasn't like overpowered, but like as it came into the late game, they were just a force to be reckoned with. And it took that one little fight when it came to the Lord, turn the tables on them, get a wipe.
Yeah, so well played by GG, and they kind of had control. It took them a bit to really get the goal lead, but they do eventually get there. Even in that small moment where GG kind of won up on a team fight, were able to bring those towers back to kind of a standstill. BTK was able to hold out and look for that winning moment.
Yeah, game number 1, a 14-minute finish from GG. Game number 2, a 15-minute finish for BTK. Some fast games from both sides, definitely focusing on the execution. Marcuti, 4-1-7, the new addition to the Bloodthirsty Kings, and in both games, he's had a positive KDA.
I mean, especially look at the assists on that team there. I mean, 3 players on the side of BTK sitting at double digits, being able to have an effect on a lot of those fights. I mean, a crazy thing here, Zia still able to get the rich guy, the most damage from Hoon with 52,000, but on the opposite side of that, Sandbag from Mobazane, 85,000 damage tanked, and 11 assists for Cold World.
It doesn't matter what Mobazane is playing or whose side he's on, he's always getting the sandbag in every single game.
He knows how to take a punch. He knows how to take a hit and keep moving forward. But damage dealt, man. Hoon on this Lu Yi, win or loss, it is always a threat for the opposing team.
Yeah, and this is kind of the amazing thing is just the amount of damage that was out there for Gaming Gladiators, but still BTK kind of at least transitioning that damage into objectives, pushing forward, and especially when it counted most.
All right, so we've looked at the stats once again. Game 2, 1-1, but how did BTK do it?
That's right. How did they turn this around to even out the playing field? Some great execution from both sides. It was really a very close game, but BTK able to profit at the last minute for that wipeout. This is where you got to see a little bit of some of the showcasings from both sides. BTK able to kind of profit in this engagement. This was super early in the game as well, at that 4-minute mark. Look at the audience, though. Man, we just heard them chanting behind us, could feel their footsteps. I thought there was an earthquake in the HyperX Arena.
Yeah, the big thing for me is Cold World had such a great opportunities here. I mean, Gaming Gladiators here able to answer back as you see them kind of turning the tables, able to find 2 kills onto Bloodthirsty Kings and almost like completely shifting the table here for them. But this is the fight where it all went wrong for BTK.
Yeah, this is the moment where BTK, I mean, it felt like for a second they weren't going to be able to hold it. Even when I was watching, I was like, is this it for them? But no, they turn around, and then we see Basic start to watch this. Basic goes for Zia. He connects onto the purple buff on accident with that Lycan pounce, and that was another mistake that I thought was going to cost them that fight. But again, he's just able to pull it together. A beautiful play by BTK. Now, after that win, we've taken a look at these gold lanes, right? We've taken a look at Basic and at the opposing Zia. So let's take a deeper dive into both of them. Let's take a look at Basic.
Yeah, Basic, Mr. Hollywood,
Zia.
But
Sorry.
Zia!
He looks a lot like, no.
his arch enemy in the gold lane for Gaming Gladiators. Favorite player. Now that's interesting. Not a single one. I think he meant to say himself. But
he doesn't like you guys.
Yeah, hometown Canada, Zia dominating so far in game number 1, but game number 2 robbed away from the Bloodthirsty Kings. Basic triumphing with the Roger.
Now, Of course, we have to go on to the next gold laner, and now we'll get the right gold laner. This time, it's Basic.
Yeah, I mean, Basic has been involved in the top of NA for so long. It's hard to even imagine it without him. We were worried about the matchup between him and Zia, if he was going to be taking some of those chances. A little rocky of an early start in the first series or the first game, but the second time, I mean, able to match up with Zia, able to control and dominate his lane. You can see here, favorite player is Shark there, and favorite hobby, I think we all know from some of his social media posts, favorite hobby would be the gym.
Yeah, and favorite hero, Roger, and I guess we know why after game number 2.
Now, we've seen the gold laners. We've seen both of them be pivotal in these matchups. But it's 1-1 right now, and we still got possibly 5 more games to go before we get any further. We're going to let these players have a breather. We're going to let us casters have a breather, and we'll be back shortly.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome.
All right, we're back. It's 1-1 right now in the HyperX Arena. Sadly, we're not jumping right back into the game. First, we got a little bit of talk about it's halftime for the NACT Grand Finals. In case you forgot, we gotta say it again. It's Trex, Steph Weezy, Private Dancer, the big 3 on the desk right now. Now, how are we feeling, boys? 1-1 once again at HyperX.
That's right, the big 3, but we've got the big 2 down there with the 50-50, and both sides, excellent performance so far. They both pulled out the Lu Yi, they both dominated. We saw the Valentino Marcuti. The world was wondering how would he kind of move into the position in the mid lane for BTK, and so far has been doing an excellent job.
Yeah, especially in that second game. I mean, it's hard to kind of focus on it when it's him catching somebody, and then you have the entirety of BTK swarming on you. I mean, it's just a masterful approach and a usefulness of that chip pick.
Yeah, and speaking of 1-1, we got to do some head-to-heads. We got to do some comparisons. Let's talk about these mid laners.
That's right, the head-to-head. Marcuti, the new addition to BTK, up against Hoon, the legendary face spearheading the way for Gaming Gladiator. It's a KDA, though. So far, more in Marcuti's favor, but Hoon overall able to deal a little bit more damage and having more kill participation.
Yeah, and that just kind of speaks toward that rotating that has become so synonymous with GG when it comes to the big 3 on GG, when it's Shark, when it's Hoon, when it's best player, able to kind of find those kills together.
Most definitely. Now, head-to-head, Marcuti versus Hoon. I think I think there's still a big story to tell. There's still a lot more games to see how they're actually going to match up. But next, it's the Rumble in the Jungle. It's Mobazane up against Best Player.
Yeah, this is the one that everybody's been having their eyes on. And it's very interesting here, especially with the current meta where it's a lot of like the tankier jungles on the side, especially giving up the Fredrin to Mobazane. You can see here on the KDA, just him being able to be that tank, the sandbag that we discussed before, to take the damage and be where he needs to be to make sure that his team can help with securing these objectives, can help with getting these ganks, and to help with pushing the towers.
And I think something important to point out is Best Player, we saw it in game one, he was hyper aggressive, 4, 5 kills. I mean, and this is it that we're looking at it right now. And Mobazane gets the steal, but still, towards the end of this game, Best Player is so aggressive. In game two, Mobazane doesn't get a bunch of kills. He gets 10 assists though. He is a utility for his team to use.
Yeah, but I will say Best Player was great on the Martis, rotating around, taking the objectives, taking the turrets, and also frontlining a lot of that damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's two, I feel like they're both amazing, but they have very different play styles. And that's why the debate, I think, has always been between these two players. I mean, it's not just since Best Player has been making it to Grand Finals. People have been debating these two players far before that.
Yeah, I mean, especially when it comes to the head-to-head, I mean, Best Player, the only difference coming in something that doesn't even matter, in the fact that Best Player is able to play some of those assassins, play some of those more mechanical heroes, but the meta just really doesn't support it right now. And when it comes to the clashes as the tanks, I want to say Zane has been his bread and butter for so long.
They've been giving him the Fredrin, too.
Yeah.
They haven't really been too worried about it. The Ling, now being banned out so far in both games, definitely something we haven't seen so far this NACT.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of head-to-head, speaking of players going at it, I think we got a little video of these players going at each other with a little bit of smack talk.
Spicy.
BTK won last time in the HyperX Arena, and BTK will do it again for the MSC slot this time as well.
If you have to use one word to describe Hero Ball.
Obesity.
Give me another word.
Fat.
Third try the charm.
Massive.
Honest opinion between you and chicken, who's better?
I mean, what's a chicken to a goat? He's a snack.
What do you respect most about food?
Not a lot to respect.
Mielo said he's better than you. What do you think of that?
Well, Milo's the GOAT, bro. I can never compare to Milo. I mean, round one versus the GOAT, I might have a seizure on stage, man. I don't know.
The biggest weakness for GG is probably the fact that they don't have me. That's a pretty big issue. Yeah, that's about it.
If there's one thing you appreciate about Zane, what is it?
His ability to form a great team for us to practice for him.
So, anything that you respect about Zane?
He always managed to like find a way to form a team out of anything, you know, and then put it on top of a second top.
He has a good skincare routine. And low E.
Shots fired from both teams. Whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not, these teams definitely got some beef.
Man, I gotta say, one thing that stood out after all that, there's a lot to break down there. I might have to replay it, but what's a goat to a chicken, Private?
Yeah, and I mean, you saw the answers there. By both of these teams, I mean, they're so very familiar. Don't get it wrong. Like, these teams know each other. These players have been playing at the top of NA for so long, so there's going to be a little spiciness in those relationships.
Well, let's calm things down. We've had a little bit of heated talk, but now let's kind of break the ice and come back to reality. I heard Liz has a very special guest down there.
Thank you, Trez. I mean, today is a special day not just because it is the grand final of the NACT, it's also because today is Mother's Day. And happy Mother's Day to Joanne, Zane's mom, who's once again in live supporting for her son, Zane. How are you doing, Joanne?
Good, thank you.
Well, Joanne, I heard last NACT on Mother's Day, you were also here in this very arena supporting Zane.
Yes, I was.
And they got that victory in the end.
Yes.
So what would you say is Zane's Mother's Day gift for you today?
Well, his gift to me today was the trip to Las Vegas to watch him play.
Oh.
He took me here.
Oh, so he paid for all the expenses, everything?
Yes. Yeah.
Aw, Zane's such a sweet, sweet boy. Now, I think to Zane, his gift for you for for Mother's Day will be take that trophy home. Is that what you want to see today?
Yes, I do. I think they will. I think they will.
I mean, Zane's got the mom buff. And lastly, you've been so supportive of Zane in this whole journey through his esport journey. What would you want to say to all the other esport moms out there whose kids are playing in these games?
I would say let them play and support them because you never know where it's going to lead. Like Zane has come very far, and I have supported him.
And you're super proud of him.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Joanne. Once again, happy Mother's Day. One more thing.
Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out here.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day. Can we get a happy Mother's Day, everyone? Yes. Now, not only should we show appreciation and support for all the mothers out there on Mother's Day, we also gotta support our community. So today, let's show some appreciation for our community with a special reward brought to you by yours truly, Cece. Woo! So, we have chosen, based on your feedback on our content, we've chosen a few things. First up, best manager of the season, Bad Cat. Can we have Bad Cat on the stage? Ooh. Let's go, Bad Cat. Anything you want to say to all the teams out there?
Good luck. You guys got this.
Yes, you guys got this. Thank you, Bad Cat. Now, next up, we have the hardest working player, Carlos, Yureshi Cutie from Area 77. I mean, and we have Smilin representing Yureshi to get this award. And all right, I mean, we heard Yureshi say, Dave, don't make me do this anymore. So we know he's been working hard, he's been grinding all the content, and the most popular content for everything we've had on the channel this season, Nighthorde Sayuri. Yeah, let's cheer for Sayuri. Unfortunately, Sayuri is not able to be here today. So, guys, in the comments, petition to bring Sayuri to live grand finals next time, all right? But we will keep her prize for her and we'll ship it to her at our door. And last but not least, best quality content, BTK Mello. Mello, burn on the goat. Mello, what do you want to say?
Shout out to Moba Zane. He's got a really small YouTube channel. He needs a content buff. Thank you guys for liking, I guess. Comment more nice things. I only see that.
Well, I mean, you guys can't hate him, you love him, but statistics prove that his content are pretty favorable. So secretly, all you guys are fanning the GOAT. We see you. Now, we appreciate our content. We also appreciate Cece being here. I heard you have another fun game for our audiences to win more prizes.
You know I love games, guys. So if you guys want to join in on these games, please step right up to the mic once again so you can get one of these prizes, these t-shirts.
Let's go, guys. Come on now. We heard you can cheer for BTK, so come. Get up on stage for one last fun game with Cece. Guys, come on up. I mean, are you afraid of losing the game? Is that why you guys are not coming up? Come on now.
Make sure they don't shout the answers.
Once again, Nick or whoever out there, don't shout the answers, all right? Make sure you don't shout the answers or players can get a prize. So, what do we have here?
Well, since now we got everyone lined up, are you guys ready for what the game is? We've got S Pop Quiz. So, I'm gonna ask a question, and you're gonna give me the answer to that question. If you get it right, then you get a prize. If you don't, then you go to the back of the line.
Are you guys ready? Give me a ready. All right. So first question.
All right. Are you ready? Yes, that's the first question. What's the max number of marks Brody can stack on an enemy?
You should know this. That's easy. I heard that's easy from the back.
4.
Oh, you are correct. You get.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna throw the shirt. Not a very good thrower, guys, but. Oh! But you are a perfect catcher. You got it. All right.
All right, for our next contestant, who is Leslie's siblings?
Siblings.
Who are Leslie's siblings?
Harley and just Harley.
Harley.
Incorrect.
Wong, get back in the line. Next up.
All right, let's see if you can answer that question. Can you answer? Who are Leslie's siblings?
I mean, I guess. Do you want to just say the answers? A little education note for everybody.
You guys don't know. It is Fredrin and Harley. Fredrin's her step.
Fredrin is Leslie's sibling. Wow, I did not know that. All right, next up, we have more questions, but make sure you get close to the mic so we can hear your answers. Next up, what do we have?
All right, what year did Mobile Legends release worldwide for the iOS?
Ooh.
2016? I don't know.
Say it loud.
2016? I don't know.
Yes, you are correct. 2016.
All right, okay. I'm gonna do better this time.
Surprises for you.
Okay, do we have more?
Yes, we do. So, are you ready?
I'm ready to lose.
Okay. What is the name of Claude's hero partner?
Oh, that's easy, but that's pretty easy. Okay, since this guy shouted the answer, bad guy, we're gonna give you another chance.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna ask another question. So, who caused Farsa's blindness?
That's a hard question.
I have no idea.
Oh.
Leah Mord.
No, incorrect.
Does anyone in the audience know? Alice.
You are.
Wow. Can we get him a shirt? Okay, really? Okay. All right, thank you for not making me throw again. Okay.
But you guys should not give the answer to them, okay? If you want to join the game, please go up to the mic. All righty. How many roles are there in MLBB?
5.
You are incorrect.
Oh my God.
Rolls?
What can I say? It's not your day today. 5 rolls? Come on now.
Would you like to know? We have support, tank, mage, marksman, assassin, and fighter.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's keep it going.
All right. Which hero has the longest attack range?
Is it what I think it is?
Layla?
You might
It would be Layla.
Who?
Layla?
Layla, it is. You are correct.
Hey, that's what I guessed too. Should I get a prize? All right. Oh. Perfect.
Nice.
That was perfect. I'm getting better. All right.
We have 2 more questions. What 2 heroes have a scarecrow type skin?
Franco and
Franco and
Cyclops.
Oh, you are correct. Good job.
Whoa, that was a hard one. That was a hard one. You deserve it. Here we go. Ooh, thank you. Last question.
This is the last question. Who was the first Mobile Legends character made available to players back at the beginning days of ML?
First hero, guys.
First hero, the very first?
Yes. Don't get the answer, guys.
Mia?
Mia, you are correct.
It's not Layla?
No.
Okay, I don't know my game, guys. All right. Here we go. Ah. All right, thank you guys for joining. Better luck next time.
Wow.
Well, Cece, it looks like our fans know really well about the games. And I know you guys are always commenting on videos. You're always trying to push your favorite players a little further with some spicy comments. So today, we're going to listen to your favorite players react to those mean comments.
GG best player 1. Carlos, where is your Fanny Ling Lance? It's better to kill one and die than just to die alone. What do you want me to say to that? Well, North America, bad MS every tournament.
BTK had a 40% chance of winning an ACT with Apple, and now you only have like a 15% chance. I think they forgot to add an extra 0 after 15.
Blood Pressure 1 got infected with panic attacks. Well, actually it was the goat giving me panic attacks, but now it should be fine.
BTK Basic, Retry God. Please focus on using Flicker instead of retching when BTK goes to Vegas this time.
How can Chicken beat the GOAT? BTK has my vote. Well, I can't beat the GOAT, but I can replace the GOAT, you know?
Nicolette is a better mage. Yeah, but is she here?
Apple. Ah.
I could not have done any, I couldn't have answered any of those questions better myself. These guys never disappoint, and like I started this all off, whether you love them or hate them, these guys always show up both sides.
Yeah, both sides, man. Interesting enough from the audience giving them questions. Definitely hard to answer, hard to watch a little bit, but nonetheless, definitely funny to see. But now to get a little bit more serious. An amazing series so far.
Yeah, an amazing series, a tie series. I mean, this is what we wanted. We wanted even stakes back and forth and two teams willing to put it all on the line. Here at half, one apiece.
All right, so we got to kind of check back in. In the very beginning, we set down some very clear-cut win conditions. Have these teams been following that? You know, have they been controlling the off lanes? Has BTK been able to keep up with the mid pace? Is there anything you have noticed?
Well, I will say, okay, let's start with GG. Crowd control. Having that composition to stop Mobazane in his tracks. It definitely worked for them in game number 1. But game number 2, that chip last second definitely caught GG off guard. And it was some great macro and micro and some good mid-trio synergy from BTK to even out the series.
Yeah, for me, the big thing is when it comes to some of these points, we were talking about maybe banning out Mobazane. We've been giving him that Fredrin. I don't want to say he's been the pivotal, the only thing, but it's something very strong that he's been able. It gives him comfort. And that's something you don't want for Mobazane, for somebody as skilled as him.
Well, it seems both teams have done well in pursuing those win cons, and both teams have made some mistakes. So let's see if they can continue that, because we're going to have a crazy, hopefully 5 more games coming up. We'll see you guys soon as we get right back from this last break. Private, it wasn't on camera, but you got a little. Oh. Okay.
Hey, come on, come on.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome. Hey, keep it together. Do you really want to die here?
If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
You should have killed me. Well, guess it's your lucky day.
All right, it's 1-1. Gaming Gladiators up against the Bloodthirsty Kings. Wondering exactly how it's gonna pan out, but we're back at the HyperX Arena, and that's it for breaks. That's it for commercials. That is it for all these games. Let's get to the nitty-gritty. Let's get to the meat and potatoes.
That's right. It's time to get to the bread and butter. A lot of food.
A lot of
that
food.
we're throwing in there. But on what makes North America great for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the 50-50 that we've all been wanting to see is live in effect in the Pyramid in Las Vegas.
Yeah, just like Trex was saying, man, it is a full pedal to the metal until we crown a winner here tonight for the rest of the show. And both of these teams showing how hungry they are so far.
Yeah, and as we're waiting on this draft, we are going to talk about another player, and that player is one we have all gotten to know for a while. That player is Fried Chicken. More food.
That's right, and a couple of animals. We're going to talk about Fried Chicken, one of the best XP laners in North America. We've seen him on BTK, now we see him on Gaming Gladiators, and has been dominating so far this NACT spring season. His favorite character, Cece, got to see that live in effect as well, and his favorite player. I think we got to change this. If it's not
one thing that capitalizes it there on the hobbies. Meh.
Meh. I mean, that is like that's the phrase. That is, if you, never mind. We're gonna pull this back. I don't want to go too hard here. I gotta slow down. Let's talk about the other EXP laner, the GOAT himself, Mielo.
Another animal out there, and what can you say? He is a personality, a vibrant one, more vibrant than the suits I try to pick out there. You can see here, favorite player, Mark Cutie, hobby, more games, but man, and his favorite hero, Yuzong, but that just does not encapsulate the personality that comes with this gentleman.
Now I understand why the Yuzong has been picked so much from BTK so far, but yeah, Milo, he's one of the most interesting players, one of the most explosive, one of the most talkative on the North American scene, full of personality. We got to see him in the pre-show today, hop on stage as well. So definitely credits to him, another great XP laner in the NACT.
He is literally the polar opposite of Fried Chicken.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if we talk about two EXP laners and just personality type everything, they are on complete opposite sides of the spectrum. And the thing about Mielo is, we didn't really see him in a whole lot of competitive scene for a while. We didn't see him make it to grand finals until he just showed up. And once he showed up, he was sitting at the top of the food chain.
Yeah, the big thing for me about Mielo is his ability to absorb from these great teams that he's been a part of, finally now resting in BTK, and has been a menace and up there with the greats like Chicken, being able to, handle himself in that XP lane. But, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we're at it.
All right, draft number 3. How many times are we gonna say it? 50-50, 1-1, GG, BTK. This time, GG on the blue side. And so far, first pick has had that advantage. Both teams have won with first pick. Is a team eventually gonna turn that tide?
Yeah, we are still seeing a couple of other repetitive patterns. The Barats banned again from the side of Gaming Gladiators. The Ling may be banned out from the side of BTK. That's something that we have been kind of keeping an eye on so far in this draft. Oh, but wait a second. Is that a skipped ban?
Mark Cutie falling asleep. I'm pretty sure he's awake out there. Maybe a little bit of a technical difficulty there. We did see last time the Barats pretty much followed up exclusively by the Angela ban for BTK. So as we kind of move on here, it does look like we might have a little bit of an issue when it comes to it. So we will get this squared away.
All right, looks like we're gonna have to have a restart on draft, maybe a tech difficulty, maybe an unplug, something happened, lag spike, who knows, but our troubleshooters are gonna get to the bottom of it very, very quickly. But this gives us a little bit more time to raise the suspense, boys. This gives us a little bit more time to kind of build this up.
And a little bit more time to kind of break down what we've seen so far in today's series for the grand finals of the NACT spring season. Game number 1. BTK pulled off the aggressive play in the early game, but GG able to close it out at that 14-minute mark. Game number 2, BTK flipping GG on their back, able to kind of turn that back around in their favor, picking up the chip, picking up the Valentina, the mobility too much to handle from the Gaming Gladiators, and able to even out the series.
I mean, we've talked about how Cold World has been able to kind of come up. I mean, I don't want to say come up in North America because he's always been a mainstay. We've talked about he's always been here at the grand finals, just sadly on losing on a team that has not fared well. Here, he's at the roam position, and he seems to have mastered it, and we saw little examples of that with the chip pickup there. Comes in, he's able to split push and be that terror alone on his own because, well, he's never actually alone.
And he's been able to keep up with Shark. I mean, and that is huge in its own matter. He's been able time and time again with every match that BTK has gone against GG, he's been able to hold his own against, debatably one of the greatest roamers in NA, maybe even one of the best players in NA, and he's done it with class. He's made it look easy overall, and it's so nice to see a player like Cold World kind of make his way to this position.
Yeah, and speaking of positions, taking a dab into the gold lane, Basic versus Zia, something that we always love to see time and time again. Game number 1, Basic, not able to hit the mark, falling short to Zia, not able to profit, and they were able to close out that game. But game number 2, pulls out the Roger up against the Harith, dominates and pushes through the base crystal for the 15-minute finish.
Which to me is amazing because for the longest, Harith was that counter to the Roger, the one that was supposed to be able to hold the lane against him to kind of meet the mark there. Here, right from the beginning, Basic was able to bully Zia.
Yeah, well, he did lose tower though, and that's the thing. And so in game 1, Basic has a bad game. In game 2, even then, Basic doesn't do great really in the lane phase. It took a while for him to really pop off and get those kills. So my worry for Basic is if he continues to have bad laning phases, it's going to be a problem down the line. Because even though he did do great, he did kind of bully in the first minute, but in the end, he lost his tower first. He did lose out in both of those games laning phase.
Yeah, speaking of both games, as you are taking a look at game number 1, this is where we got to see GG claim victory at that 15-minute mark when the hooks were thrown out into the water. BTK grabbed it, baited out by the side of Gaming Gladiators, and punished for that finish. You see Zio take down Milo and also still push through for some more objectives. 11 minutes in, and now at that 14-minute mark, down goes the base crystal. GG taking game number 1.
Yeah, it was a very smooth game for GG, but even smoother for me was the way that BTK was able to adapt and adjust to it. Coming back into the second game, we talked about the Valentina pickup, the chip pickup to match exactly what the Lu Yi brought to that table.
All right, seems like everything's been handled, everything's been figured out. We're gonna be jumping into this draft in just a second. Now, what do we change? What do we do? Both games, we kind of like the drafts from both teams. Game 2 was a little bit spicy with the chip pick and everything. Is there anything that either team needs to drastically change, or do they just keep going with the pace of things?
Well, we're kind of seeing it right now with GG. Gonna go ahead and ban out that Valentina. That's credit due to the Angela being banned out from the side of BTK, opening up the window for that Lu Yi to be picked up and not having to worry about that IMU from the Valentina.
Yeah, Arlot taken down for GG as well. This time BTK, I want to say this is the first time they've actually banned out the Matilda. I mean, I know we joke about drink water, ban Matilda for Gaming Gladiators, but I mean, Shark has been one of the most dangerous Matildas in North America. So I mean, a good ban there by BTK. We still got some things open here. And waiting for that last ban for BTK.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if the Lu Yi walks right here, right? This is what Hoon wants. I think this is how they kind of set up this draft. They wanted BTK to ban out that Angela. The Matilda's a little interesting to me, though, because later on in the season, it wasn't really banned so early. It feels like teams kind of found a way to work around it, but now back to it being banned out opens up a possible opportunity for the Lu Yi play.
Or the lane?
Oh my goodness.
I'm just saying,
we gotta say it.
Maybe they were just messing with us. Maybe there really is no reason it was getting banned. Maybe it was some head play. Who knows what it was? But it is open now. Best players, first pick.
Yeah, Lu Yi, a very clean pickup there for Hoon. I mean, we've seen his skill on it. The one thing, though, is now we still have Chip as an option for the side of BTK, so we can cleanly kind of maybe counter that out by having something that does the exact same thing, has the exact same presence.
An excellent breakdown. That was what was running through my mind when I see the Lu Yi picked up in the Chip on the playing field. Does BTK go in for this? But again, they're still lacking a little bit more mobility this time around with not having that Valentina. GG, game number 1, that Valentina was huge, or that Lu Yi was huge on the neutral objectives, but Mobazane, gonna keep it the same. Why change it when it's been working? Fredrin has been slotted alongside Marcuti with that pickup.
So first time we're going to see Vexana right now in the grand finals. Definitely a solid pick. And if positioned correctly, can kind of help those aggressive frontline dives that GG likes to bring. You can stop them in their tracks with the Terrify and the Eternal Guardian. So definitely still a solid pick for Marcuti. Going to be very positional based though. GG, this time Zia is going to get that Roger, and the Claude is not banned out either. So does Basic favor that this time?
Yeah, we're going to see how that kind of works out there, or if maybe they have something in mind for this Roger on the side of BTK. Another thing big on the side of BTK is I like this early game for BTK. I feel like this is going to really support those early objectives, those to kind of, the problem from the first game from Gaming Gladiators is how quickly they were able to push to get those objectives to where BTK was never able to actually catch a breath. Here, they've got a lot of security in that early game with the Vexana to put on so much CC in the early game to help facilitate a lot of that for Mobazane.
Yeah.
Oh, and an answer to that.
There goes the Claude that Trex was talking about. The Vexana going to play on the back line, use the Eternal Guard for some great frontline positioning, but I would say GG has a very solid draft so far. Hoon, very comfortable with the Lu Yi. Zia, you saw him get the Savage on the Roger, the intro for the grand finals. It was there, and then best player. Gonna go ahead and pick up this Guinevere, but keep in mind, Shark did swap this and profited off of it. It still can be flexed in the roam position to keep BTK on their toes.
I mean, at what point does it no longer become a flex and just obvious, right? Because my thought is best player gonna just pick up the Martis again, right? Because, I mean, it's up against the Fredrin. It's literally everything they need. But this time, I feel like BTK has better answers to the Fredrin. Or is he, you're gonna say it, Wheezy?
I'm gonna do you one better. They could even put the Roger in the jungle. It definitely could be there.
They've done it. And that's another thing we've seen best player do. He's not scared to test limits.
Yeah, it's really interesting here because the focus from BTK seems to be on to best player. You see the Fanny taking down the Ling out of the mark here. Still up on the board, I want to say, is that Kaja pick. The fear of having that Kaja kind of will keep Gaming Gladiators possibly away from more of those setting potentials, the Minotaur, the Kufra, things like that. But even having the fear out there for the Kaja, you still have opportunities to be able to take down the Roger, to be able to get that Divine Judgment on the Guinevere.
Yeah, and also some XP laners still fully available on the table. The Yuzong was a favorite hero for Milo. Does he pull it out? The CC over there for fried chicken. Does he lock that in? There goes the Kaja taking off the table for the side of GG.
I still find it so interesting. The respect is there, I guess, right? It's the respect for best player. Because honestly, with the Fred, like, maybe the plan could be to bait him into picking that and then just bully, invade, but they don't want to take the chance. Best player has showed time and time again that he can tear them apart, especially with a slightly immobile mage like Vexana. But the Grok gonna get picked up for Cold World. What is GG's response?
Yeah, and the response needs to be something that can deal with the combination of the Cold World and Marcuti here, the Grok and the Vexana, the clear speed that they're gonna have in lane, the ability to rotate very early into the lanes to create that pressure into the side lane is going to be huge. Ooh, fried chicken, picking up the Paquito, especially that early burst damage.
Ooh, and crowd control at its finest. A little bit of life steal as well for survivability. GG gonna lock in the Ruby. First Ruby that we've seen in today's series. Responded back by Milo on the Esmeralda.
Okay, so normally we would not see an Esmeralda, but against the Paquito, it is not completely horrible. More CC as well. A big stack up for BTK. Something that can kind of withstand. It is dicey. It is weird. But I would say it does. I mean, it can fit here overall.
Well, you've got little nuances. Every single time Hoon connects a yin-yang, he gets a little bit of shield. Every single time Paquito does some of his abilities, he gets a little bit of shield. Same thing for Zia. When he transitions from human to wolf form, or wolf form to human form, he gets a little bit of shield. That's enough to kind of be a feeding frenzy for an Esmeralda pick here.
And a smart play from Basic, picking up that Claude, right? He has the survivability, especially with the dive composition, especially with Hoon on that Lu Yi. We saw it in game number 1, the rotations from GG being too much to handle for BTK, but it looks like they found some answers.
All right, so let's jump back into the land of Dawn. It's 1-1, game number 3, BTK up against Gaming Gladiators.
And this time it does look like best player gonna go ahead, take his favorite pick there, Gwen in the jungle.
Yeah, Guinevere in the jungle definitely has the mobility, the survivability to get in and out of there, get those neutral objectives. Shark over there on this Ruby, rotating around, being that menace that Mobazane has to always watch out for. But he's running a comfort pick of his own on that Fredrin. But you are seeing some great pressure from both sides nice and early for this Lethal Wonder.
Yeah, you can already see them already contesting for it, trying to not make anything easy for BTK or Gaming Gladiators.
This game is definitely going to heavily favor into crowd control here. Both teams just stacked with it. Both teams just looking for those moments to layer one after the next. It's all going to be about who can do it better.
Yeah, and speaking of doing it better, Gaming Gladiators, looks like their game plan is going to be using Hoon for the positioning with the diversion, trying to catch BTK off guard. But on the side of BTK, playing for survivability, having basic on that Claude, definitely being able to keep him safe with BMI to go back to safety when Hoon is in his lane.
So one of the good things about Claude, right, is he can really kind of stalemate against a lot of gold laners. Even in the laning phase, he can bounce back and forth. He can use the BMI. He can make sure he's getting those hits onto the minions, make sure he's getting the gold. And even though he's not exactly winning the lane, he's never fully losing it. And we know GG's been wanting to gank gold lane a lot on a basic. This is the perfect hero to be able to get away from that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. I mean, GG, Mielo is going to come in here looking for an opportunity. They do smell it out. Terrified Chicken. Ooh, we do have a diversion coming out. Mielo alone here. And you can see Colwell getting popped up, getting bursted down. Shark going to find the kill there. Mobazane dives in, looking for an opportunity. Best player. Look how low he is. Mark Cutie finds the kill. And this is going to be a first turtle potentially for BTK.
Yeah, Mobazane able to claim it. Shark taking down the opposing roamer, but falling short, and that's kind of where they kind of profited. BTK now taking the first objective in their hands, and similar to the last two games as well, able to take the first objective. But as we are looking at that replay and how it broke down, there goes Shark against Cold World, using a lot of that utility, and this is where BTK started to punish. He doesn't have the set provided to be able to stop them in their tracks. Marcuti trying to get one, takes down best player, denies them the retribution, and BTK claiming the turtle.
So it's 1-1. This is the same thing, you know, punch and punch, blow for blow. This is what we've seen the past two games, and this is what we're seeing in game 3. No one has been able to really escape with a huge lead right off the rip.
Yeah, I'm offended into a big pop-up. Marcuti trying to support, but Shark gonna go ahead, clean things up, finding a kill on to Cold World.
Yeah, able to hit him with that crowd control. Too much to handle and some great execution. The alley-oop over to Gaming Gladiators for that kill. Now 2-1 on the scoreboard. Slightly trailing ahead in gold, but still anybody's game. Definitely very aggressive, though, in the beginning parts of this match, as you are going to see some of the items on the board. Right now, one of the biggest things was the difference in gold in game number 1 and 2 between Basic and Zia. Going to have to keep a close eye on that between both of these marksmen.
Something important to point out, Zia picks up boots this last time, and last time we saw on Roger, we saw Basic actually end up selling the boots later on in the game. By the end of the game, he had no boots. He was just taking advantage of the speed boost you get from the transformation, of the slowdown you get from those shots and your ability to catch up. And I'm wondering if Zia is going to maybe take that same route. He's already got the Wind Talker in. He's already going to be putting out a decent amount of damage, getting some passive damage as well off of it. I'm wondering how that build is going to continue.
Yeah, Shark misses. I'm offended. A spatial migration did miss as well. You can see little sneaky plays on the side right now. Mielo, I mean, almost in GG's base as he's cutting these lanes before this next turtle fight.
But the mirror play from Fried Chicken on the opposing side, gonna go ahead and clear out those minions. A stalemate to allow both of them to take this fight to the turtle pit. Mobazane already down to 50%.
Oh, big I'm offended lands on the BTK. They are able to disengage. Best player coming in. Marcuti finds a kill onto the turtle. The rest of BTK forcing the fight here, looking for an opportunity. Down goes Mielo. Down at the bottom, you can see Zia able to find the kill there.
Yeah, Marcuti, the new addition to BTK, able to take the turtle, able to take down best player as well. A one-man army to keep BTK in this game.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I'm offended lands on a Mobazane. Oh, taking a lot of damage, but he was not the main target. They just wanted the tower.
And they're gonna get that tower. They've lost 2 turtles, but they are still finding objectives, just not neutral ones. They're coming for BTK, they're coming for the base, they know the goal, and here comes a diversion over the mid lane. They're using their speed, they're using everything in their kit to control the map. It is very similar to game 1.
Very surgical so far. The diversion into the mid lane, trying to make the most out of every single second to try and claim these turrets, having the smallest advantage right now, but we know Gaming Gladiators, you give them an inch, they take a mile. BTK need to be careful as they are definitely trying to go in for that early finish, similar to game number 1.
I want to say such great placement here by Cold World. They haven't even checked the bush. They're going to check it now. But just how long he was able to exist on that side of the map without them seeing him speaks for a lot of his game sense.
Yeah, I think Cold World, definitely in the beginning, we saw him have a few moments where he got caught off. He's doing a little bit better now, just kind of holding it still, holding his spot, but still needs to be careful because the damage from GG is definitely enough to take him out.
Yeah, the funny thing, Shark, highest kills in the game so far, matched up to Mark Cutie with this Ruby. Just been dominating so far, but Mark Cutie on the other side. We saw him take down best player. We saw him take the turtle to keep BTK even inside of today's game. But right now, the map advantage is going toward Gaming Gladiators. BTK need to find some answers. They need to start finding some trade-offs soon before GG takes a major advantage for the early phase.
Ooh, I'm offended goes on. Ooh, and Mielo in a little bit of trouble is going to be able to get away. Mobazane there to help facilitate that escape now starting on the turtle. In mid, Cold World trying to present a little bit of a distraction. GG still trying to focus on the Mobazane. Their split priority, 10%. Pop-up lands on the Mobazane. Best player finds the retribution. Shark finds a kill. Now, Basic finds a tower off screen, and they're going to continue. Zia finds a kill on to Cold World, trying to chase. They decide better against Mielo under the tower.
Yeah, but a good play. Able to take the turtle from the side of GG, but a good credit to Basic, rotating around to be able to claim the turret. They need to find these trade-offs. This is what we were talking about, and that's exactly what happened from both sides. Shark able to get another kill yet again. That time finding Mobazane, but there goes Basic on the top side to open up the map. Zia finding Cold World and putting more pressure onto BTK's jungle.
You know, in every turtle fight so far, there's been that little skirmish up in that top part above the turtle pit where Mobazane and BTK have kind of done this, where Mobazane and Best Player have done this little tug and pull back and forth. And last time, Mobazane was able to kind of dash back out of the displacement. This time he gets caught by it, and that's what he has to continuously watch out for.
Yeah, you are going to see the gold advantage so far to Gaming Gladiators. We were talking about the mark spins, right? Zia up against Basic. So far, Zia on the Roger doing a little bit better. 2-0 and 1 KDA. Overall damage dealt. Look at that. Triple the amount of damage compared to Basic so far, but Basic is running the Claw, needs that Demon Hunter Sword, needs to get to those late game items to be able to soak into GG.
Well, right now, Claude, he has the Demon Hunter Sword. He's waiting for that golden staff. And once he gets that, he's going to be able to join these team fights. He's going to be able to put on that damage to be able, nice little caught there. Mark Cutie and Mobazane get joined at the hip there with Mark Cutie taking the brunt of that damage.
All right, so GG this time, 2,600 gold lead. We're about 9 minutes in almost. Like I said, it just feels so similar to game number 1 where they're using this divergent, they're using their speed, they're using the pressure that they have to just control the map. And even though they lost the first 2 turtles, they still held presence all over. Their macro is just unmatched right now.
Yeah, definitely unmatched. Lord is going to spawn in Hoon. Definitely giving a great pressure with the diversion to the Lord, not going to waste any time, and seconds matter when it comes to having that Lu Yi, and Hoon understands that. BTK, though, now on the defensive stance, Basic on the bot side, going to go ahead and clear up them lanes, strip down to the inhibitor for the bottom lane. You're looking at GG up 3 turrets to 1.
You know, I do want to point out one thing. One of the good, hold on, Mielo does
Oh,
have Purify.
no. Mielo gets caught with the entirety of Gaming Gladiators. Who finds the kill? That's going to set off this fight. BTK trying to zone themselves out. Big CC lands onto Shark, the Eternal Guardian, swinging away.
Looks like GG's having some goat tonight. After that performance, taking down Mielo. Basic, though, with the separation in the mid lane, clearing the minions.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Basic it's one of the things that he does do well with, is when things are getting chaotic. Hold on.
Yeah, big spatial migration with the Violent Requiem. Mobazane in trouble. Zia finds the kill, and now gonna zone out BTK to secure a very smooth Lord for GG.
And this Guinevere has been the boon to Mobazane's existence. It is why it's been why they're giving him the Fredrin, because they feel like they have the answer, and that is showing what the answer is.
Yeah, Hoon on the Lu Yi. able to teleport around, able to get to the turrets, and also to the Lord at a moment's notice. It's helping them stay one step ahead of the Bloodthirsty Kings. Yet to find a neutral objective so far in the past couple minutes or a turret, but you are going to see Basic rotating around. He's trying to find the opportunity, falling short by a couple of seconds. Right now at the 10-minute mark, though, Gaming Gladiators with the lead.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me is, we've yet to see Basic really join in on these fights just yet. Hasn't really reached that nice little cutting power with the claw just yet. Because so we're having these engagements with Gaming Gladiators and maybe not a complete BTK team here, but we are already starting to force our way through mid.
All right, we'll see if BTK can withhold against this. Lord marching down the bottom side. GG pushing everything in so clean. They should be able to take that tier 2 on the top side. And BTK just backs against the wall. Is there an answer here, Weezy?
Yeah, definitely looking for an answer. GG putting on that pressure.
Nice little pop-up there. Cold World not going to be too scared about that. He is a Grok, very tanky here at the 11-minute mark. Now, Mielo defending up against the mid. The Lord doesn't make its way yet to put too much damage onto these high grounds, and it looks like BTK going to be able to get away with a successful defense.
Yeah, BTK standing on a 3-legged table right now. Stripped down to the inhibitors. GG looking for another early finish and in a good stance to possibly be able to pull it off. Basic, he's been rotating around the map majority of this game, trying to even out the odds, trying to find the opportunity, but now he's gonna have to join these team fights. Is he built up enough to be able to deal out the damage to stop Gaming Gladiators?
I mean, they do have a lot of answers to hold up a defense. So this game could definitely stretch out as long as BTK doesn't make any huge mistakes here. They have wave clear with Basic, with Mielo. They have the wall from the Grok. They have Mobazane on the Fredrin. They have CC from Marcuti. They have a lot of answers.
Yeah, we do have a fight coming up here. Big spatial migration lands on the Mobazane. Eternal Guardian is out, and we do have the Blazing Duet from Basic to try to help secure that escape. Yellow very low. Fly Chicken comes in, sneaks in for the kill, takes a little damage, but still walks away the victor.
You know he wanted that after that trash talk. He definitely was looking for that opportunity, and he sees it, but now the conceal play.
Yeah, Mobazane comes in and tries to put on that ultimate. Big pop-up lands onto Chicken Shark in the front line. In comes Zia, a flicker play. Well played for Cold World to be able to get away.
Milo, 0-3-1 so far in the Esmeralda. We're wondering how it would play into this. I mean, you kind of mentioned the shielding over there from Gaming Gladiators, and I thought it would kind of profit a little bit better, but GG. With Hoon on this Lu Yi, he's been rotating around the map. He's been creating the opportunity. Best player, very mobile. He has 8 assists so far on this Guinevere. The survivability, the mobility, GG. They have the answers, and BTK needs to find a way to stop it.
Speaking of which, Cold World gets caught by Azia there. The entire team of Gaming Gladiators ready. Mobazane thinking about it, looking for the angle. He wants it. He's hungry for it. But the wall that is a shark here, banning him away from this, and this is going to be a pickup by Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, and Hoon by his side. The crowd control, too much for Mobazane to handle to be able to push through. Cold World, a little short on these plays so far. 0, 4, and 0. Not able to find the assist, but the diversion.
They might have Mobazane here. They do have the I'm offended. Mobazane going to be able to dash away. I mean, a wise shot there from GG, but I mean, Mobazane on a Fredrin, especially at a 14-minute mark.
All right, so they've been able to defend this now. They've maybe, if they can get through this one, we could start seeing the turnaround. But it is a huge goal lead. I think they definitely need to get at least past this Lord and maybe even one more, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Lord coming in. This is it is a golden Lord there, so he's going to have that rushing ability. So we're going to have at least this tower taken down to 50%. Now forcing our way in there. That's going to be an easy pickup for Zia with that tower. Now focus is on the mid as BTK has to answer this, and I want to say maybe the side lane's not lined up the way Gaming Gladiators would have wanted to create that pressure. Mobazane and Shark dueling it out right now. A little bit of damage onto Cold World, and it looks like we might just walk away with that mid inhibitor. More minions up at top. Shark comes in there. I'm offended. Lands onto Mobazane. In the backside, Mielo comes in, looking for some damage, picking it up, and down goes Hoon. The rest of GG have to disengage, but Mobazane's not going to let them. The rest of BTK, the Blazing Duet is out, and the Appraiser's Wrath lays down the load, and you can see see Zia in trouble there. He has a kill onto Yellow. Flying Chicken finds a kill onto Basic, and just like that, they turn it around onto BTK. Mobazane in trouble. He's gonna find that dash, and a very well-placed wall for Cold World will secure it.
The counterplay to the counterplay, able to find Hoon. They going for the opportunity. Mobazane spearheading the way, but then the quick turnaround from Game and Gladiators. Milo falling, and now GG with the push.
Yeah, they do have a couple of minions here. Might not be able to make much happen. Another wave coming up behind them. GG needs to be very careful about this. I'm offended. Marcuti gets caught. Cold World in trouble. Mobazane trying to hold the line. Appraiser's Wrath finds Fly Chicken as Azia trying to put some damage on, finds Mobazane, and now Bloodthirsty Kings are out, and GG are going to have to disengage.
It is on the edge right now for both of these teams. We're 16 and a half minutes in, game number 3, and it's starting to feel like it's already a game 7. Let's take a look at this big defense.
Yeah, big defense. GG trying to push Chicken, taking down Marcuti, a little overextending, trying to defend them. Mobazane, though, shutting down Chick with the Praises Wrath. Zia finding Mobazane, but now they had to escape from the base as Mims responding in. Basic, ready to hit the Blazing Blade, but now the push.
Yeah, at the bottom there, 2 down for BTK right now, so they don't exactly have this even pushing power. And it does look like Gaming Gladiator is going to go ahead and reset on the map, but Lord is up. Lord is beckoning both of these teams.
Yeah, and that's started off as well above a 30-second death counter for Basic. He's probably not even going to be able to have a piece of this Lord, not even going to be able to try to fight it, and GG still holding a significant lead, and we're not even at the 60K gold mark yet.
Yeah. Zia ticking time bomb. He's running on this Roger 7, 0, and 3. He got the Savage on it before. BTK needs to be careful.
Best player so close to finding that spatial migration again. And we've talked about it before. Trex brought it up. The thing that is keeping BTK in it is the clearing power that they have. So it's going to take a few more Lords for Gaming Gladiators. And they need to be very careful because in the snap of a finger, they can lose that pushing power. They can lose those minions at the core.
Yeah, Lord marches to the mid lane, now needing to sync the lanes. Basically, ticking time bomb, waiting to get those core items to be able to burst down Gaming Gladiators, but do they give them the opportunity?
Oh, you can see best player looking for an angle, looking for members here. They see it out there. They all disengage back to the core. Now, one more high ground left for BTK. I'm offended lands on the Mobazane. Big pop up there. Mobazane able to dash himself to safety. Lord gets taken down in the back line. Mielo getting tagged down and chewed. Marcuti finds a kill on the Fly Chicken. Zia is down, and the rest of GG have to disengage once again.
2 for 1? 2 for 1 overall. With the replay, BTK has just done such an amazing job at defending.
Yeah, you got to see Cobra sneak in there with the last-minute wild charge for the knockup up against Gaming Gladiators. Milo was taking a lot of that damage, baiting out a lot of that utility, which helped BTK turn this back around in their favor. Some solid defense up against GG.
I mean, a great game, especially as quickly as Mielo was getting bursted down, able to come in, take some of that damage, take some of those abilities, still got away and turned the tables for BTK. You can see them getting a little bit more confident here in their pushes.
And look who is 4-1-1 right now on BTK, Marcuti. Doing a wonderful job. I was wondering about this Vexana, and I knew what it would be great at is stopping that push, stopping that rush that GG likes to bring, and just slowing them down, giving them enough time for BTK to stretch out these fights where they can come out on top.
4,000 gold lead for Gaming Gladiators, but now at that 20-minute mark, 15-6. But BTK, they don't have any inhibitors. Nothing left between GG and the base crystals. Definitely having to be careful for a possible backdoor play. Look at the items from Basic.
He's maxed out, man. They're all the way. They're feeling good about themselves, but it's still...
Oh, man, and just like that, a diversion Yellow still has the immortality. Mobazane in there to take the damage for his teammate, and they are able to find an escape for the GOAT.
Look at Cold World. Not going to try to force anything here. But we saw them coming up, so still no major deaths, and immortality pops for a divergent. Good trade for GG.
Yeah, good trade indeed, but the Lord now spawned in, and Gaming Gladiators in a position to possibly take it. Cold World trying to wrap around, gonna hug that wall to immune the crowd control, but is it enough to stop GG from taking this objective?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing is that this might be the first objective that BTK is going to be able. Oh, I'm offended. You can see landed on the basic. He is going to be able to move that. Oh, here comes the diversion. And basic very wisely using that blazing duet. Look at the damage he's taken. Zia finds the kill onto basic. That is a player down for BTK. Are they going to continue on this fight? They're trying to get this purple buff. They don't want to let it go. Mobazane has had enough. He's going to go on the shark. They're going to put some damage on, but eventually they chase him out of his own jungle.
Mr. Hollywood getting a little greedy, looking for the highlight play. He went back in. He got out of there with the wind of nature, but then he goes back in and gets taken down by Hoon.
Yeah, literally, that could be the moment that ends this right here. BTK have lost a lot of wave clear with that, have lost a lot of damage, and look at all these minions.
Yeah, look at all the minions, look at all the damage trying to get onto the core. They have the distractions, they have the damage. Mielo has the suppression. Out, Zia finds a kill onto Mielo. That's game 2 for GG.
Game number 3 for GG, able to push through the base Crystal, now up 1 game against the Bloodthirsty Kings.
The pendulum swings back and forth, back and forth. It just continues. How long is it going to go? When will one of these teams finally escape with that extra game?
I mean, a great job by BTK to hold the line, especially when it came to the defenses, taking out the minions, and being able to kind of hold that wall around their core. But eventually, it took just one mistake to give the advantage to GG.
Speaking of advantage, team stats on the board, 17, 6, and 46. Rating again, 9.24, almost at the double digits. But overall, some solid gameplay from Gaming Gladiators. Honestly, with the Lu Yi, banning out the Valentina, definitely a high IQ play. The mobility, very hard to deal with for the side of BTK. Even when they pull out the Grok, trying to hug the wall, trying to deny them the opportunity, they still find a way in. But this is the 50-50. GG takes game number 1. BTK takes game number 2. Game number 3 is in GG's favor. Do we see BTK at number 4?
And I don't know. I mean, I definitely think it could keep going back and forth. I definitely feel like the way, even when we look at the stats, both teams, and I feel like it's actually gotten closer and closer and closer. BTK, even when they were losing, have had a little, have been able to stretch it out a bit farther. And GG, even when they were losing, had some moments. So it just feels like every game could go down to the line.
Man, you can take a look at BTKs. Maybe that's a synergy of what things to come. Tight. That's what this series is right now between both of these teams back and forth as we take a look at some of the emblems here. But the kills, I mean, not the highest kill game, and that's what we expect at this level. That's what we expect at the very tippy top. You kind of get those objectives, more value out of it.
But the longest game that we've seen so far in the series, passing the 20-minute threshold. We saw game number 1, 14 minutes. Game number 2, 15. Game number 3, 21 minutes. It just keeps increasing.
I mean, there's still a big chance that both teams are still kind of oiling the gears, and now that we're getting these 20-minute games, I think both teams are finally getting comfortable, whether it's early game, whether it's late game, whether they're defending. Both teams have found answers to each other, and we might see a few more 20-plus minute games.
For me, I have to ask a question. Even though they lost, first we can go on with the stats. Rich Guy going to Zia, Hoon with the carry, Sandbag this time taking it away from Mobazane. Yellow on that Esmeralda, able to get 177,000, and best player, king of assists right now. But that actually brings up what I was going to ask. Yellow on the Esmeralda, how effective did we feel that was?
I mean, toward the late game, it did work. We saw him defend. He soaked up a lot of that damage. He baited out a lot of the utility, and BTK was able to fend off the side of GG from being in the base. But in the early phase, I just didn't really see it. But something that I will give credit over to Milo, he took the sandbag away from Mobazane.
I mean, we also have to remember one of the problems, I don't think it was exactly Milo, I think it was Grok got caught off a few times in the early game. Cold World got caught off a few times in the early game. Taking a look at this head-to-head, though, Basic also never able to fully pop off.
Yeah, and Milo, he did a good job of rotating around. We got to see him on the bot side clearing a lot of the minions, and on the top side, the opposite side, Chicken matching him with the Paquito. Both of them able to be very mobile so far.
An interesting thing that this stats point out to me, 102,000 damage compared to 30,000. Especially on a hero, a Claude that specializes in AoE, that specializes in that team damage, which tells me that just Basic was not part of those team fights.
I'm starting to kind of see a pattern. Zia goes in more for trying to be in the team fights. Basic goes more for the map advantage. He's rotating around. He's trying to create the separation on the neutral objectives to take these turrets, and I think that's why we're kind of seeing this shift in damage between both of them.
I mean, he does look for the map advantage. I think he's much more of a, I come into the fight a little bit later. I don't always want to be at the forefront of it. Also, we don't always see him make those huge risks, right? Like, Basic will get there. I mean, no, Zia will get there sometimes, even if he's a little bit behind. Basic sometimes, I feel like at least this series, we've been seeing him kind of tiptoe around the edge of these fights.
This is a great example of that Gwen playing into Mobazane. I mean, the first earlier objectives, they had some issues, but that's all it took to set up a great push from the side of GG there. They find the spatial migration onto Zane, and then kind of force that into another kill.
Yeah, definitely able to force it to a kill. I think this is where Milo kind of soaks up a lot of that damage right there. Able to get out of there. Cold World should wrap around here with the Wild Charge. Conceal play does go out, trying to create that opportunity, forcing GG out of BTK's base, but it wasn't enough to stop them from taking this game.
Most definitely, and I mean, they continue to defend. They do everything they can in this, but that final mistake that we saw from Basic where he goes down, makes it a 5v4, and gives Gaming Gladiators the advantage to do what we're seeing exactly right now.
And it's just so quick how Gaming Gladiators recognize that Basic is down, not that they need to go for a Lord, but that they have the ability to push. With Basic down, there's no protection for these minions that are coming in there, and you can see the celebration there from Zia.
Zia is always hype.
Well, he goes from being like dead stone, and then just definitely that's one of the things that we gotta love about him. But we are gonna take a look at some of these players. I think up front we're gonna be taking a look at best player, or no, Marcutie on the side of BTK.
Ooh, Marcutie, definitely an interesting one. Definitely the new addition to BTK, replacing Nicolette. But he's been doing good so far. His KDA has been through the roof. Marcutie, his favorite player. What is going on? It's either none or it's themselves. The only one that's been humble so far is Milo, and he voted Marcutie.
Did you just say the only one that has been humble so far was Mielo?
Crazy, right?
Crazy.
Crazy to talk about. But, I mean, hey, can't be all bad there for Marcutie from the hometown Chicago, Illinois, like yours truly there. But the great thing here is that Marcutie has definitely, in my eyes, set to rest the questions about his synergy on the team. I mean, he was doing an absurd amount of damage for BTK, and I mean, when you talk about the winning conditions and what was having BTK succeed, you have to have Marcutie in the conversation right now.
And speaking of people who have been doing amazing for their teams, it brings us on to the next player, the best player.
Oh, man, best player is somebody that I have had the joy of watching grow here in North America. We can see here, see, that's just sweet. Favorite players, GG teammates. Bringing it out there, more ML from the hobby. I mean, we already know how big of a fan he is of that Fanny.
All right, I got to take it back. Milo's not the most humble. GG teammates, that's the most humble answer I think we'll get out of today. Best player, dominating in that jungle position as always. A great addition to GG.
Look at his hometown though, the number 2 to the second 10 under I-10. I've been there. I don't know if you guys have. It's a nice little place, a couple other tents. It's nice. You know, we've all been there at one point in our lives.
It's crazy how much of a small world it is and how much we can share with these players as we are. Speaking of players, some in the audience starting a little young, but hey.
Hey, that's future North American talent right there.
I love to see it, and that's exactly, that's how you start them young.
Start them young.
With this, 2-1, does GG finally escape with an actual lead here? They're going to be back on second pick, and so far we've seen first pick continue to have a 100% win rate. It's going to take one of these teams to finally break that curse. Essentially BTK if they want to get ahead, because GG, even if they go back and forth right now, it still ends with them hitting 7 first.
Yeah, both sides trying to find 2 games in a row. I think that's the huge thing in this series. If you can take 2 games in a row, you can pretty much almost guarantee yourself the series. But no, so far it hasn't been able to happen. But if history repeats itself, this game should be going to GG. Time will tell. Angela, first ban on the board for the side of BTK, but on the opposite side, the Barats.
Yeah, I mean, it's been those first two bans pretty much have been written in a stone for them. I'm very surprised by the Ling picks. I mean, I've talked with Best Player before too, and I know he's loved these picks, and if he could, he would. Maybe BTK just knows, especially here where MS is not a factor. We're here live. These guys are there looking across the stage with them, so they know that MS is not going to be an issue. This means that they're going to have that mechanical ability. And why give a Ling to somebody as mechanically gifted as a Best Player?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also BTK maybe, because last time we saw them not ban it. We saw them be okay with not banning it, and GG didn't force it. I think BTK wants the draft to be a little bit more open. I think both teams kind of want the draft a bit more open. I do think BTK needs to fit that Louis Yi in at some point if they're not going to pick it. But GG's very comfortable so far with a widely open draft and having all of those power picks on the field to trade up with.
They're going to have to ban Valentina for Gaming Gladiators. There it goes! Because if not, it was going to be a chip and a Valentina first pick for the side of BTK. I still think we may be able to see the chip here. If not, I expect GG to take it away from them and combo it with the Louis Yi.
Well, I mean, do you go with that? I don't think that they're really worried about Fredrin being picked up by Gaming Gladiators. They've shown that they really kind of just want to be able to take down that Fredrin. So the first pick here, maybe we're looking for a mage from Arcuti. He's shown that, Arlot's going to be picked up there. Mielo, I mean, you got a lot of CC there. You got a lot of tankiness from him. So
I mean, it's definitely a solid pick and also could be flexed around. There's possibilities with it. But again, we just keep forfeiting over that Louis Yi, and at some point, I think we gotta switch it up. But GG not gonna go for it. They pick up the Roger, and I think this could be the opportunity that BTK needs. Take the Louis Yi from them. Just do it.
Just do it. It could be the opportunity for them. Best player denying Moba Zane is Fredrin. We've seen Fredrin every single game so far from Zane, but now he's going to have to switch it up. We've seen some junglers from him like the Alpha sneak up in there. Could be a possibility here soon. The Barats was taken away from him as well. The Akai, still on the table. That is what he actually used against GG to be able to pull that victory earlier in the season.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, because this is kind of a draft that kind of is more akin to what we saw in the playoffs from GG. Ban out the Barats, they would pick up the Fredrin, leaving Mobazane with the Akai, maybe, and there it is. They're gonna go ahead, take away the Louis Yi from GG here. And as I was saying there, with that Akai pickup, BTK has really shown that they can really form a really great and competent composition around this.
You know, so I'm questioning though, right? We haven't seen him pick up the Louis at all. Have they just been holding this one in the chamber? Or does maybe Marcuti feel a little uncomfortable? As long as he feels good on it, as long as he plays good on it, just these three heroes alone for BTK are one aggressive unit. Something that can just attack off lanes, pin people to walls, final slashes, and just come out of nowhere well doing that. There is definitely some threat from BTK right now.
Yeah, BTK should be able to get the early neutral objectives, especially with Zane on the Akai, able to use the heavy spin, able to get into retribution distance of the turtle. Should be working in his favor, and some good dive capability as well. You have the diversion from Marcuti, but like you said, is it going to be the same case of when we've seen it on Hoon? Will it have the same effect? We've been seeing him use the Valentina and using the IMU for the diversion, but can he do it with the Louis Yi itself?
That's kind of my question here. With the Louis Yi and a combination with Akai, I want to say Akai base with that heavy spin kind of works against the yin-yang that you're looking for with Louis Yi. She wants people together, grouped up. Akai, unless you're very surgical on him, Mobazane's gonna have to be very careful about it. Akai can sometimes just blow everybody away, spread them out, and push them away. So it's gonna be very interesting. BTK's gonna have to be very careful about these engagements.
Yeah, the duality is definitely important for Marcuti. It's definitely what's gonna bring everybody together. Lots of combo potential. Mobazane's gonna have to be careful. That is for sure. I think as long as they can work around that, there are some importance there. Now, GG though, the trade-ups on both sides, normally never wanting to let Cold World get that Kaja. This time GG gonna take it for themselves, but not a lot of targets. I mean, yes, they're gonna have to, it's gonna be a hard way to get to Marcuti. It's gonna be a hard way to even get to Mielo here. You have a lot of things in your face, and showing that this early, now they can also pick up a roam to kind of help deal with that as well. Maybe something like the Minotaur, something that can really just hold the front line.
Well, they need crowd control more in favor for the side of GG now. Since you have the suppression, that's single target CC, so you're really going to rely on best player on the Fredrin to soak in a lot of that damage up front. Maybe going in for something with more crowd control like the Terizla in the XP lane with that penalty zone. Oh, wait a second. Chicken with the statement, pulling out the Uranus.
I mean, it was
Flashbacks.
a point of contention during the playoffs when Mielo picked up that Uranus, and everybody was kind of asking, what was the deal? Here, Fly Chicken picking it up here, maybe an answer to show him this is going to be how you use this hero out there.
Definitely a possibility. I will say this, that White Chicken's not going to be able to get pinned to a wall. He'll be able to get away from it with the Consecration. He's not going to get affected by the duality. The Final Slash as well. White Chicken will be comfortable kind of dancing around all of the CC that BTK has brought. But again, there is a reason why Uranus has kind of fallen off the meta. Even in such a heavy CC meta, he still doesn't always seem to do the greatest. But let's jump into it. It's game number 4. GG up another one, 2-1 against BTK. Let's see if things can tie up again.
Yeah, we're just going to jump right into it. No time for talking. These teams are ready to go as we start off here in the jungle of both teams.
Yeah, Mobazane pulling out that Akai. One of the recipes to beating Gaming Gladiators earlier in the NACT spring season, but can they do it again? Some early pressure, though, in the mid lane.
Yeah, you see, actually, Marcuti taking a heap of damage there. The onslaught from Shark and Hoon proving a lot here. Cold World still trying his best to protect him.
Yeah, look at Chicken, though, harassing Mobazane. He's actually trying to deny him the farm. Usually Shark's the one that does this.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble. That Fly Chicken might be caught, and then the tower gets put down. But Marcuti gets picked up as well.
It's a pretty decent trade right there for GG, man. They take out Marcuti, they take out the mid. It's gonna help him on rotations. It's gonna help him move around a bit faster. And now BTK has to recalculate their approach to this.
Yeah, Chicken, the playmaker, opening up the opportunity for a slight advantage. Now, we got to see more of how this Uranus kind of plays into this. Last time we saw it on the side of BTK, Milo was the one to kind of pick this up, and it really did not profit. But already seeing some potential over there from Fried Chicken on the opposing side, but it's still a little too early to tell.
I do think it is still kind of debatable because you want this Uranus to scale, and taking a death that early could become a problem pretty quickly. But look at him already up against this Arlot. Is that the answer?
Oh man, and he's not done yet. He's still trying to put on the damage onto Mielo. Has a couple of dashes out there to answer away, and Mobazane sneakily hiding in this bush, but gives himself away. Fly Chicken gonna create some distance here.
Yeah, but the thing that Gaming Gladiators lacks is crowd control, right? They have the suppression, but I don't think that's enough CC to stop BTK in the objective fights. BTK putting on some pressure. Zane already pulling the aggro of this turtle, running on the Akai. The one-man army, he really doesn't need anybody there to get this turtle now, which opens up more opportunity on BTK's side.
It gives his team, just in completion, the ability to move around and look for positions on the fight instead of hovering around Mobazane, because at any point, he uses the heavy spin.
Yeah, now contesting for this turtle, Mobazane in yellow, looking for an opportunity, still trying to maintain that vision. Turtle down to 50%, Mobazane still in the back, Fly Chicken trying to create that wall. Mielo very close to the side here. Final Slash comes out, Hoon gets caught in it, is popped back up by the Black Shoes. Best player in trouble, and does find a kill onto Mobazane. Marcuti is down as well. That is 2 down for BTK, still continuing on the push. Cold World deciding against that engagement.
Some great execution from both sides, though. That final slash was huge.
Oh, Mielo in trouble. What are you doing? Going in against the team. Another final slash out there. Best player finds the turtle. Mielo dashing around, but is not long for this world. Fly Chicken with the pickup.
He danced and danced until he dropped Mielo. Able to kind of move him around there, show him the grooves, but wasn't able to get away. Able to maybe open up the rest of the map, buy some space for his team, but let's take a look at this, because honestly, he gets caught by the judgment. He still dashes through. For a second, I thought he was going to steal the turtle. He knows there's no escape. He comes back, but finally goes down.
I think it was worth it, right? I mean, if he would have took that turtle, that would have been huge for his team, but falling a little short with that final slash, but a good play from Milo. Both XP laners showing out today.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, I want to say BTK, when it comes to this objective right now, they're starting to fall a little bit behind the aggression from Gaming Gladiators. They're just trying to choke it out of BTK to remove any type of resting that they have in this jungle.
Yeah, but Marcuti on the lead already finding 2 deaths so far. And with Hoon, you saw Hoon using a lot of those diversions to take turrets very early, not wasting any seconds, but I feel like we're seeing Marcuti try and use these diversions for the team fights.
Most definitely now. Taking a look, White Chicken, cutting the lane like we saw from Milo last time, and he is just doing his job. This is what he should be doing as Uranus. It's even okay if he dies as long as he's consistently harassing, as long as he's consistently controlling this whole side of the map like he is, but divergent play?
Yeah, but it is on their side,
Now they're
so I mean,
trapped.
just trying to get a little bit more room to kind of close the distance on this bottom lane.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about, right? Where does the diversion kind of play into this? Marcuti, a little behind the power curve compared to Hoon, who had a little bit more of a stronger force in the early presence, but it's still a little early in the game, so we'll see. GG up 4-1 so far, though. 2,000 gold lead against BTK.
Honestly, we haven't seen a lot of divergence from Marcuti. I honestly feel like he should be using... White Chicken.
Yeah, in a little bit of trouble. Still
Yeah,
has
get away.
that consecration left still, and no worse for Rare. Mielo even tries to put some damage on there. But Fly Chicken is not afraid. Still swooping in and out to kind of keep those stacks up for himself, to keep that regen up.
Yeah, GG trying to take the second turtle. I mean, Mobizane's running on the Akai, but he has not found the opportunity for the objectives. Looks like they may be able to get this one.
Yeah, and right now, just a Fly Chicken doing such a great job of keeping that zone, keeping those opportunities, but down at the bottom, Zia almost gets caught. Shark in trouble. They close the distance. Basic scoops up the kill.
So, a kill in the Basics pocket is big. He's 1-0-0. Taking a look at Zia right now. Hasn't put any kills on the board, but also hasn't taken any deaths. So still, gold laners not too far apart overall, but with Basic taking 0 deaths, he still can be kind of, you know, that egg in the basket for BTK right now.
But Mobizane on the Akai definitely has a heavy spin, and now the play.
Zia sees it in there. A heavy spin pins him against the wall. Hoon powerless to help them, and that's going to be a tower down for BTK. Oh, they aren't able to get it. GG come in, save the day. Just the littlest bit of health left on that tower.
And this is what we're talking about with GG. When it comes to a matter of seconds, they're able to get there. That's like 5% HP. Over there for the tier 1 turret, still able to hold on to it, not trying to give BTK any advantage so far. 4-3 on the scoreboard.
Ooh, now we're gonna come in through the mid. We got a big pop up there. Mielo catches a Brazer's Wrath. Best player with the taunt. Mielo in a little bit of trouble. Shark finds the Divine Judgment. Mielo trying to dash away. Zia cleans up, finds the kill, but might be in trouble for Fly Chicken. Zaman Force laid down. Best player finds the taunt. Turn around onto BTK. Mobizane with a heavy spin. Shark gets caught, and Basic finds the kill. Another Fly Chicken in trouble there. Might be taken out, but they are going to disengage.
Shots for shots still. GG holding the lead, but never escaping with it. Not this game. BTK hanging on.
Both sides still holding on to the mid lane, though. They're trying to find that early advantage to be able to take it down, but still falling a little short. On the bot side, though, that tier 1 turret is hanging on by a hair. Need to be a little careful. You are looking at BTK starting to slowly be a little bit more aggressive with Marcuti, with the concealed plays, with Mobizane trying to wrap around with the heavy spins. And I think this is where they can start to profit, especially with GG not having that much crowd control to use against them.
All right, so last turtle on the field. GG's taking the last 2. Here comes a divergent play. BTK just kind of using it to gain position, but I do think this turtle is huge for BTK.
Fly Chicken catches himself a final slash, but BTK not able to make a concealed play in the mid lane. They do find a kill onto Marcuti. Marcuti, that's going to be huge. And they do find themselves the mid-tower. Mobazane finds the turtle, and now GG unable to make them pay for it. Yellow finds another final slash, getting caught up by the team. Mobazane on the side. Zaman Force laid on the ground. Damage is out, and down goes Yellow. Rest of BTK trying to get themselves again, trying to disengage. Zia finds a kill onto 2 members of BTK, and now giving chase is GG.
Yeah, they lost the turtle, but overall won the trade. Gaming Gladiators still ahead of the Bloodthirsty Kings, finding Marcuti out of position, taking the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, losing the turtle to Mobazane.
Not only are they ahead, but they're starting to escape with the lead now. This could be the game that gives them that 2-game lead. Taking a look at this replay, take us through it, Wheezy.
That's right, both teams fighting it out back and forth, the 50-50 that we love to see, but this one flipped to the side of Gaming Gladiators to be able to push through, lost the objective, but overall able to win the trade.
Yeah, they're starting to etch out ahead by about 4K gold. You can see, and that last fight, Yellow comes in with a final slash after the fact. Have to wonder if like the team of BTK was actually ready for that engagement, because it started the engagement that pretty much ended it all. Big heavy spin onto best player. Zaman Force laid down on the ground. Yellow picks up the kill, and they're going to walk away with that in their pocket.
So that's actually their second pick-off now since the last big fight. We missed it, but they were able to catch Shark as well during the replay. Now they catch best player, so BTK finding a little bit of grounds. I want to see more from Marcuti on this Lu Yi, though, because he's been having probably the roughest game that we've seen in the past 4 series.
And I think this is the reason why Gaming Gladiators allowed Lu Yi to walk inside of their hands. They knew it wasn't something he was too comfortable on. They were willing to take that risk. But something also interesting to point out is the gold laners, Basic and Zia. Both of them with 3 kills so far, been dominating for their teams, but one side has to take control, and so far that's been GG. 3,000 gold lead, 3 turrets, 2 up against BTK and 1 turtle.
Yeah, and we're looking at the beginnings of an objective fight here as they smell the Lord, and big pop up there, lands best player. Heavy spin, might be in trouble here on that Fredrin. Basic finds the kill in the back. Hoon finds a kill onto Marcuti. There's no retreat for Gaming Gladiators. They're forced to take this fight. Now looking for the damage onto Yellow, who's dashing around the board. They're not able to find it there. Lord has been reset.
Okay, but they get the reset. He still is pretty low, but right now, without a retry, BTK can have the advantage. They just gotta get these health bars back up.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Shark kind of staying in there. It's down to 10%. They might not be able to get. Basic picks up the Lord, and now GG in tow, looking for an opportunity here, looking to make BTK pay for that Lord.
All right, I gotta say it. The Retro God, there he is. Basic, able to take the objective over Mobazane, who did have the retribution, but nonetheless still goes to the same side. BTK able to win the trade.
Mobazane, hold my retry. I got this. So there, Basic able to pull it off. Taking a look at the replay, even for a second, man, GG with their gold. We know that they can force these fights, but BTK has done a great job at disengaging, has done a great job at fighting these battles at a deficit.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, last game was at that 19-minute mark, right? It went further than the others, and so far, it's looking like we may have the same thing. Could still play called out, though, from BTK, looking like a possible play on the GG on the top side, but no, they're going to disengage. They're going to be a little bit more calmer here. They're trying to kind of tip the toes in their favor. BTK able to take the tier 1 in the mid lane. GG now pushed on the defensive.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with that concealed play, they are able to find a good position, and Gaming Gladiators just seconds behind being able to protect that tower.
Yeah, Wind of Nature picked up over there from Zia for Gaming Gladiators to negate that physical damage. Has a Wind Talker, has it in this battle. Malefic Roar as well. But he is leading 400 gold above the marksman for BTK. Basic, slightly behind, but I would say both of them doing an excellent job so far.
Ooh, good escape there. Very smooth. Finally, we're seeing that diversion come from Marcuti a bit.
And I want to say Marcuti, a little bit more grounded with his approach to this diversions, using it to kind of close the distance, to get his team somewhere faster, rather than like those really oppressive backline diversions onto Gaming Gladiators. And that just might be a play style for both of them.
Yeah, but this is where we're possibly going to see Fried Chicken start to profit, right? The later this game goes, the more heals he's going to get when he's taking these fights. Diversion play, though, to the top side may be able to catch them off guard.
Dang, and they are able to catch best player. Pop-up lands onto him, and Yellow finds the kill. GG in a bad way right now as they split them up. Zia in trouble. Marcuti finding the kill there. Shark using the flicker, but he is not long. He has the whole of BTK chasing him down into this tower. And Shark, I think we already know what's happening there.
The caster curse stands strong. The moment Private says it, they come out behind him with the divergent.
Yeah, and Fly Chicken gets cleaned up here as well. It is just Hoon on a Gaming Gladiators right now with 10-second death timers.
Yeah, they should be able to push up the map. Not going to be able to close it out, but still able to hold that advantage up against GG, closing the distance for game number 4. The 50-50 in full effect. Both sides, 39,000 gold, complete even, 4 turrets as well.
Yeah, so far with that, now the fact that they have a small gold lead here, do we think they have a big advantage in late game? Do we think they have an advantage comp versus comp?
Well, Mielo actually came in there, a heap of damage done onto Hoon, who has to use those black shoes. Marcuti gets hit by a divine judgment. Hoon finds the kill there as well, but they are going to have to disengage.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and take down Marcuti, but overall lose the neutral objective. BTK focusing on that Lord the entire time, using Marcuti as a distraction to be able to possibly inch their way even more up this map.
Which the fact that they were behind 2 minutes ago makes it feel worth it. Normally I would say, in this position, losing Marcuti, who's been huge in all of their team fights, has been, even though he didn't play a big role in the beginning, once he started playing a role, it was important. I'm still trying to decide whether they broke even, whether they took the lead. As long as they can take some towers here, they definitely get the win there.
Yeah, now they're going to work on sinking these lanes. Luminous Lord on the bot side, working his way to the base crystal. Gaming Gladiators on the defense. BTK trying to take game number 4 to even out this series. They're pushed through the tier 2 on the top side, and now may be able to open up the doors to GG.
Yeah, rushing through the mid is the whole of BTK, while at the bottom, Gaming Gladiators, Fly Chicken doing his best to deal with this Luminous Lord. I think they noticed it. They're looking for a diversion, and they do come in. Fly Chicken sees it coming from a mile away. It's going to create that distance.
I don't know about you, but I'm not chasing a Uranus. I'm just going to let that go. The mobility is insane, and they realize that. They're going to focus on the push.
Yeah, now down to half health for this high ground. Fly Chicken comes in looking for an opportunity. BTK wisely creating that distance from the high grounds, and no worse for wear.
They do a much better job this time too than what we've seen from BTK in the past of overextending. A lot of times we would have saw them hang out in that bottom tower, just do everything they could to take that bottom tower, but this time they back it off.
Ooh, Mielo comes in there, best player. Gonna go ahead and handle that front line. Mobazane standing there very close. Ooh, the diversion up on top, looking for the flank. Oh, just narrowly. Oh, they do have it on the best player. They find the CC. Zaman forces down, best player in trouble. Heavy spin onto him, basic, finds the kill. The rest of Gaming Gladiators coming in. Immortality activated on the Cold World, and not able to make or reply to BTK.
One member down for the side of GG, and BTK on the push, trying to get the finish.
A flicker final slash comes out there. It's going to be enough to get this middle high ground. Fly Chicken gets taken down by basic. A flicker into a pop-up. Down goes Cold World. That is a 1 down for BTK. Shark doing his best to clear out. Hoon finds a kill onto Marcuti. Final slash, able to take down Hoon. It is 2v2 right now, but BTK lives to fight another day, is going to back up.
Basic versus Zia, man, both of them have been showing up, but Basic has come online this game. He's 5-1-5. Zia sitting at 5-2-4, but Mobazane as well. I feel like BTK really catching their stride in the late game here.
All right, next Lord on the board. Best player, gonna pull the aggro. Mobazane in position for a possible heavy spin and a retribution. We talked about the Akai and what of an impact it has to the team, and this is his moment to show the world. Basic beside him for a possible counterplay. Will they be able to get it though? The numbers not in their favor. Cold World wrapping around. Conceal play.
Yeah, we do have a diversion coming out. Mielo and Marcuti on the side. Conceal play is out. Right now, best player looking for an opportunity down. Shark has the immortality. Cold World finds the Lord. Marcuti finds a kill onto Shark. Fly Chicken able to take down Marcuti, and Cold World finds the best player. That is 3 players down for GG.
I've been wanting it from him, but Basic finally put his boots on. He finally strapped up. He's 7-1-7, and he's finally outputting the damage.
Yeah, now they're on the core. Hoon activates his black shoes. Damage onto the core. 10% left. BTK tie things up.
Tie things up. The 50-50 is back in effect. Flipping the coin every single game. BTK, game number 4.
2-2. Here we go. It's looking familiar. Private, it's looking familiar. Wheezy, it's looking like a rerun in the HyperX Arena. Down to the line. Look at Mielo, man. Taking the headphones off. But I gotta, take a look at GG. Look at Hoon's face, man. He's like, listen, it's just another game, man. We're just gonna keep pushing forward.
Yeah, but both sides are tied up, which means they both equally have a chance in this series so far. And it's been the pattern, right? GG, BTK, GG, and now BTK as the team stats are on the board.
Yeah, it's the curse of that second pick right now. You can see 17 kills for the side of BTK, 15 deaths alongside there. I mean, they had such a great game here. That Lu Yi, I want to say a little slow to pick up for Cold World, but then suddenly creating these opportunities, finding those angles onto best player for some great picks.
And taking a look at the team stats head to head, let's take a look at the damage. BTK ended up unloading in the end there. And one more important thing is, Gaming Gladiators had a huge gold lead, but towards the end, I think, is when it really changed up. That gold per minute for BTK just outscaling as we crept into the late.
You know what's funny? 2 of the members of BTK took the Lord outside of MOBA Zane, Cold World, and Basic. What is going on? They got 3 retributions on their side. There's got to be some trick to it, but nonetheless, a great game. A little bit shorter than game number 3, 18 minutes this time, so now we're kind of backpedaling a bit. Looks like they're learning from the mistakes. Typically when you see games go past that 19-minute mark, it's because the team was not able to close out early, but this one was so very close for both sides, but BTK able to push through the 2v2 at the end, and Basic able to dominate 17-15. Great game for number 4.
Yeah, I mean, Basic here, I mean, you can see they're 7-1-7. You were asking for him to step up, and step up he did on that Harith pick. And I want to say, man, for the side of GG best player, it's just unfortunate. It's the unfortunate will of the Lu Yi, what you have to face, that you have to have eyes in the back of your head. You have to have a sound for every single bush that you're walking near. And Mark Cutie did a great job of setting those up, which went into some great fights for BTK.
All right, so Basic, once again, showing up on this board. The rich guy with 761 gold per minute, nothing too crazy. It was a slow start, but he eventually got there. Fried Chicken, 193,000 damage as the sandbag. You said it, he didn't show it, how to play that Uranus. Though it didn't take them to victory, I still feel like it was one of the things that kept them going, kept GG grinding throughout the mid to late.
But one thing stays the same, 0% win rate for the NACT spring season. As you see the head-to-head, Mielo versus Fried Chicken, the GOAT versus the Chicken. Now on the screen, Mielo this time around though, able to profit a little bit more with the kills, up by 3 up against Chicken, and more kill participation as well. Able to kind of dominate a little bit smoother for game number 4. It's just amazing to see these 2 players go back and forth.
The thing that's in my head, or what Mielo had to have had in his head, was just be aggressive, be aggressive every single time. Even when BTK lost an objective or was backing off, Mielo's like, no, I think I have an opportunity here. Comes in with those final slashes, setting BTK up to kind of turn things around on GG.
Yeah, Mielo was consistently creating moments, I feel like, throughout that whole game. Whether it was too risky, because there was a lot of times where I'm like, Mielo, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? He still is able to just escape or just bide that time for the rest of his team to get there to where they can pounce.
And we kind of talked about the crowd control effect from BTK, right? Running on Kaja on GG kind of limited them in the set potential to hold them off from pushing through the base crystal. Maybe that was the answer. Maybe they need a little bit more crowd control. Maybe not allow Marcuti to get the lead. I mean, it may actually be worth banning if you're not going to pick it up, as we are taking a little bit of a blast from the past from the previous game.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those opportunities where we saw that Gaming Gladiators able to find themselves on the back runner. Best player finds a kill onto Mobazane, Hoon onto Marcuti, and then I believe this is when Mielo came in against 4 of them. At the beginning here, Mielo wasn't as successful. Here, Best player found himself at Appraiser's Wrath as well, but the second half of this game showed a different story for BTK.
Most definitely, and as it continued, I mean, like we said, we saw at the very beginning, it was just troublesome. It was just a problem. BTK didn't have an answer, and I think GG's big thing was targeting Marcuti all throughout this early game. You can see here, he's already sitting at 2 deaths. I think in the next turtle is when they targeted him in the mid again. They did the huge dive, got the Divine Judgment, and were able to take him out. And then it took a while for him to fully come online. And even here, Basic, not outputting the damage. He's free hitting everybody, but just unable to take anybody down at all. It took a while until BTK got online.
Yeah, this was, he got that double kill. I was worried about him getting up to that Maniac and they're not careful. That Lord play, huge moment for both sides, but overall, only working in one's favor is Cold World. We talked about it, no retribution needed. Basic got one as well in today's game. Just able to find the neutral objectives, able to kind of profit up against GG. And this is where I think crowd control kind of comes to effect. A lot of that mobility was limited from the side of Gaming Gladiators and allowed BTK to push through the base crystal.
Yeah, and then here we have the final push by BTK, even flickering in with the final slash there, even though they kind of had it secured there. Mielo, I mean, really kind of showed out there. We were talking about it, just that aggression, just him creating plays consistently.
All right, so now, boys, big 3. Where do we go from here? It's 2-2. I feel like the next game is huge because the next winner puts you at match point. And then the pressure builds, right? Then it's like, ooh, it becomes a bit harder to get that comeback game because now you know if I let them win again, it's over. So I think this next win is going to be crucial for either team.
Yeah, neither side has been able to break that chain, the back and forth between both teams, able to claim a victory. But like you said, you got to get 2 in a row to kind of really solidify that deal, and neither side has been able to find that. I mean, if history repeats itself, this next game should go to Gaming Gladiators for game number 5, but time will tell. But nonetheless, this is looking like a repeat from last time we were here in the HyperX Arena.
Nobody wants to be in a position where the opposing team is at game point, which is going to make this next match so important for both of these teams. It gives them that wiggle room, gives them that breathing room, but also it puts that pressure, that big pressure onto the enemy, onto the other team.
And let's talk about these 2 teams and what kind of makes them different. BTK, they have a coach. And they have an analyst kind of backing them, helping them draft. But Gaming Gladiators, they're winging it. And so far, it's been a pretty even series.
I mean, so I'm looking at BTK talking. I think the big discussion is, how do we win on red side, guys? Like, how do we draft to win on red side, guys? Because if we can do that, we can get to match point. But if we can't do that, if this just keeps going back and forth, blue side only wins, then GG gets it. If we just keep doing the boom ping pong, GGG hits game 4 first. BTK has to turn things around at some point and get the 2 in a row, or there is no winning here.
Well, I want to say right now with both of these teams, I want to say that Lu Yi has become that picker ban. We can no longer leave her open. If you're on the side of Gaming Gladiators, we've seen the effect that it was able to have, what Marcuti was able to do with it, even if a little bit of a rocky start. But at the end, I want to say they're able to take out best player so decisively and just created these opportunities for BTK.
Yeah, and opportunities is what both sides are looking for, the 50-50 even. And now jumping into the draft for game number 5 and on the board. A little bit of a repetitive pattern that we've been seeing so far in today's series, but Rats has been taken down.
Let me guess, Angela banned from the side of BTK.
Can you see the future tracks?
I can. I can. And after that, on the side of GG, Valentina?
Valentina or, okay, here comes the Angela. Is it going to be the Valentina?
All right, who's psychic here? Let's see if Private
Drum roll,
Psychic.
please.
Oh!
All right, hold on. Do we get a link? Can we get a link for 500?
A link for 500 on the side of BTK. Looking for it. Basic thinking about it.
Lu Yi! I'm gonna call it.
Oh, okay. Private, you got anything here? You got your 2 cents to throw in?
We'll see where it's at here.
All right, so they're really now they're messing. They know we're gambling. They know we're taking our chances on this. So depending on how this does go, do they find I think the Luyi ban is actually crucial for BTK and could be the final thing that answers this. Because it'd be the thing that shakes everything up. It'd be the thing that changes the way all these drafts have been going.
Ooh.
The Guinevere pick also does that a little bit too, and it makes GG guess because that's been their answer to the Fredrin. It makes them think, do we want to take Fredrin first?
Yeah, and it allows the draft to not be as three-dimensional, right? You know when Luyi's picked up, it's going into the mid lane. But when Guinevere's picked up, everybody's scratching their head on where it's going to go. Will it be in the jungle? Will it be in the roam? Hey, screw it. Throw it in the XP lane. Basic. Ready to take the fight.
We see ya.
To GG. Showing some love out there for the fans of North America supporting today's show.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I want to say, it's good to be the last winner. You see BTK, all smiles, they're very relaxed, in a very calm and somber tone for GG. They're focused. They want to make sure that this next game is a success. And, crazily enough, Luyi gets taken off by GG.
Maybe because they want the Fredrin up front. With the Guinevere being gone, maybe because they want, but here's the thing, even if they pick that, the Akai just got shown. Best player has problems on that hero, let's be real. There's a reason why I think they stopped contesting it, because BTK kind of almost wants them to take it sometimes. Now, BTK, they ban out the Ling.
I think they're just done going tit for tat, and they want to see what BTK has to bring to the table without having that Luyi. But Mathilda, it's here, it's available, and GG has slotted it in.
Yeah, with that Gwen ban, with that Ling coming up last, it does open up Mathilda onto the hands of Shark. Shark, who has been so dangerous on this, and it's actually very rare. People might have even forgot how dangerous on it he is because he's always been banned out against him.
But a good read from BTK, gonna go ahead and pick up some meta priority with the Edith, with the R-Lap, both of them synergizing well together. But now, where does Gaming Gladiators go from here? You mentioned the Mathilda, took a little bit of a hit previously, hasn't been as effective as we've seen it in the NACT spring season earlier, but still a secret weapon possibly for the side of Gaming Gladiators. Do they pair it up with the Fredrin, or maybe even an Akai? Both heroes that can limit the jungle of MOBA Zane.
Well, the thing with having a Mathilda on your team is you open options for your team. You create mobility out of the immobile. People like Ixia, people like Fredrin, now they can fly across the screen. They can get those engagements. They can get those retreats that they weren't able to before.
But there's once again is MOBA Zane's signature answer to this type of composition brought by GG. Another thing about the Mathilda is there's been times where even it wasn't always banned and it wasn't always picked up. Like, it is not as threatening as it was in the very beginning of the season. It still is a problem. It still is something that is always scary. But with the amount of CC that BTK has right now, mainly the final slash and this heavy spin, it is a decent answer, at least to Shark.
Now the Claude should be banned out here for the side of Gaming Gladiators, trying to limit the pool from basic. There goes the Harith, so one of the gold lane options has been limited. Delilia, a good response, it's been picked up a lot today, and they're trying to also limit the mid lane position over there from Marcuti. We saw him on the Luyi. It was a little of a slow start, but he was able to kind of make up for it toward the end. Now, Vexana, it's still available, still can be picked up from BTK.
I mean, we're looking at these last bans. I mean, Roger's still out on the table. Claude is still out there for basic. You can see on this side, still waiting for the last ban for GG.
Yeah, still waiting on something overall. But BTK also need to make their ban, right? Need to do something big here. They're gonna get first pick after, right? And like you said, the Vexana's open. So maybe they leave that open. There goes the Pheromones Vents. Yeah, leave the Vexana open. It forces GG to either ban it out or let BTK get it most likely. And after that, what's even left for whom, really?
Yeah, right now, it's trying to limit the gold and mid lane. There goes the Claude. Irithel should be a viable option. Maybe even the Brody, who we have yet to see so far. The Natan was picked up from basic a little earlier. Didn't really profit the way he was looking forward to. Maybe he goes in for a second try. But nonetheless, it kind of works better for him when he plays with those marksmen who have survivability. But there goes the Vexana we were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Hudi showed in that. In fact, they lost the game, but he still had an amazing amount of damage, an amazing amount of play during those objective fights.
Yeah, so now it's the question you brought to the field too. What is basic pick, right, for the gold lane? There's still plenty of options. I think the Brody could be a decent answer. He can get the distance. He can kind of, dance around with the Roger, but Hoon is in a sticky situation, man. Does he kind of fall back to something? Like, my brain's racking. I'm like, going back to Novaria. I'm thinking position. I almost went to Yves, but Novaria is still there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, these were some of the hottest picks in the mid lane the entire NACT spring season. The Novaria and also the Vexana, and showcasing it in the grand finals. I love to see it. But something that's standing out so far is fried chicken with the Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have a lot of that melee ability, and he's a pretty oppressive in the early game in his lane. We're going to see if that can kind of stack up against Yellow in this with this R-Lot, because I mean, we've seen from Yellow, especially when he's allowed to be part of these fights, when he's allowed to be free, he just causes so much havoc to kind of create these plays.
And the good thing about the Thomas too, at least if it ends up going against this R-Lot, is he's a brawler in the early game. He wants you to dash in on him. He wants to just sit there and trade blows, similar to how the Uranus had the effect last time when we saw it against the R-Lot in Fried Chicken's hands. So I think it's not a horrible pick. During the late game is when I'm worried about it. And BTK has been loving taking these to the late game.
Yeah, in basic, he's not going to play a marksman who has the survivability or mobility. He's going to play that carry. He's going to be able to soak in to the frontline composition the later this game goes, but he has to watch out for the dives.
All right, here we go. Jumping into the land of Dawn. No matter what happens after this, it's match point for somebody. It's 2-2 right now at the HyperX Arena. GG versus BTK.
Yeah, right now they're trying to refute that curse of the second pick right now. Mobazane sitting comfortably on his Akai.
That's right, trying to break the chain of the 50-50, trying to have a little bit more of that split in this series, but Mobazane, he needs to kind of help the team push through this and take a second win in a row, or we're going to see GG even out the playing field and have them at match point, which is a very big piece of this series. This puts a lot of pressure on either side.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of liking the draft from BTK here. The Novaria is good. There's possibilities with this Matilda as well, but BTK just has a few picks that a lot of them have been comfortable on, especially this R-Lot here. It does get moved to the mid lane. It is going to be something that can be a bit more pivotal, especially in the early game.
Yeah, a lot of survivability for both sides. The Matilda able to keep the team alive with the Circle Eagle, but a little bit of a pause, which gives us a little bit more time to kind of break down what we expect to see in game number 5 between both these amazing teams.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the switch from R-Lots on the Cold World there to provide a lot of that suppression there. You already see him doing a good job of kind of being able to push back a little bit onto GG in the early game through that mid.
And now, with this pause, we get some time to talk about the compositions actually. I mean, we kind of go through draft, we see them, but are there any major win cons for you, Weezy? Does someone have a huge advantage in early? Does someone have a huge advantage in late?
Well, definitely is going to stand out the R-Lot up against the Thomas. Not something you traditionally see too often, and I really want to see how the Thomas kind of plays into this. We haven't really seen Thomas that often. This entire NACT as we now jump back into the land of Dawn for game number 5. But on the bot side, Basic running his comfort pick on this carry, who also hasn't been slotted as much as the Roger has been so far. Kind of took carry's place and priority, and one of those only marksmen who got a Savage this entire season.
Yeah, and he will be playing this as a tank carry as well, hoping to kind of match up. And a lot of damage actually put onto him, and he's going to have to go home.
That panda hurts, as Mobazane likes to say sometimes. That bamboo stick hurts, and we're already seeing the possibilities. Hoon's gonna need to be careful. He needs to play this Novaria the way it's meant to be. He needs to stay far back. He needs to be the sniper. We've seen him on the Novaria before. We know he has those capabilities. It's just, can he do it right here, right now?
Ooh, Cold World between 3 players is going to use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Ooh, and then it takes a nice shot from Hoon.
Yeah, definitely able to deal some decent damage. Turtle now on the board on both sides, trying to take this early advantage. The Fredrin versus the Akai. Typically, the Akai should be able to profit, but here we go.
Mielo try with the flicker there. Big Eternal Guardian comes out. Chicken putting on a damage. Mielo very low. And Cold World finds a kill onto Hoon on the back line here. GG forced to run back and not going to be able to take this turtle.
For just a second, I was about to give props to Fly Chicken because he was shredding through 2 players, but Cold World goes under Cold Ops into the backside and finds a kill.
Yeah, Mobazane, he knew they needed to get out of there. He couldn't take any more of that heat. Back to the jungle he goes, which opens up the opportunity for GG to possibly take this turtle, but Cold World in the position for the contest.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for an opportunity, but not going to be able to find it, especially against 4 members of GG.
Yeah, you're going to see the Windtalker picked up over there from Zia as well. On the opposite side, though, we are going to look at Basic trying to wind up, trying to get the damage. Like we said, going more for that tank carry may be the game plan, as he did pick up that Brave Smite for his battle spell. Chicken running on the Stomus. Can't wait to see where this goes. Looks like he's going a little bit more for the survivability with the Brave Smite on top of that to be able to pull this off. But Hoon on the Navaria, we'll have to see. Is it going to provide the utility that GG needs to push through BTK?
All right, so now BTK is still not at a huge goal lead or anything. Both teams going back and forth. I'm wondering though, does GG, best player maybe in trouble?
Yeah, he's getting pushed back deeper and deeper into enemy lines, but Shark there, as always, with that guiding wind to get him to safety.
That get out of jail free card, when you have that Mathilda on the playing field, that's what it allows. And they are going to take advantage of that for Gaming Gladiators, getting the best player in the position to overextend and possibly try and deny the farm from Mobazane.
And this is something I used to pride Shark on. I'm talking like way back in M3 type days when Matilda was really meta at a time. Shark was so good at getting in and out and bringing teams to safety. We just saw Shark was far away, but knew best player was going to be in trouble, swooped in the nick of time, immediately knew, okay, I got to get there. And he seems to always be there.
Big engagement pop up, but the guiding wind gets best player out. He goes right back in, looking for a kill. Heavy spin, pins him against the wall. Final slash misses from Cold World, goes just wide. Mobazane down to 10% health. Fly Chicken backed up by Matilda, and surprisingly, nobody walks away with a kill in their pocket.
Nobody falls, but Gaming Gladiators with Matilda, you're kind of seeing what effect it has on the playing field. Able to overextend, able to force Mobazane to have to use his retributions on his buffs, and possibly almost losing it on top of that, and nobody falling from Gaming Gladiators on the overextension.
And I mean, with Turtle up, right now Mobazane does have the retro right now. They could try to force this. Best player just gonna get it out, so both teams maybe want to contest. But this is the first time we haven't seen it go blow for blow in the first few minutes. This is the first time we've been at 1 kill this far in.
Yeah, and right now, looking for an opportunity. They do find a little bit of a dash. Cold World in trouble. The encircling eagle lands on it, and a big pop-up. Shark finds the kill. Best player now turning their attention with Gaming Gladiators to this turtle.
Yeah, able to take down Cold World. 1 member down for the Bloodthirsty Kings, giving them the numbers advantage to possibly be able to take this objective, which would be their 2nd turtle in a row up against BTK.
Oh, you've got 4 members versus 2 for BTK here. And Mobazane, heavy spin out. Fly Chicken getting pinned against the wall, but he's away from the turtle. I want to say mission successful for Fly Chicken.
All right, so GG finally gets a little bit of an actual lead here. They get above the 1,000 mark. They get 2 turtles in a row. There's only going to be 1 more turtle, and this is the point where BTK needs to kind of make a decision. Do they need to just stall out and wait? Whoa!
Yeah, a beautiful circling eagle there. Hoon with the chef's kiss finishing touches there onto Mielo, and that's going to be a tower for GG.
So yeah, now I think that is the plan, right? Stall out for BTK because Chicken is shredding, man.
Yeah, but Mar Cutie with the saving grace there from Mobazane. Best player is not going to, he was about to dive under that tower, decided against it.
Yeah, but we are now seeing Gaming Gladiators inch their way up the map against BTK, who has yet to find the trade they have been looking for, and they need to be careful, right? This is not just any game. This is a possibility to get match point.
And it's still only 2-1, man. Gaming Gladiators is doing this without forcing fights, without making anything too hard. They're using map control as we've been, I mean, every game they've won through winning these off lanes. They've won through controlling the pace and the macro.
And if you thought that GG was hard to kill before, A Shark just picked up that Flask of the Oasis. That means more shield, more regen for the side of GG.
It was funny because in the first 5 minutes, the only kills on the board were from Cold World and Shark, both roamers for both teams. But now some of the items on the board, you are looking at Basic going for the survivability, picks up the Windtalker as well for the enhanced basic attacks. But now the Astro Echo in the push. No, they are going to disengage. May open up the opportunity for Zia to claim this turret.
Well, right now, you can see GG, actually, they're going to come in there. They have the Circling Eagle. A lot of damage going on the Shark. That might have been a misstep there. In comes Mobazane. Heavy spin is out, pinning Hoon against the wall. They're not able to get it. The guy with a basic finds Hoon. Coworld getting chunked down. Is going to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Best player unable to reply in kind.
Okay, BTK getting a big swing. They're also taking a tower in the mid. They're shifting the tides at 8 minutes in.
Yeah, but you are going to see a kill. Hoon does fall. That is going to be Basic picking that up with the power of those speedy light wheels. But look at the push. Look at Mobazane. Stampeding through, knows he needs to create that opportunity, the setup for BTK to punish Game and Gladiator on the push for the bottom side.
You know, Private, you said in the very beginning that GG's great at finding opportunities out of small moments, and BTK has been adapting and doing the same thing. They feel like such a different team just overall.
Oh, Yellow in trouble here. Heavy spin from Mobazane. Zia gonna have that little immunity. Best player in trouble. Ian's gonna use that guiding wind to get himself pulled away safely from the tower.
Yeah, but Milo gonna find his second death of the game so far. 2 of the 3 kills for Gaming Gladiators was them shutting him down. Mobazane now trying to find a way in. BTK possibly trying to counter this Lord play.
Yeah, and you can see right here the 4v4 Fly Chicken not able to zone out Mobazane anymore. We do have 10% left up on this Lord. Cold World with the final slash. Shark onto the back lines looking for an opportunity. Out comes a damage out. Cold World is actually getting pinned down. Mobazane in trouble. Very low. Hoon finds the kill. Now, best player takes the next Lord.
Yeah, and that's the power of the Mathilda. Keeping the team alive and also able to escape with the guiding wind when necessary with Mobazane running on the Sakai. He can only take so much damage before being bursted down, and there's nothing to really keep him alive. Even with Basic, they're slowly trying to wind up and deal the damage necessary. So far, we're seeing GG kind of profit more. Hoon on the backside with the Astro Echo. Look at it. Hits every single member of BTK to enhance those attacks and also slow them down.
And honestly, I feel like the big saving grace for BTK here, because right now it's looking rough. GG, even when they lose out on a fight, they're still able to come out on these big objectives. They're still able to win out on the important fights. We haven't seen Zia really pop off yet. He hasn't been able to really clutch out any big movements. He hasn't really been able to get involved in these team fights completely. Basic, on the other hand, has been able to unload, and a little bit more time, the carry's gonna hurt more and more.
Oh, you can see here, Shark in a little bit of trouble. Under the tower right now, heavy spin. Best player in trouble, gets taken out by Mobazane there. And now Fly Chicken in trouble. Speedy light wheel from Basic dealing the damage and the finishing touches there. GG is going to have to back off.
The ground was shaking in the HyperX yet again as the crowd goes wild from both of these teams fighting it out. BTK and GG. Items on the board, though. You are going to go ahead and see Zia slightly ahead. Picks up that Malefic Roar for the pin. Golden Staff and the Demon Hunter Sword on the opposing side from Basic. Able to chunk down the high HP heroes of GG.
Marquis also got the Necklace of Durance in. Going to be a nice answer going up against Fly Chicken there, and we're starting to see him not be as valuable as he was in those first 5 minutes. I still think he shreds. I still think he packs a punch, but the longer this goes on, the less he's going to be able to do.
Did you see that snipe on a Marcutie from Hoon? Took him down by 50% HP.
Oh, you look like Shark was definitely trying to contest that orange buff from Mobazane. And I mean, Shark's just doing a good job of being a nuisance there, getting in and out, getting that vision, and making sure he still has that escape, all while keeping the team topped up.
Yeah, just doing a great job at not letting BTK get any pressure in return, not letting BTK get a moment to really turn things around. But look,
yeah, big conceal play from the side, and BTK think twice about it. But Chicken has the scent of blood. Yellow looking like he's been locked onto. Final slash lands on the Fly Chicken in a bad way. Basic able to take him down. Heavy spin is out.
Yeah,
That
need
is-
to watch out for Basic running on this carry. Second kill of the game. Yet to fall as well, and carry is one of his comfort picks. It's what we've kind of seen him dominate on this NACT spring season, and now Gaming Gladiators needs to kind of rethink the situation.
But like I said, Zia, man, 002 just can't even, like, he has no way into this type of composition. He's up against an Akai, he's up against an Edith, he's up against an Arlott. He has there's no way to even find a way to approach these 5 members, and GG hasn't been able to shred everyone down low enough to where he can reap the benefits.
Yeah, right now, Lord at about 50%. Both BTK, GG in good position to contest this right now.
Yeah, 4-4, 12 minutes in, a very low kill game, but look at the Lord and look at the focus from GG.
Oh, they locked on the basic, but Shark decides against continuing that circling eagle.
They are dancing right now. We don't see him get like this all the time. We don't see a kill streak this low from both teams, but it's happening, and we are, what, 13 minutes in. This Lord could go to anybody.
Yeah, 3,000 gold lead from Gaming Gladiators, though still ahead in the economy, but that's not painting the entire picture with how close this game is.
Mielo comes in with a big pop up there, heavy spin, pops him up from the Lord. Best player in trouble right now. Best player gets the Lord. Fly Chicken finds a kill onto Mielo. Basic finds a kill onto Fly Chicken. BTK is in retreat right now as Colwell comes in with a few dashes onto GG.
2 for 1 in kills, a Lord over to GG, but GG loses their front line. Don't know if they're going to be able to push a whole lot with this Lord.
It's amazing how close these fights are from both sides and how low the kill count is on top of that, but able to take this Lord, able to kind of keep them in this game and not allowing BTK the advantage they were looking for right there, slowly getting toward the late game. The last one was an 18-minute finish. Looks like we're going to have the same story.
Yeah, you can see them now starting to push through mid. Only high grounds left for BTK.
Yeah, so they get the mid-tier 1. It's first Lord. It's definitely not an overall bad push for GG. You don't have to break an inhibitor with that first Lord, but still, it could have been more. BTK being 3,000 gold behind is putting up an amazing fight.
But I'm keeping my eyes on Basic. 3-0-1 now, slowly climbing ahead in these kills. A ticking time bomb for disaster if Gaming Gladiators is not careful. They know they need to close this out early or Basic is going to come alive in the late game.
I mean, honestly, it feels like this whole series thus far has been gold laner versus gold laner. Both of them have been so important to these fights. Whichever one is able to really pop off has been the one who can change the tide.
Yeah, we've even seen it from Basic before when we were kind of questioning him on the Claude, not really being a part of this fight. And this is exactly why the success he's been having here when he's in these fights right from the beginning.
Yeah, but there's only one thing that worries me, and that's Zia on the Roger. We all know what he's capable of with that Roger, and that's something BTK will have to watch out for as they're now trying to get some economy, kind of testing the water. Mobazane frontlining on the Sakai. The Astro Echo goes down, but do they push forward?
Yeah, they're looking for something, and I feel like Mobazane likes to play the front because he's looking for that headbutt into heavy spin, catch someone back. He's setting the bait out there, hunting for it, but GG's not falling for it this time. They have plenty of poke on their team.
We saw it. GG throwing out those hooks, and BTK was grabbing them in game number 1, but it looks like it's not the same story. Learning from their mistakes, making this a more even match at the 16-minute mark.
Yeah, especially here at the 16-minute mark. Shark doing a great job here at the front line. The rest of BTK falling behind it. Astral Echo is out. BTK sees it and decides to back off.
All right, so where do we go from here, guys? 20 seconds on the Lord clock. BTK definitely not in control of the map. Cold World maybe in trouble. Shark's gonna disengage. So I think BTK needs to look for position. They definitely look like they want to contest the Lord. It's just how do they approach it, Weezy?
Yeah, how do they approach it? You're looking at GG already controlling the Lord pit.
And they able to lay down the smack onto Shark. Mielo, who takes a heap of damage there. And while there's still, Mielo gonna have to put out that Primal Wrath just to get enough shielding to find himself some safety.
Yeah, this is time to punish too. A lot of utility off the board, but one member down for the side of Gaming Gladiators, putting them in a little bit of an awkward position, and BTK smells that. They know they're vulnerable. They know they may not be able to take this fight, and Mobazane will pull the aggro for this Lord.
Yeah, they've been doing such a great job at finding those picks, but now they're running out of time to make it count.
Yeah, right now Fly Chicken locking on to Mielo. Ooh, taking another snipe shot from Hoon on the Navario. Final slash is out. Cold World in the midst of it. Pop-up catches all of them. And Moba Zane finds the retribution onto the Lord. Best player gonna have to get himself out of dodge.
All right, BTK hanging on. Is this gonna be it, Wheezy? Is this gonna be the one where a team finally gets 2 in a row? Yes, they're behind, but just they've been winning fights being behind. What happens when they finally get the gold lead?
Well, we're getting close on the timer, right? The last one was an 18-minute finish. Lord marching through the mid lane. Enhanced as well will crash in to that inhibitor after taking down the tier 2. And BTK now on the push, but GG taking the fight to the mid lane.
Yeah, right now Lord pushing through there. Shark with the circling eagle gets tossed back there. Lord actually getting burst down. Great snipes there from Hoon there. And down goes the Lord before it even gets to, oh, actually, it does.
Whoa! GG!
Samurai finish.
That's right. Able to take him down, able to burst out the Lord before BTK can profit.
You don't see that every day right there. You just gotta appreciate a moment like that in Mobile Legends.
I think that was the most hyped team fight on a Lord. Just a Lord, not the team, the other opposing team. Just a team fight on a Lord.
Oh, but either way, it doesn't look like BTK are going to be able to mount enough pressure to still take down that mid tower. Yellow out here with that primal rage. Now starting to beat down on the door of Gaming Gladiators. High ground, be damned, down to half health. Chicken locks on to Mielo and thinks twice about continuing on the fight. But man, Hoon really nailing the backside of BTK there with all of these snipes.
And BTK still continues.
Circling eagle out there. And instinctively, Mobazane puts out the heavy spin. At the top, GG have spotted Mielo. Are they going to be able to find the kill here? A flicker and Shark with the kill there.
Yeah, Basic tries to find a way in. Not able to catch anybody. This time, GG gets the pick off. Still holding a gold lead, but at 52K, what is 1,500 gold? Everyone's getting to that point where they're about maxed out. It's all going to be about who makes the mistake happen.
Oh, they're trying to put the damage on there. It just feels like a GG at this point has been a couple of seconds behind when it comes to getting some of these ganks, but now starting to put the pressure on. Shark dives into there to create some space, but still not enough. BTK still able to defend these high grounds.
Yeah, GG not trying to allow BTK to break that chain. They want to be able to claim this victory. They want to be able to force them to a match point to possibly help them close out this series. BTK now forced back into the base, but both sides even 6-6 in terms of turrets. Now past the 20-minute mark, and this may be our latest game yet.
Yeah, Mielo just got back on the map, so now BTK can kind of come out. They feel a bit more comfortable because right now we're in a place where at 20 minutes, losing one member is huge.
Oh, Basic in trouble. They've locked onto him, and Fly Chicken finds the kill. Mark Cutie finds the kill onto Shark, able to answer back there. Bobazane turns around onto Fly Chicken. Immortality has been activated. Best player from the side. Zia in Lycan form, waiting for his opportunity to pounce. Does not find it, and GG disengage.
Yeah, but they lost Basic in that trade. That's his first death of this game on that carry, and that just showcases how comfortable he is. We are 20 minutes in. This is the late game between both of these teams and a possible battle for match point. But right now, GG having the advantage.
Yeah, and then you see Fly Chicken locking onto Mobazane, trying to create that distance. The rest of BTK on the backside. Fly Chicken dives in onto them, looking for the bait. Are they going to be able to take it? Mobazane finds a kill on the Fly Chicken. In trouble now. Best player getting hit with that heavy spin deep into enemy territory. He is a big snipe. Those Astro Spheres from Hoon coming out, and BTK able to disengage.
The immortality proc from best player and Mobazane side by side, and both of them able to skate out of there. But now Zane back on the objective, not giving GG any room to breathe.
And BTK has the 5-man standing. GG's down Fly Chicken. They get the kill, and Basic gets back on the map just in time for this Lord fight.
Yeah, the Winter Truncheon pickup from Mark Cutie as well, waiting for a high IQ moment. Final slash missed by Cold World.
Who was he going for?
Yeah.
Who was he going for?
Natalia.
Yeah, now you can see best player trying to close the distance here. Mielo in the midst of the fray here, circling Eagle, locked onto him. He does decide against it. In comes the Astral Sphere, dashing out, Basic finds a kill onto best player. Zia tries to come in for the damage. Mielo finds the Lord, and Zia finds a kill onto Cold World.
The GOAT able to take the Lord for BTK. GG. A little bit of a miscalculated play, but now on the push with the Astral Echo.
And just misses that Astral Sphere on the Basic.
Mobazane is like 1 in 5 right now for Retries, and it's all because of his own team. They're hungry. Everyone, it's like literally, we're all just going to attack the Lord at one exact time, but they got it. And now they have the gold lead. I know it doesn't matter, but we're at the 60K mark. Everyone's just about maxed items, and Basic is feeling himself.
Yeah, but we are going to see a 5v5 between both sides. The best player will be able to spawn in time. The Lord on the top side. BTK now trying to close the distance, trying to inch their way up the map of Gaming Gladiators, and are in the offensive position to have a chance to be able to break that chain and force GG to match point.
Yeah, right now, Mielo up at the top there looking for, they're going to try to lay a path here for this Lord coming in at top. Oh, Shark looking for an opportunity, but Mobazane, especially if he has that heavy spin, there's not much you're going to be able to do. Then looking, Mielo, you can see very sneakily, looking for a flank.
All right, so they're going to make the push here. Lord's still coming. Still a lot of possibilities. BTK just taking their time with it.
Yeah, cool, calm, and collective. Lord now making his way. Will crash into the inhibitor.
Yeah, Cold World on the front line there. We do have the Astral Echo out, catches 2 members, gets the vision on the Mobazane and to Cold World. Lord trying to push through here down to about 10%, and they're going to make short work of it, but they do get that one high ground tower from GG.
But now they disengage, and I wouldn't really say that's a major win, especially with how late this game is. It puts Gaming Gladiator in a position again to be able to contest. It's a 5v5, almost at that 25-minute threshold, and we've passed the record. This is the longest game so far in the series.
Not only that, but we've been non-stop talking about Basic, but there's another huge threat on the side of GG, and that is Hoon. Those meteors are hitting harder and harder and harder, and I think that could end up being a big problem. All it needs is one big shot.
Yeah,
one big moment onto 2 or 3 members, and that could change the game. And it's what's making up for the lack that we're seeing from Fried Chicken on this Thamus. The lack of pressure he's bringing. Now Hoon is evening things out.
Yeah, look at the damage dealt. Oh my goodness, that's such a big number. 164,000 over there from Hoon on this Navaria. Great call over there from Trex, a secret weapon who doesn't get credit enough, especially when Navaria has to play in the back line. But you see it, right? The Astral Meteor going out, taking about half HP from the members of BTK who do get hit with it. And then the Astral Echo for the utility to provide the slow onto BTK, something they have to watch out for. But right now, an even game, 10-9, 1 kill ahead for BTK. Turrets are all bursting down, minus the inhibitors. You are going to see the Lord spawn in, and this time both sides have a chance to be able to contest it.
Yeah, and I want to say, with that damage out there, it just kind of shows how well BTK is doing in protecting their squishies. Because at this point, all it takes is one rogue Astral Sphere to hit Basic or hit Mark Cutie, and it's going to be clobbering time for them. They're going to be taken out very quickly.
It's clobbering time for sure for the side of BTK. They got to make something happen. They got to try to get that 2 in a row. Because if GG wins this, I kind of feel like it's a wrap. I kind of feel like they're just going to keep the back and forth going. It's all on the line this game for BTK. Even though it's not game 7, it feels like this could be the game-changing game for either team.
Yeah, everything on the line. The stakes are high. One of the most important games of this entire series to determine who will be able to get match point. You are going to go ahead and see BTK trying to gain control of the Lord Pit. Look at the top side. Look at Basic, Mark Cutie, and Cold World in that bush waiting for the opportunity, but Shark able to smell them out in the water.
Yeah, he definitely knows that they're there. You even saw the Astral Sphere go out there as well. Zia, you see a little bit of a flank there kind of coming into play. Both teams vying. It's down to about 50% health for this Lord right now. Mobazane staying in the front line, keeping that vision on, making sure that he is in play. They're looking for a flank. You can see BTK up at the top, looking for the flank on the outside. Shark and Zia doing a great job creating that vision to make sure. In comes Fried Chicken onto Mielo. Down, look at the Lord, best player finds the Lord. Mobazane procs his immortality right now, and he goes
spin must have literally just finished. The heavy spin must have came out of that last moment. Other than that, best players just slamming that retry button, looking for that millisecond.
Yeah, now there are cord on to the core right now. Eternal Guardian is out. Cold World deep in the enemy lines. Basic finds a kill onto Fly Chicken. The rest of GG starting to back up a little here. Yellow does miss a little bit of a pop-up. Best player on the front line. Yes, Yellow gets baited in. Big pop-up there. Basic in trouble on the back lines. Immortality has been procced by two players. Zia gets taken down by Marcuti. That is a win for GG.
Game number 5 has been secured as GG will push through to repeat the chain. Able to shut down BTK. Match point now, 3-2.
The ping pong balls keep moving, the paddles are out because we are just bouncing back and forth. One for one. That time it felt like it hurt for BTK though, because they were close, man. They fought hard to get that game back into their hands, and GG just let them have a taste of it and then pulled it away.
Yeah, you can see here, stats up on the board. 10 kills, 12 deaths, and 30 assists there. As Wheezy put it out there, longest game thus far. These two guys, they just keep learning, keep advancing, keep adjusting to the point where, I mean, we might be in for like a 30, maybe 40-minute game here by the end.
I mean, Trek said it, right? Moba Zane, the heavy spin last second, fell out, and they were able to take him down, able to take the Lord. If you blink for a second, either side will take that advantage. You are looking at the team stats on the board, and it still doesn't paint the picture because overall it was such a close game between both sides. It was a low kill game for the longest. There was a minute where we only had Shark and Cold World having the kills on the board.
I mean, honestly, watching that last Lord fight, it felt like BTK had that. The pin happened. BTK did everything they needed to do. The best player finds that moment, that millisecond to turn everything around. I mean, taking a look at it, taking a look at the numbers, all the way down to the line, they both get above 70,000. They are both nail and nail, tower for tower, Lord for Lord, buff for buff, all the way down the line. Nobody ever really had it in the bag until the last second.
I know we keep saying it 50-50 here, but these teams are so evenly matched that even these stats don't even tell the story. You can see the KDA on basic here, 6-1-3. Marcuti, deathless the entire game, 3-0-8 on the opposite side there, 2-1-5 for Zia. I mean, it doesn't tell the story for Shark, who was having such a great game, being able to be that nuisance into the back lines, and then Hoon with those meteors out there to kind of come in with those snipes for his team.
A 27-minute game, the longest one we've had so far. Rich Guy going over to Zia. Hoon getting the carry, the sandbag back in Moba Zane's hands. And then Cold World, the forgotten one, racking up 9 assists. I'm going to say it. If we go to a game 7, I'm thinking we may be able to see a 30-minute game between both sides.
We're just going to keep pushing it. We're just, I mean, maybe next game we see 30 minutes, and after that, we get to like 40 or something. Who knows? Either way, one thing we got to say for sure is that was a lot of damage output from Hoom. That was a lot of damage taken from Moba Zane. Let's look at the head-to-head. Shark versus Cold World. Both of these players played a very different style this game. Shark, with more of just the support for his team, was never the big engager, but for the first time, we got to see Cold World on something aggressive, something that he could really attack with, and almost use as a brawler instead of just someone with crowd control.
Yeah, and it was actually what was very well at helping BTK hold that line in the early game. As we move on to the damage dealt, Hoon, almost 200,000 damage on there, almost doubling Marcuti.
Yeah, I think if anybody shined in that game from GG, it definitely would be Hoon. Playing in the back line, the Astro Echoes, the Meteors, very hard to deal with, but also Shark on the Mathilda, which we got to see showcased for the first time today in the series, and I think it had a great impact. Able to keep the team alive. You saw a best player overextending all the time, trying to invade the jungle of Moba Zane, and not really being punished because the Circling Eagle and the Guiding Wind able to get him back to safety.
All right, now with the stats, we got to take a look back at this game. Take us through it one more time, Weezy.
That's right, man. The 27-minute finish. This time for the side of Gaming Gladiators to keep that chain going. But it was back and forth. It wasn't a one-sided story. There was a lot of highlights from both teams, but overall, a slight mistake. The heavy spin from Mobazane falling short and able to get that Lord, able to push through and close it out for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, you can see there, I want to see CC locked on to best player, but still able to get the Lord there. So back and forth for both of these teams here. And then, I mean, the biggest thing is everybody was talking about basic, how he get into that late game, the damage he was doing into there. You can see here during a lot of these fights here, entire teams get popped up there by the Lord.
You know what's different about this game? We didn't see the Lu Yi because it was banned out. And it was the longest game yet. Are we going to see that again? Maybe that's the key to getting those early finishes, and I don't think either side wants to take that gamble. There goes the crowd, hyped up, ready to go. Mother's Day out, Mobazane definitely should be proud as he's fighting his heart out. Same with GG. They're definitely putting on a great finish, able to close out game number 5, forcing BTK and match point.
And this is just the back and forth that was coming. I mean, this wasn't like a very smooth core take because they were losing back and forth, losing lives out there. But at the end of the day, Gaming Gladiators, look at the excitement onto best player. A little bit of a relief from him.
I mean, yeah, and it was a hard-fought game, and best player the past 2 games on the Fredrin has been having a little bit of trouble, has been feeling the pain of the I can't move, you know, getting pinned against walls and stuff. So he's really had to rely on his teammates over these past 2 games, and his teammates have pulled up. Though he made that final retribution, he wouldn't have been able to get to that moment without his teams. And the relief of a 20-plus minute game, finally getting out the win, you could see it on his face there.
We're getting closer to the climax, almost to the final game in this best of 7. Now, on a game number 6, 1 step away from the second game number 7. I got to throw it out there because we all want to see that. But nonetheless, BTK is at a little bit of a disposition now, faced at match point against GG.
I mean, how would you feel at match point? You know, it's like, it's tough because now, yes, the pendulum has gone back and forth, but now it's like the pressure of if they win this, we're out.
Yeah, I mean, and right now it's you have that, but also on the other side, you got that little inkling of hope. You got that that second pick curse that we've been seeing here right now. I mean, and neither team has been able to really kind of come across when they're able to kind of counter the picks. It's the first pick magic that has really kind of shown through a lot of these teams.
Oh, it's going to be a rough one, though. I mean, it's definitely been a hard fight. I'm expecting a possible 30-minute game. That was 27 minutes, and it was a low-kill game for the longest, but it was some great execution. One of the things I noticed between both of these teams that's different than the other teams that we kind of see through the NACT spring season is how close they can fight together as a group and nobody falls.
Yeah, I mean, in every game, it's like each team has gotten much better at reading those moments, much better at the disengages. This game started for how many minutes did we have? 1 kill, then only 2 kills. I mean, it went a while until things really got into it. And even towards the end, it wasn't team wipes that decided the battle. It was losing Mobazane, or it was losing best player. It was losing 1 player that helped the team finish everything out.
Yeah, and I mean, all teams kind of coming together here. I want to say some of the winning conditions for some of them really kind of coming out there. Best, we had the basic with that late game damage he was able to put out, and then we matched that up with the Navaria on Hoon, who was just constantly sending out orbs to kind of put on that damage there. Like I said, doubling the damage from Marcuti. Vexana getting doubled in damage. That's crazy.
Do we see the meme coming true? Drinkwater ban Mathilda? Is that going to be how GG tries to close this out? Does BTK ban it jumping into the next game, or will they allow that to walk? Also, the Lu Yi wasn't available for either side as well. A lot of things are changing as we're getting closer and closer to the final moments.
You know, there is one more important thing to point out is every time so far it feels like the second pick team, the red team, has gotten a little bit closer to getting the win here. So GG maybe has everything they need to pull it off, and if not, if we get to a game 7, it's gonna be kind of scary because BTK almost felt like they found the recipe there to win from second pick side, to win from that red side, but still so far 100%.
This is the highest the stakes have been so far for BTK, though. Now forced with match point, they got to bring the best of the best to the HyperX Arena, and they've been showcasing that so far. GG able to take game number 5. I know they're feeling confident, but they're not out the water yet. They still got to claim this one as well to close out this series. I wonder how this draft is going to go, though. I wonder, do we let the Matilda walk? Technically, BTK should have the advantage now, the way these games have been going, which is very similar to the last spring season here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, they got to think it out, right? They got to make a plan, because with GG being this close to taking it all, there's only possibly one more, possibly 2 more games on the line. We're getting close to the epic finale here, Private.
Yeah, I mean, and each game that we play, we kind of bring up another priority pick, another priority ban out there. We've got the Lu Yi out there. We've got, apparently we've got the Ling out there as well that needs to be banned. Eventually, as we move into the later games, we're going to be giving up something. We were just talking about the Matilda that we just saw how deadly it can be out there in the hands of Shark.
Yeah, it definitely has been deadly so far. The drafting from both teams has been on par. Even without a coach, even without an analyst, GG still able to keep it even up against BTK. It kind of makes you wonder, does it even make a difference? But so far, both sides putting on a show. The audience has been going crazy. We're hype out here on the desk. Private with the play-by-play, Trex and me over here on the analyst side of things. But the audience, they've been even louder than us in these scenes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they have been feeling it. And honestly, no matter which team comes out on top, I think it's a good win. Take a look. This, for those that don't know, there's a story behind this Zane cutout head. This is the same one from spring season last time. This is the same one we've seen many of times at every NACT Grand Final so far.
Yeah, he's been one of the loyalist. I don't even think it matters about Mobile Legends. It's Moba Zane he's here to see, and he's been at almost every single event there with that same cutout there. And we were talking a little bit earlier about like the excitement and the energy. I mean, this is in between the games, the audience finally gets a chance to rest, because like they are so excited, they're so pumped when these matches are going on.
Yeah, well, I'll say when things are not in BTK's favor, I'm sure Mobazane just looks up into the crowd, sees that floating head, and it gives him all the confidence he needs to be able to push through. A lot of people in the audience, though, a lot of cosplayers as well, showcasing their mastery. Just got to give them credit as well. Just got to love to see it. HyperX Arena, Las Vegas, the stakes are high, possibly match point. Where will we go from here?
All right, crowd getting lit as well. There goes some little GG merch, some GG. They're coaxing them. They're making them turn sides with T-shirts.
Oh, throw some up to the caster's desk. What is this? But nonetheless, there you hear it. You hear the chanting. Shout out your favorite teams. Not only those in the audience, but those out watching overseas on YouTube. Definitely let us know which way you think this will go.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing here. I mean, there is a lot of pressure out there right now. It is game point for GG. BTK looking to tie this up.
Yeah, definitely looking to tie it up. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge, though. You're going to go ahead and have to see where they go from here. The draft in game number 5. I want to say it was the hardest one we've seen so far. Without having that Lu Yi on the table, when you ban that out, it makes it even more perplexed for both sides. But it was still a very close game.
All right, so still taking our time, building the suspense here. Looks like they're finally going to be jumping into draft here. And now it's match point for GG. 3-2 right now. BTK is first pick. Sorry, just a little confused. Just to let you know, BTK is on the left side. GG will be on second pick side. Let's see how this goes forward.
I'm absolutely amazed Barats was not first banned.
Whoa.
So much. It had such an impact that they just banned it out first. The Matilda, they're like, all right, yeah, we've had enough of that. We're going to go a different route.
Yeah, but Lu Yi may be able to walk here. I wonder if BTK will take that down. I mean, Mark Cutie, he was a little slow on the Lu Yi pickup. There goes the Ling, though, back in effect. Will be banned out nice and early. A little bit of a focus ban for best player so far.
All right, so same band's just a little different, right? The Brat still comes in, couple options still come in. We just had to change up the order, keep the casters on their toes.
Yeah, I mean, right now, with a Matilda taken off the board. I think, yeah, those are the options we're looking for, especially that Lu Yi. We know BTK, I mean, they do favor the Fredrin if it's going to be open for them. GG like to kind of have I want to say, a little bit more lackadaisical approach to those early picks. I think they're a little bit more fluid with it.
Yeah, but I think the biggest thing here with the last two bans on the board, does the Lu Yi be taken off the table? You are going to see the Guinevere gone, one of the secret weapons for the side of GG. We saw it rotate into multiple positions and definitely has been profiting. The Lu Yi, another ban from the side of GG, trying to make it a little bit more complicated, but normally this is going to make it a longer game, and the Lu Yi is not in play. That's how we get to that 27, maybe a 30-minute match.
I think we get the R-Lot once again for BTK up front here. Definitely think it's a possibility. I don't think they're as worried about first picking that Fredrin much right now. They know they have some answers to it. They've been able to beat it a few times, almost beat it last game. I think Milo, and we saw Cold World and Milo are both able to do wonderful things on the R-Lot. So it just seems like a very solid upfront pick for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, Gwen taken off the board for the side of BTK there, and Roger going to be the priority for them.
Yeah, R-Lot and Edith may be picked up here from the side of BTK. I'm wondering if this is the way that they're going to go. I mean, they still have room to be able to pick up another side. Actually, this is GG. Still could be the R-Lot and the Edith, though, for their side. Definitely some viable options. It's interesting seeing the Roger this early, though. Definitely gives a little bit more breathing room for Zia to respond back to it with the counter.
Yeah, and it gives a lot of breathing room just for GG in general to build a comp that isn't going to be too affected by it overall. We saw last game Zia was barely able to do anything on the Roger just because of the comp that BTK had. So kind of risking a lot making this their first pick.
Yeah, we do see the Valentina picked up by Hoon this time. I want to say it used to be a favorite of his a few metas ago, but really hasn't touched it too much in favor of that Lu Yi that has been able to, I mean, just use with such precise effectiveness.
Yeah, they're trying to put some pressure for the side of BTK. Picking up this Valentina is going to limit their options on the roams that they can kind of slot in here, right? I mean, we haven't even got to see the Minotaur picked up this entire series. The Valentina usually slotted on the board. Hoon will pick this up. Last time we got to see BTK, Marcuti pick that up, profit off of Hoon's Lu Yi, but this time Hoon is going to be the one to kind of pick that up. There goes that Fredrin, though. Mozane going to go ahead and pick this up for his 4th time so far in this entire series. And there's that Edith. 2 meta picks so far. The draft is looking strong.
All right, so I really like Hoon on the Valentina. I think it actually could have been a really solid upfront pick the more I look at it. Especially, we know that he just thrives well being able to take ultimates and use the variety of options given to him. Taking a look at BTK, though, I mean, they have some CC. They have this Edith pick. They have the Natan for Zia. We saw this in game 1 for BTK, and it didn't work too well for them. We have seen Zia do wonderful things on it, but still, I feel like the Roger is definitely the better gold laner here.
Yeah, especially when it starts coming into the team fights there, Natan has to get pretty close to the battle. You've got a lot of CC on the side of BTK in the form of Mobazane, in the form of Cold World. Basic can close the distance with that Lycan Pounce as well. And the only escape you really have is that Entropy on the side of Zia.
Oh my goodness. I'm seeing a pattern. I'm seeing a secret play from the side of GG. Do y'all know what it is?
What is it?
Best player. I think he's going to go for the Fanny. Look at the setup so far. He might try. Look, I exposed him. He's, what's going on? It may be a possibility, though. With the way the draft is looking, they take out the suppression. They can wait for best player last pick. He might, even if he doesn't pick it, he can go in for something like the Akai. If he wants to slot that in, it would be good up against Mobazane on that Fredrin. They are going to take out that Ruby, deny some of the crowd control that's been a problem so far for them.
I mean, he does have last pick here, right? He does have the opportunity to flex something in last moment. But I don't know, man. It's risky. You're up against an Edith. You're up against a Fredrin. Is this the time to try to pull something off like that? Is it worth the risk overall?
Yeah, the ability of a Fanny to kind of get around the map very quickly, it can be thwarted by just a rogue CC out there from Fredrin. Maybe you get taunted. Edith has 2 stock that she can throw out at you as well. I want to say there's better scenarios where a Fanny could be that successful pick.
It should be the Akai here. If the Akai, yeah, it's definitely gonna walk. There goes the Grok. So
they're waiting. They're holding on for best player.
They're holding on. They're thinking
on.
about it. They're definitely pondering this decision. But with the Grok there, he's gonna have a little bit of that advantage, able to hug that wall to negate the crowd control over there from BTK. We have yet to see the mid lane for BTK as well, though. Maybe the Navaria, as it's still on the table, could be an option. The Lilia, the Vexana, all of these still strong pickups for the side of BTK.
Yeah, and that's another great thing about Mark Cutie, even picking up the mid for this season. He has such a deep mid mage pool already that he can kind of be super effective from here. Still waiting on these last two picks from BTK. There it is, the Vexana there picked up for Mark Cutie. And there's the assassin pickup. He was quick with it too. This is exactly what he was looking for from the beginning.
So you had it right in one end. It was an assassin pick. The moment we saw him that far in the back, but the Nolan hasn't been banned, hasn't been picked for a while, and there is kind of a reason for it. Don't get me wrong, there are still some extraordinary junglers across the world striking fear with this hero, but is best player gonna be able to do that tonight?
Oh, first Nolan of the day for a possible game ender, trying to close out the series. A bold statement over there from best player as we're getting ready to jump into possibly a match point and game ender if they can play it off right.
Yeah, I mean, this is match point for GG. BTK knows it, and I feel like they brought the draft to show it. But let's see how it goes down here at the HyperX Arena, taking you in to the land of dawn. It's match point for Gaming Gladiators. Can they close it out here?
Yeah, BTK fighting for their survival in this grand final right now.
Yeah, Moba Zane rocking on the Spreadger, and definitely something he's more comfortable on. A little bit of that assassin play style over there from best player on his comfort pick, but not somebody we've seen too often the later we've progressed in the spring season. Is that the answer? On the bot side, though, Milo with the Yuzong, it was his favorite hero. So far, we haven't really seen him profit too much on it, but will this be the game?
I'm expecting to see best player try to get this early gank onto Mielo, who's not going to be able to get that dash until, I want to say, a little bit late. And that's kind of the biggest weakness for this Yuzong in the early game.
Most definitely. And now, with things being so slow last game, I'm wondering if we're going to take that same pace this time. BTK knows what's on the line, I will say that. Gaming Gladiators also have the pressure of wanting to close this out, and I don't think either teams are going to rush off to their end, but I do think BTK needs to find a moment to bully, needs to find a moment to push in, and we're getting close to that. Once jungle camps are cleared, it may be time to try to bully best player.
Triple quantum charge for the side of BTK as well, rocking with that mobility. And then Marcuti with the Impure Rage, he's definitely going to be the one trying to focus in on dealing the massive damage. Milo, his job is just really to get to the backline, right? Create that separation, be that bully to not allow Gaming Gladiators to these neutral objectives. But the Natan, this time in the hands of Zia, we got to see it on basic, did not really profit. Can Zia pull it off?
Yeah, right now, and especially best player has not really been able to find, I want to say BTK doing a good job of making sure that they don't really have any holes, people that have been strung out there alone. We are starting at the turtle with some pressure at the bottom lane. And you can see best player comes in, snatches away the purple buff. Mobazane gonna take the turtle for his efforts.
I think it's a good play, man. I think the fact that they know they may have the disadvantage going for that turtle, they decide we're gonna take the steal. But now Mobazane's gonna do the same thing right back, and if he can get this, it is a win for BTK.
High mechanics.
Yeah, Cold World comes in. Flicker final slash coming in. Best player trying to put on the damage. Hoon finds a kill onto Cold World. Fried Chicken finds it onto Moba Zane, and they go ahead and punish BTK for that invade.
A massive punish. 2 early kills off that push, trying to invade on the purple buff. The steal, trying to get the revenge from best player, claiming that. They were able to get the turtle, though, but 2 kills on the board for GG. I would say overall, I would like that trade.
I mean, did they think that, Fried Chicken was standing there. They had to know the possibility could happen. They walked right into it. And not only that, Bahoon gets that purple buff. So it is a complete win for GG.
Yeah, definitely a complete win. 1 kill on the board for Hoon, 1 for Fried Chicken on the side of GG. He's going to give mid lane a little bit more prio on having the advantage. Some of the items on the board as well. You are seeing Roger right there, basic, still ahead against Xeon than Natan, but hey, that's not too ordinary. I mean, that's not out of the ordinary. The Roger's more aggressive, and Natan's going to play a little bit more passive, but he has the survivability to make up for it in the late game potential.
And both these teams, I think you talked about it earlier, the quantum charges, the agility, both these teams are going to be looking to move fast around the map, try to get that, to be able to kind of chase down for some of these kills.
All right, so BTK down 1,000 gold. We're only 4 minutes in. Like I said, it's all on the line right here. Match point GG, and they're already feeling themselves. They took the risk by picking up the assassin pick, and they got the early game lead, which is what you want with a pick like that.
Yeah, definitely what you want, but look at Milo trying to be a little bit of a bully. But Heptacy's picked up by best player. You are going to see Basic picking up the Wind Talker as well for the enhanced basic attacks.
Yeah, and right now Mobazane setting his sights onto this next Lord, 50% down. Hoon trying to spray on some damage. Mobazane not giving up, staying here at the front. They don't have a red tree, so it's going to be a clean pickup for Mobazane.
And I think it's the right play. They need to keep on going for that, and then they need to try to do the same thing I think they did last time. Look for the...
Oh, Marcutie taken down. Found a wild charge by Shark there, and a nice little pickup there for GG.
Yeah, but 2 turtles on the side of BTK, even though they haven't found any kills. GG up by 1,300 gold so far. Shark picking up a kill alongside Hoon and Fried Chicken. BTK though, I mean, they're finding the objective, so at least they're finding a little bit of a trade to not create that huge deficit that GG's looking for in the early game.
You know, what's a turtle to a shark? What's a turtle to a chicken? They haven't needed a single one so far, and they're still holding the lead. They're still holding the pressure, and this is something that GG has been able to do all of these games. Even the games they're losing, they're able to keep the gold ahead. They're able to keep the gold at a minimum.
Yeah, that's just the amazing thing to me about GG right now, is because they've lost both, or they've given up the turtles, but still maintaining that lead. Ooh, best player dives in on Marcutie, not able to find the fracture onto him.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the line. BTK need to be careful. I mean, this is match point. They need to find a way to even out this series. And so far, I mean, it's been a good start from both sides. I feel like there's been some trades working in their favor. But speaking of trades, though, Mobazane hit a little bit of damage over there by Hoon, who showcased some great gameplay on the Navarre. But this time on the Valentina, we got to see Marcutie on the Valentina profit against the Luyi, but now Hoon do the same thing.
Beautiful final slash flicker there by Fried Chicken. That's going to be a Mobazane down.
Yeah, nice fracture. I mean, everyone just comes in. They knew the target, they knew the moment, they locked on, and they found him. Now they look like they want more.
Oh, best player finds a little engagement on the Co-World, who thinks twice about it, able to dash himself to safety.
Yeah, but where do you go from here? Turtle spawning in 5 seconds. Do they shift their focus over to this objective? GG yet to claim a single turtle. Just going in more for the kills, but doing a great job at it now. 2,000 gold lead in their favor. BTK yet to find an answer.
Now they're going to go ahead, put some pressure. Zia going to go ahead, try to take down this top tower. Do you see best player looking? They're doing a good job. They're going to zone out basic. Fracture connects, but not enough. However, the job has been done. Tower down.
Best player doesn't even have a kill on the board yet, but the kill pressure is there. The damage is there. He's been able to farm freely, not only of his own jungle, but of Mobazane's too.
See, and this is the damage that an assassin can do that you have to worry about. The versatility that GG has to provide that keeps BTK on their toes, having to kind of play a little bit differently.
Woo. Yeah, big engagement there. Black Dragon is out. Fried Chicken with the final slash connects onto Mobazane. He does retreat. Zia gets taken down by Cold World. Pop up onto Shark and best player. Fried Chicken comes in to try to take off the damage. Getting caught. Mobazane puts the finishing touches. Basic with the kill there. Shark in trouble as Basic finds himself a Lycan pounce, and best player is not going to be able to get this purple buff.
This is what we got to see from Basic. Every time he plays back, the team isn't able to do it, but now he's getting involved. He's doing his thing. He puts his boots on again, and he's taking the team into it.
He's playing the Roger, so this time I don't think he's going to play as passive. He's going to be very aggressive in this game, and like you said, this may kind of work in BTK's favor, as normally he's not in those team fights, but you see when he is there, it definitely makes the difference.
Yeah, and right now, we're seeing from that replay, man, just able to still have life in them. We do have a little bit of a concealed play there. Coming out, final slash comes out, now catching Mark Cutie. This is going to be the pressure. Mobazane from the flank. Eternal Guardian is on. Appraiser's Wrath comes down. It does find Azia. The rest of GG looking for the disengage.
Yeah, looking for the disengage. Turrets are dropping, though. 2 turrets for BTK, 1 turret for Gaming Gladiators, but BTK up 3 turtles and down 2 kills. Across the board, both sides finding advantages.
Yeah, BTK has now hidden that spike around the 8-minute mark. All of the players have gotten some items in, and they have some mid-game control now. What GG had in the early game, they're gonna have to wait a little bit to find their spike again.
Yeah, the mid-game and the mid-lane, as you saw a little bit of that skirmish that went before us, and now both sides trying to find a way to take down the mid-turret, one of the most important turrets of the game, to allow them to evade even further on the enemy side.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly enough, a BTK sitting at 2 towers down for Gaming Gladiators. A Shark on the front here. Mobazane looking for an opportunity to get this purple buff. Best player able to scoop it up. Appraiser's Wrath comes down, but best player able to dodge himself to safety.
Yeah, able to find his way to safety. Milo doing a good job of sustaining himself and frontlining a lot of that damage, but maybe costly.
Yeah, big rush there from the Sharks. Gonna pop up yellow. They find the kill. That is a Black Dragon down. Looking for the opportunity now. 10% on this Lord. Mobazane is gonna find the retribution. Are they gonna be able to pay them for it? Fly Chicken very low. Shark finds a kill onto Mobazane. Fly Chicken escapes like a thief in the night.
I thought for sure Basic was gonna jump onto Fly Chicken, but like you said, he escapes it, he makes it out, and they do a 2 for Lord trade, and that definitely evens the playing field.
Yeah, right now, Cold World in trouble, he gets caught! Shark with the kill there, and you can tell they're looking for the pressure. Look at best player, looking for an opportunity on Mark Udy, who senses it in that bush.
Yeah, able to find a kill for the side of Gaming Gladiators, and able to push off this Lord from making his way to any of the turrets. Some great engagement, some back and forth from both sides. Hoon, he took the Black Dragon right before Milo fell and circled around trying to find that opportunity. Definitely something that BTK will have to watch out for.
Most definitely. So now,
wait
a second, best
player in trouble here, trying to use those dashes to get away, and unfortunate for Yellow and Basic, not able to pay down best player.
Basic has been a little careful with those chases. Don't know if he would have been able to make it, but he has to watch out as well. Up in the bottom side.
Yeah, 4 members onto Mobazane. He's trying to get the comfort of his tower. Appraiser's Wrath is out there under the tower, taking the damage. They're not able to bring down Mobazane. Now trying to turn the tides here. Hoon and Zia trying to retreat. Black Dragon is out, trying to close the distance. Yellow on the side. A flicker from Zia. Zia is so close to death there and is able to get away.
And Basic also stops best player in his track, stops best player from getting to the back line and trying to disrupt that attack. Overall, it still feels like we are sitting on the middle. It's still a coin flip, Wheezy.
Yeah, still a coin flip, but a couple of core items picked up on the board. Basic already with 3 in this battle. Windtalker and the Malefic Roar at his advantage and up by a couple hundred gold up against Zia, but not too much to say that he's really winning overall. 3-8. Still a low kill game, now past the 10-minute mark. Both sides fighting it out, and even, like we said, even when BTK's behind, they play like they're ahead.
I mean, and that's what that's been their MO all series so far. It's really been both teams' MO all series so far. I feel like no matter who has the lead, there's never a point where a team's just like, yeah, we're not gonna take this fight. They're always willing to push the envelope unless that gold lead gets to around 5, 6K, then it kind of slows down. But right now, BTK feels like this is a tie game.
Yeah, but one thing to kind of mention, GG still holding on to that mid turret, allowing them to kind of focus more pressure on the side of BTK's jungle, but BTK still in position for the fight, ready to take it into the mid lane if necessary, but map advantage still in GG's favor.
Most definitely. I mean, and like you said, with the mid tower still up, BTK is forced to kind of go through this bottleneck to make it around and forced to kind of even take the long route because they don't have position on these 2 mid bushes here.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, a Shark, as you just pointed out here, how Wheezy just showed me, Shark sitting at 6 kills right now on the roam. That's just amazing. BTK gonna go ahead, duke it out for this Lord. They're gonna go ahead, bait it out, pull it. GG getting into position here, while you see a little bit of pressure from Basic on that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, this Lord is huge. It's gonna kind of determine who's wearing the pants in this relationship between both of these teams. GG understands this and they want to take this objective, but Mobazane in position for it. Look at the push though. Look at GG. Look at Zia, Shark, and Human on the opposing side. Some members from BTK.
They miss. And a concealed play. Kobo from the side. They do have the flank. Basic in trouble. Getting caught there. You see the Black Dragon come out. Big pop-up lands. Flying Chicken is down. Kobo finds the kill there. Finds a kill onto Shark. That is 2 down for Gaming Gladiators. And this should be a clean pickup of the Lord for BTK.
Yeah, a major step in the right direction. They're not looking to be shut down by GG. They're looking for a game number 7.
And if we get to a game 7, I'm losing it, guys. If we go to a game 7 one more time in this hyper
Mielo
where'd he
gets
go?
caught snooping, putting his nose where it shouldn't, into the purple buff of Gaming Gladiators, and they were lying in wait.
Yeah, 5-9 so far. 1,000 gold lead for GG, but overall, BTK putting on a great fight, able to take that Lord, able to kind of take the advantage they were looking for, and there goes the Lord on the bot side. A possible opportunity for GG to take the mid turret and open up this map.
They have to open something up.
Big slash into a final slash there. Sia finds a kill on the Mobazane. He's down, and he's not going to be available for this Lord push.
I mean, that's a big whiff right there. And I got to point it out, man, Fly Chicken has been a hunter with those final slashes. All game long has been a tide changer and has just made plays. There goes another one.
Speaking of final slash, Fly Chicken catches them. Sharks gonna have to disengage there. Yellow with the Black Dragon. Basic finds the kill there. Zia finds a kill on them. Yellow. Basic returns it to Zia.
That's huge. What is that, 2 for 2? Look at best player on the backside. They gotta go back to base. Doesn't have that minion there. Unable to finish it, but still, look, they're like, nope, we're not going back. We know what's going on here.
Yeah, he tried to get a little bit of that back door. Needs to be careful, but we are looking at a great game from both sides so far. BTK still yet to take that mid turret. GG finding a way to hold on to it.
Ooh, they look like they almost caught Shark there. He's going to flicker himself to safety. Basic just having the game of his life right now. They are going to start trying to open up this mid tower finally. Backing off Shark there. Best player on the front there is going to clean up those minions. But at the purple buff, Mobazane, he is not trying to give it up. He wants it. He's hungry for it. And he gets it with a clean retribution. All while Basic takes the tower at bottom.
And best player tries to go for BTK's purple buff. Don't think, I think was able to steal it there. No, it looks like Marcutie got it. And that bush can't really see right now.
Marcutie in the bush right now, so we can't see if he's got the blue buff. I'm pretty sure he's got the purple buff right now.
Yeah.
Shark, we do have a little lock on to Mobazane, Eternal Guardian. Not out just yet.
The defense from GG holding on to this turret. It's 16 minutes, and it is yet to fall. Definitely holding on to it, and that's why we say it's one of the most important turrets of the game.
Chicken gets caught with a pop-up. He is going to get himself to safety. Look at that damage onto Cold World right now. They do find a little bit of a flank on the Mobazane, who's going to back up very quickly.
This player kind of whiffed that fracture there. I think he meant to go through the tower, wasn't able to make, or meant to go through the wall, wasn't able to get through the big part. But still, you mentioned that tier 3 tower, man. BTK has been going for picks. Is that going to be the big difference? Is that one tower what's holding BTK away from victory here, Weezy?
That's why it's such a strong thing to take out in the early game, because it allows a team like GG to hang in there. Even when BTK finds the advantage, they can't get comfortable on the map without bursting that down. Now the Lord is back in play. Which side will be able to take it? Mobazane already ready for the retribution, in position for the aggro. GG stacking in the bush, looking for an opportunity to strike.
Yeah, and it's interesting here because they're not even getting vision on this. They're not going for the bait. They're just looking for that flank that came last time from Basic and Cold World. I think they have to know what's coming. They're definitely lying in wait. You can see them at that L bush right now. Shark gonna go ahead, lay the bait out. See if Cold World and Marcutie. Oh, speaking of which, Zane actually comes in there. On the 3 of them. They have the flank in. Best player gets behind the tower now. Cold World taking a heap of damage. No worse for wear either team, but now BTK immediately turned their sense to this Lord. They know that GG went back for the retreat. Black Dragon is out. Fly Chicken dashing in between the members. Ooh, very low for Fly Chicken. The rest of BTK smell blood in the water, looking for an opportunity. Lord down to 50%. Mobazane right in the middle where he should be as that Fredrin, looking for the bait. Hoon putting some damage on there. Terrify onto Mobazane. 10% left of this Lord, and it gets reset.
I think it's a well play. I think it's a good play to reset it. Best player just sitting in that bush. Mobazane getting a little bit too low when they lost position there. They know.
Oh, Mielo activates that immortality. He's still alive. That auto attack is not enough to take him down, but they know he's out of action. Best player picks up the Lord. Shark gets popped up there, and BTK unable to answer.
They got what they came for. Able to take the Lord, able to find the advantage to turn this back around. The last one went to BTK. This one will go to Gaming Gladiators, and this is why we call it the 50-50.
But with nobody going down on either side, I don't know if this is a game-ending Lord. I don't know if this is going to be the one to seal the deal just yet. We're about 18 minutes in, and it's not over.
Yeah, definitely not over. Both sides putting on a great fight, but with Milo falling there, Gage, GG the numbers.
Hoon in a lot of trouble there, gets bursted down to 10% health. And on the backside, the Black Dragon comes in, thinks twice about it, and is going to find an escape. Mobazane looking for his purple buff, not trying to give it up. I don't know how close he is. Best player able to sneakily get it away from him. Now this Luminous Lord up at the top gets stopped by a wall. Shark doing a good job making sure it stacks up with the minions. Mobazane on the front line is going to find a little bit of a taunt there. Appraiser's Wrath on Azia, who finds the kill onto Mobazane. Lord at the top tower. That's an inhibitor down. Now the focus is on the mid. Fried Chicken taking some damage, but it doesn't freeze them away from him. They're going to put the damage onto the next high ground tower of BTK. They are within grasp right now. BTK can feel it slipping out of their fingers. Are they going to be able to defend this against Gaming Gladiators? Final slashes out. Black Dragon swooping into the back line right now, but GG has not given up. They are still here putting on the pressure. They do not want to let this go. Minions coming in right now. Yellow on the front line comes in, gets popped up. He gets taken down. Best player with the kill. Zia putting some damage on. And man, Gaming Gladiators do not want to let this opportunity slip through their fingers, but it looks like they think wiser about it. They live to fight another day.
I think it's a good play. I think GG staying a little bit too long there. If Mielo didn't overextend there, they would have actually kind of had the numbers advantage there for a minute. GG though does get every tower, and that's going to be tough for BTK to fight for this next Lord. That's what's going to make it tough for BTK to continue to try to even contest these big objectives. It's going to be like, do we risk it all and let our top wave come in? They're down to some time constrictions there.
Yeah, 15K from both marksmans. This time they're tied up. Now officially in the late game, passing that 20-minute mark. I don't know. Maybe we get to the 30-minute game, but the way this is looking, GG's trying to find a way to close it out beforehand. BTK stripped down to the base crystal, no longer hanging on to any turrets. And now a possible play on the way. Cold World and Basic being spotted out.
Yeah, they do find Cold World is going to flicker himself to safety. Damage coming down in the form of Mark Beauty on that Vexana. So GG does get passed up there. Cold World finds a pop-up on the Shark. Yellow engages, and Black Dragon's going to see his escape.
One kill here at this point in the game could be the game changer. We've seen it every time. One player goes down, and you can close things out, and that goes for just about either team right now. Cold World looking for an angle in the backside.
Yeah, he wasted that little conceal play now, so he's not going to have it there. Shark on the front line. Mobazane from the side looking for an opportunity. Big pop-up lands. Finds Hoon. Basic with the kill there. Mielo fighting off three members. Appraiser's Wrath comes down. Zia's immortality has been procced. Mielo finds the kill, and now Mobazane looking on to this Lord. But look at Fly Chicken. Shark's in a good position. You have minions that are going to be knocking at your door. Yellow has to answer this. Cold World comes out there. The rest of Mobazane, best player down at the bottom, looking for an opportunity to come in. Swoop. Is he going to be able to find it? Lord down to 10% health. Basic goes into the bush. Best player might be able to find it. You see him down there taunting, waiting, lying. Is he going to be able to find an opportunity? Lord gets reset. What's a wall from Shark to be able to reset this Lord?
Big brain plays to be able to possibly have another chance, but they need to get their best player not in position. 50% on this Lord.
Now, Fried Chicken on the front with the final slash comes out. Terrify on the shark. He flickers out of the way. Still has that immortality. Basic on the Lord. Can they? Mobazane gets the Lord. Marcuti finds a kill on to best player.
Best player was inches away from grabbing that trophy, but Mobazane yet to swat him away, able to get the Lord for the Bloodthirsty Kings. Another opportunity to take this to a game number 7.
Taking a look at this replay. Look at best player. He's going to come around this top side. Marcuti drops a beautiful knock-up. Everybody jumps on him. The taunts. They do everything they can to stop him from dashing in, fracturing that Lord and getting the retry off. BTK is holding tight.
Fried Chicken gets frightened. Immortality has been procced. That's going to be a man down for Gaming Gladiators. Best player, still 20 seconds on the board as well. Luminous Lord at the bottom. BTK at the mid.
Yeah, 23 minutes. Down goes the mid turret. It takes 23 minutes. That's how high IQ both of these teams are and how hard it is to take these objectives. But now BTK with the moment to possibly even out the series.
Yeah, all it takes is an opportunity, and now Gaming Gladiators sitting at their high ground towers, lying in wait, hoping that they can defend. A wall comes out, Lord goes around it, charges in, half health down from the tower. Black Dragon is out to zone out the rest of GG. Is it going to be enough right now? They are going to go at best player finds a kill onto Mielo. A tower down. They're chasing BTK. Can they reverse it? Zia finds a kill onto Cold-World. Basic finds a kill of his own, and just like that, BTK have to retreat.
This is reminiscent right now, Private. The back and forth. We were building up the story in the beginning of this night. Base to base. This feels just like game number 6 of last year in this arena. Both teams back and forth onto the crystal. Final defenses, it's all on the line. And here we are. Can BTK take us to a game number 7?
And this is just showcasing these teams are even on the macro and on the micro, down to the wire. If you blink, if you're out of position for a second, it can cost you this game.
Yeah, and Basic right now sitting 6-0-5. The hero of BTK right now, looking to offset it. GG, they all come in. They're coming in for the dance. The damage is out there. Chicken taking a lot of damage. Mobazane in the front and Basic on the side. No worse from where. No, I think only Cold-World took a death there.
But a big final slash from Chicken. He's ready. He's trying to go international. But yet again, BTK able to hold a strong defense, pushing them out of the base.
Cold-World actually just getting back on the map here, right? So now it's 5 versus 5. Fried Chicken still up. Everybody on both sides. Lord in 10 seconds. Not a single inhibitor to be found except for this top one here. Luckily for BTK, Lord is going to be on top side. So not a huge macro advantage for GG in any sense. Both teams need to play the map.
Ooh, conceal play out. They're looking for Basic. They smell blood in the water. Basic uses the Lycan Pounce to create that distance. Fracture is out. Best player not able to find the kill. Basic running for the hills, saying, eat my dust, kicking rocks on out of there. Black Dragon from the side, Cold-World finds a kill onto best player. A Petrify onto Hune. And now a big pop-up in the form of Marcuti. Appraiser's Wrath slams down. Shark getting taken down by Basic. Marcuti finds a kill onto Zia. Fly Chicken is next. That is a complete team wipe for GG.
Not just a team wipe, that's a game number 7! Ladies and gentlemen, we have done it again. BTK, Gaming Gladiators, the coin has been flipped. We are going to a game 7.
Flip the coin, come get destroyed. With these minions coming in, this should be it. The arena, it's in the air.
And that is going to take us. Game 7, tied up, 3-3 apiece. BTK, GG, going the distance.
Look at them. Look at these boys. This is feeling weird right now, Private. This is feeling like there's some dust in the air, and I think BTK's feeling it too. But still, it's the back and forth. We still need BTK. If they want to be able to take this at game 7, what do they got to do? They got to win on second pick.
Oh my God, a lot
to jam-pack. But again, a game number 7. You don't see this too often in MLBB in a grand finals, but twice. And in the same location, exactly a year later, BTK able to find a way to even out the series and take it the distance.
I mean, team stats up on the board, but they do not tell the story of what a war that this last game was for both of these teams. You can see there, combined damage 350,000 and a rating of 8.58.
Yeah, definitely some excellent gameplay from the Bloodthirsty Kings. A very close call. There was a moment where GG almost closed it out. Fried Chicken got the final slash, but the response, the resilience, the defense from the Bloodthirsty Kings was able to push through. And here we are, team stats on the board. Man, overall, a long game and a very hard-fought battle.
I know the fans can hear him right now, but you can't see him. BTK right now chanting on their side of the stadium, building up energy. Now, taking a look at it once again, I mean, 27 minutes down the line, down the wire. I mean, how many more times are we going to say it? 50-50. That is the line tonight. That is the headline you'll see in the newspapers tomorrow. That is what they'll be chanting in Discords for the next few months. I can't tell you who's going to take this next game.
I mean, the great thing here, they knew what their target was, 8-0-7. They had to take Basic down. I don't blame GG. I would have called the same play. Guys, let's do it. They put it all in. Unfortunately, Basic, like a bar of soap in the shower, slippery, able to get away, and then BTK find the flank onto GG.
Yeah, they put all their eggs in one basket trying to shut down Basic, and then he turned back around with a Lycan pounce to shut them down with his team beside him. The rich guy going over to Basic himself to carry Mr. Hoon on the Gaming Gladiators. Moba Zane, yet again the sandbag and the forgotten one. This time will actually be Hoon with 13 assists.
But Moba Zane non-stop, man. He's just, I feel like most of the damage from Hoon right there is just on to Moba Zane, because this man has just been holding down the front line for his team. He's been doing it for seasons here, and now it's coming down to it, man. And I'm nervous. I don't know how this is gonna go right here. Let's look at the head-to-head though. Shark versus Cold World, and you know, Cold World, man, holding it up. Game 7. It's like whether you want BTK to win or lose, you gotta kind of want Cold World to take a dub, man. He's wanted this for so long.
Yeah, I mean, you said it from the beginning. I mean, he's always on the wrong side of history when it comes to the grand finals of North America. Right now, I mean, holding it up against Shark.
That's BTK right there, if you guys can hear it, just to let you know. Walking by, they're getting loud, they're taking their time. We're gonna be jumping into game 7 in just a few minutes. Let's take a look at the damage dealt, Wheezy, and damage taken.
Yeah, Moba Zane, the sandbag, no surprise there on his signature pick with the Fredrin, but Basic is what really stands out, right? He was running on that Roger, never fell in that entire game, and was able to get the final play, which ultimately led to victory for the Bloodthirsty Kings, forcing GG to chase him. Thought they snipped him out, thought they had the opportunity, but really, it was a trap the whole time.
Okay, so let's look at some of these moments, some of these big turnarounds. What was the downfall overall, Weezy?
Oh, Basic with the high IQ play forcing GG to chase him. And that's the things that happened. This time, BTK was the one to throw out that hook, and GG grabbed it.
I mean, I want to say for the front of this game, Chicken played a masterful R-lot there. I mean, being able to find these great final slashes, and like you said, almost brought it to a close at the gates of BTK there. I mean, there was no towers left. It was basically on Gaming Gladiators to find the opportunity, but Basic provided it.
Yeah, just overall some great offense and defense from both sides at this 27-minute game. This is where Hoon decides to take the Black Dragon himself. Definitely having to watch out for that Valentina. Some high IQ gameplay from both sides. Chicken getting caught in a tricky situation. Shark, though, is what really stood out. Look at him right there. 5 kills on the board. He had the highest kills majority of this game.
Do we think maybe that was the problem, though? That's taken a lot of gold from the people who need it. But here was this fateful final team fight, the big chase. And in that moment, all that was going through my mind was, Basic's got a man up here. Basic can't be Basic. He was able to get away, able to dance, and buy time for his team.
I think we changed his name from Basic to Advance. That was some high IQ gameplay, and maybe he got a little bit of the upgrade with that finish to be able to take them to a game number 7. That's right, a game number 7 in the HyperX Arena in the middle of a pyramid. It does not get any better than this.
So we got a little bit of time, guys. Players taking a quick break, whatever they got to do, calling their moms, letting them know it's game number 7, guys. Tune in, doing whatever they need to. We got some time. Game 7, what does it look like, Private?
Oh, man, I fret to see. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of these picks come out there. We see how dangerous Fly Chicken. And honestly, despite what happened out there, I'm almost kind of concerned about letting Fly Chicken get that R-Lot again because it was such a pivotal moment for them. Basic, I mean, has been proving on that Roger that he is very strong as well. It just can be anybody's game. We've seen when it comes to some of these picks, whoever's got first right now gets themselves that little bit of an advantage.
All right, so real quick, we got to hype it up. If you're on the side of BTK, let us know. Let it out. BTK.
That's right, but there's 2 sides to every coin. Those out there supporting the Gaming Gladiators, let me hear a GG!
You know, for the first time, I think, in NACT Finals history, it feels like both teams really got some support out there. Because normally, the BTK fans are taking up the crowd. Normally, the BTK fans are feeling in control. But this time, GG's got some support in their corner.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, man, you can't even talk about pressure. Right now, it is an even slate. It's not somebody has gotten the first game or the second game. They are even, dead set right here. Game 7, the pressure is on both teams. The pressure is on all the players here to kind of come up.
Yeah, but I always like to say pressure does one or two things, right? It either bursts pipes or it makes diamonds. And today, only one side will be able to be that diamond. The other side will have the bursted pipes. So which one will it be in the 50-50?
Well, I mean, if time tells the story, GG has the first pick. But there's a point that I brought up last time that if BTK could win this last game, bring us to game 7, there's one thing that BTK has done well, and that is getting closer and closer. Last time when they were on the red side, they almost took that game from GG. So maybe with the momentum, with the spirit of game number 7 in the HyperX Arena, I mean, it just feels like the stars are in Moba Zane's corners right now. GG, can they snatch that from him, though?
But one thing has to happen. The chain has to be broken. That means they have to get 2 wins in a row.
For me, I'm fine here. I mean, this is the best I could have asked for. No matter who wins here at the end, we're at a game 7. I could not have asked for more effort out of either of these teams. They're both looking to secure this win, looking to leave here victorious, looking to move on to that international stage. But, I mean, this is I want to say, the rivalry that has transcended years here for North America.
Most definitely, and there's that trophy, guys. There's the thing every player wants, every North American MLBB team. We said 200 plus teams signed up this season. We're down to the last 2. We're down to the last game of NACT spring season. I'm ready for him to ready up already. I'm ready to jump into this draft already, guys.
For once, I agree with the viewers. I'm just like, get on with the game. Let's get on with it. Let's get into
hands now. We said the Roger had the advantage at first, but now Basic has found his advantage up on the scoreboard. Up on the scoreboard.
Basic has definitely found his stride. Not only that, but Mobazane as well, the whole team for the first time, they're like, yeah, you're gonna go assassin this time? We are gonna bully. We're gonna be in your face nonstop, and Cold World has taken some deaths for it, but in the end, it has worked out for BTK.
Yeah, looking at the gold so far, you are looking at Basic slightly ahead up against his competitor, up against Zia. But right now, both sides put on a good fight. Still working on some damage out of Fanny, though.
In comes the swoop. Still not able to find the damage on Basic. Best player in trouble. Cold World finds the kill.
Oh, and this is huge. When you're a Fanny, when you die this fast and this early, it's a big advantage for BTK to put on some pressure to continue forming that snowball to roll over the game.
The portals are out. The entirety of BTK slamming down onto Chicken and finding another kill.
Grab those red buttons because it's time to panic. BTK leading 2,500 at 6.5 minutes in. And when you got a Ballman sitting there, you might have forgot, guys, but when he's feeling good about himself, it becomes a problem. Not only that, but right now, Cold World on the chip, he's been making wonders happen with this hero.
Yeah, and right now, best player falling behind in the economy, falling behind in the jungle, finding his second death so far, and yet to find a kill. There you go, the 1v1 matchup. Milo able to out-pressure him and force him back to the base, opening up the opportunity for Mobazane to take this turtle.
Yeah, it's going to be another one going to Mobazane, and GG can't even contest.
Is this just the reality? Is this the death of assassins, man? He's having trouble with it. BTK has the answer. GG needs to bide time at this point. They do still have Zia in the car, ready to unload, ready to hop out. He's sitting at 1-0-0. At this point, GG, for the first time in a while, needs to wait the game out.
Yeah, definitely needing to wait the game out, but now going to try and put some pressure on the bot side. They have the numbers against Fried Chicken. Best player trying to find an opportunity, trying to find the split push, but yet to find an answer, and down goes the turret.
Oh, a little pop-up onto Mielo Mobazane. I mean, but though they just have such a strong front line right now. Hoon alone at mid. The 4 members of BTK looking to possibly put some pressure onto this mid tower.
When we talk about the way the Cold World's been playing on this chip, he literally just sits up at this top lane. Everyone else does whatever they want on the map, and he just stays right next to this portal right here, non-stop, almost never leaves that spot, and you'll see it happen. Earlier, last time we saw him on the chip, he did the same thing. He just sits by a portal, moves back and forth, kind of stays on the opposite map of wherever GG is at all times.
Yeah, but they are going to try and push in for this mid turret. We saw how long the mid turret stood in the last game, and maybe a similar story, but best player.
Yeah, best player catches a little damage for his visit to the top lane and is going to have to go back to the base again.
Yeah, definitely going to have to go back to the base, but right now BTK leading all across the board so far, 5-2, 2 turrets up, 3 turtles on top of that, and best player falling a little bit behind Mobazane in the jungle. Zane definitely very comfortable right now, going to start trying to invade and put more pressure on Gaming Gladiators, now forcing them on the defense, but this is GG. They still have the split push capability, they still have best player on the Fanny. They just got to find that opportunity.
Ooh, you see the pressure being put on by best player. He is able to get the retry onto his purple buff. Down at the bottom, GG looking for pressure of their own onto Mobazane. Fly Chicken comes in. Basic finds a tower off screen. Mielo finds a tower at mid. In comes best player looking for an opportunity. Primal Rage has been procced, but no worse for wear as BTK disengages.
I'm not gonna lie, this is, you know, there's been one other game where it just started to feel like a smother fest, and that was when GG had about a 7K lead, and right now on game 7, BTK feels like they are smothering down onto GG. GG, it's a lit fuse, but it's gonna be a while till they get back in this game. It's only 9 minutes in, and that is a 6,300 gold lead. Towers are falling, morale is dropping.
Yeah, morale's definitely dropping, but I will say with the macro and the micro, they've shown to the world that they can go the distance, and now forced on the back end, they're going to have to play a little bit more passive. Like I said, they have the Fanny for the split push capability. Even though you can't get the kills in the early game, you can make up with the mobility, but right now, it's no secret that BTK has a strong lead.
I feel like they're
and being shut out right now is
who voted for BTK from the start to win, to take home a mystery box. First up, Anshan. Do we have Anshan here? All right, come on up. Are you gonna do it?
We'll have you all stand up here and we will
All right.
give you your prize.
We're gonna give you your prize at the very end. Next up, Joanna. Joanna, do we have a Joanna here? Is that you? Is that Momose's mom? Come on up, Joanne. Whoa, wow. All right.
On this side, you can step on.
Okay, we have an empty one here. I don't know who voted empty here. As a number?
I think you can say
Okay, number 331678. Do we have a winner? Come on up. Okay, last two more. 331880. Oh, come on up. Is that 5? All right, we got our 5 lucky winners. So please come up on stage and take a photo with the champions. Now, for all the viewers at home, history is made once again by the king of the kings, BTK, and let us toss it back to our casters for their final thoughts on this historic moment.
It's been one hell of a night, all the way to 7 games. BTK once again grabs fate by both hands and rips it out of GG's. They take it. They show whose stadium this is, and they show why they're here. Wheezy.
That's right. BTK is back and stronger than ever, ready to take it to the international scene. We haven't got to see them get out the gates of North America for a while now, falling short to Avalon in the fall season. But Mobazane doing it again with some new additions, able to bring BTK to glory.
Yeah, it has been, to say the least, an emotional ride, an emotional night, and against the odds, even against the caster predictions, BTK strive forward.
I mean, and look at him. I mean, and I think one of the most touching things, the words from Mobazane to his mom, you know, it brings you back and it makes you realize that whichever side you were on, there was reasons for both teams to take this, and it's what makes these endings so bittersweet for whoever you want to win. But in the end, BTK has quite the journey through the playoffs bracket.
Quite the journey, but just half the story. Even the regular season was full of some hits, but a great way to close it out. 2 best-of-5s for the upper bracket, for the lower bracket, and then all the way to a Game 7 for the grand finals. Yet again, in the HyperX Arena, a major victory for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
I mean, we had so many series go the total distance here, and we could not have asked for a more intense, a more technical, and just a more in-your-face finals here tonight.
Now we got to take some final looks at this final game between BTK and GG, which BTK just had their hands on the wheel the whole time.
You know, it's crazy because we said last year when we were here in the HyperX Arena, we didn't think we were going to get an event that was going to go the distance again. We thought that was just lightning striking down in the land of dawn, but it happened yet again, and honestly, even more impressive than the first time, the Bloodthirsty Kings pulling forward.
I mean, they just did it so cleanly, Private. They were all over the place, and it just seemed like GG had this strategy, and it just got answered.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like an age-old question for me, is like, what can beat a Game 7 BTK right now? And the answer right now is nothing. They just came with such ferocity, such spirit into this. Maybe it's Vegas, maybe it's the HyperX Arena, but man, the buff, what BTK did to get here was immense.
The Game 7 buff. The Game 7 buff for BTK is very strong. And, every player played so amazing on the team. Basic really stepped up in a lot of those games. Mobazane, all of them really stepped up overall.
You know what it was? The UA buff.
The UA buff.
He voted for BTK. He was right.
The UA Zeke
the
buff.
entire time. He's not a mad scientist.
And for me, it's an amazing stat. You might be able to beat them in 2 games. You might be able to beat them in a best of 3, a best of 5. But right now, I think they've proven that. I think they're undefeated in a best of 7.
All right, so one final thought, guys. This is the end of NACT spring season. Any final words for everybody out there?
Well, number 1, you can't outbound Mobazane. Apparently, in game number 7, was able to push through. Number 2, happy Mother's Day to everybody out there watching. Definitely Mobazane's mom front and center. Proud of her son as he's going to be making it to the international scene, and also proud to be a part of the desk alongside Trex and Private.
Yeah, I mean, the big 3 here, I couldn't have asked for better casters to share this moment, this legacy, this story with, and that's going to be it for me.
Yeah, I mean, big shout out to everybody. It's been quite the journey this spring season. We'll see you guys next fall season. And one final shout out, speaking of Mother's Day, to my daughter and my fiance out there. Good night, guys. Good night, NACT. Good night, everyone around the world. I'll see you in fall season.
Good night, North America!